more likely that central or southeastern Louisiana is going to be getting the direct hit. Now, another change with this advisory, and this is important information, and Ray and I have been alluding to this all afternoon, is that the models have been trending that this will likely become an even stronger storm. So the original forecast had this as a major hurricane at landfall, still major, but now it brings it up to 140-mile-per-hour winds at landfall. That's a Category 4 hurricane. That is serious business here, folks. This will slow down as it approaches land. We've got new warnings which have been issued with this latest advisory. So we had a lot of the watches. We had hurricane watches and tropical storm watches. A lot of them have now been upgraded to warnings because we're getting within that 48 hours or less time frame where these impacts are going to be arriving for you. So here's a look at where the storm surge warnings are in effect. So this is west of Vermilion Bay, stretching all the way over to looks like the Mississippi-Alabama state line. That's where we have the warnings, and then watches in effect on the periphery of that, including you over here in Mobile Bay, and then stretching westward from there over towards Sabine Pass. So it looks like our computers have not been able to upgrade. It takes a while to sort through all the data, but I do want to tell you that Intracoastal City to the mouth of the Pearl River is now under a hurricane warning, and in addition to that, a tropical storm warning is now in effect from the Pearl River to the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So with this new information, I hope that helps to give you more of a sense of urgency to complete your preparations for this. I hope that if you've been told to evacuate your evacuation zone, that you've been able to do that. And some folks are on a voluntary evacuation order. If you have the means to do so, please take this storm so seriously. Ray, this is the worst one we've had to deal with in quite some time. You know, Louisiana, this is the last thing they need. They had 4 landfalling systems last year, and it looks like here we go now with a major hurricane, likely Category 4, making landfall late Sunday or early Monday.
Yeah, and then forecast to slow down so as it goes inland. So there's going to be big problems not only at the coast, but just inland from the surge, and certainly further inland as we take a look at some of the flooding. Now, most of these hurricane watches and tropical storm watches here have been upgraded to warnings, and the placement is about the same. So now we're in that 24-hour threshold here, and the forecast track really hasn't changed much in terms of where it's going to go. It may have wobbled at least the initial track a little bit to the right is what the Hurricane Center is saying in their discussion. However, that's most likely hasn't changed where they think landfall is going to be somewhere in the center of the cone. But this is the bigger change, forecasting up to a 140-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane at this point Sunday afternoon, so as it makes its approach towards shore. So that changes a lot on this northeast side in terms of the water rise. Some of the surge values may now go 10 to 15 feet, Morgan City to the mouth of the Mississippi. So these are things that may change. Right now, we are seeing rain and thunderstorms well out ahead, not even associated with Ida. But as we go through early Sunday morning and during the day on Sunday, we can watch Ida make its approach. Look at that eye wall, very well defined. And that northeast side and the northeast quadrant is where the strongest winds are forecast to be right now, not only bringing hurricane force winds into coastal Louisiana, but also that high surge, water rise, and very heavy rainfall. Jackie?
As Ida nears the Gulf Coast, our Weather Channel teams will be on the ground to keep you safe. Mike Seidel is live in New Orleans. Mike?
Good afternoon, Jackie, from the Big Easy, where a hurricane warning was just posted. We've got concerns here in the city, which basically is a big bowl of flooding. We're going to have inches of rainfall. The pumps will be up and running. Some of those, though, don't have power. We'll run that down issue in a minute. Also, we've already got mandatory evacuations for some areas off to our south down towards the Gulf of Mexico. Another concern is the surge, not only in Lake Pontchartrain, but Lake Bourne, which feeds into Lake Pontchartrain. So a whole litany of issues as we start to talk about the timing and the impacts on New Orleans as we come back in the 5 o'clock hour right here on the Weather Channel, continuing coverage of Ida through the weekend. Stay with us.
Tonight, live coverage tracking Hurricane Ida, and breaking right now, hurricane warnings just issued for the Louisiana coast. This storm gaining strength, and there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. Projected to be a major hurricane A state of emergency is in effect, with storm surge levels expected to reach more than 12 feet. Coastal residents being urged to evacuate.
And Ida is on the fast track to the coast. That means the clock is ticking to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, and your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist right now on Weather Underground.
Glad you could join us. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. This is Weather Underground. We'll be with you till 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight as we track Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. Dr. Nab with us as well. The 5 o'clock advisory just came out, and with it we have hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings for coastal Louisiana. Dr. Nab, this is what you were expecting earlier today, and sure enough, there are areas that really need to take note now.
Yeah, we are definitely within the warning time frame now, day and a half plus or minus, before the winds of tropical storm force first start arriving on the northern Gulf Coast. And then we have a major hurricane in all likelihood coming ashore. It has 80-mile-an-hour winds right now, still moving northwest. It's going to be crossing Cuba here this evening and getting into the Gulf of Mexico. And then the intensification process will probably be even more rapid than it has been. Now, hurricane warnings have been issued. Now, this is automatically updating, but I will give you the general idea. From intercoastal city, Louisiana, over to the mouth of the Pearl River, where Louisiana and Mississippi meet. That's the stretch of coastline that's under the hurricane warning. It does include metropolitan New Orleans. Tropical storm warnings go west of there over to Cameron, Louisiana, and tropical storm warnings go and watches go east of there. So hurricane warnings have been issued, but also storm surge warnings have been issued. Goes west of Vermilion Bay, around all the way to the Mississippi-Alabama border. So coastal Mississippi is under a storm surge warning. You would also need to add Lake Pontchartrain to that, not metropolitan New Orleans inside the risk reduction system. But we are now in the hurricane warning and storm surge warning time frame, and that means tonight and tomorrow and into tomorrow evening are your time windows to get ready for the wind and the water. And the intensity forecast has been trending upward because it got stronger before getting to western Cuba today than the forecast said yesterday. Now there's more time for it to get even stronger over the Gulf of Mexico. And now the Hurricane Center is explicitly forecasting Category 4 intensity. Mike, at this point, you cannot write off the possibility of any category hurricane for the peak intensity. It has trended up, and there's not wind shear to weaken it. There's really warm water, and it's got 2 days over the Gulf of Mexico, and it's already gotten stronger than forecast. And by the way, it still has slow motion after it gets to the coast of the rainfall.
You're saying that Cat 5 is not off the table here?
No, it absolutely cannot be written off the table. Now, you can absolutely have a peak in intensity, and if there are eyewall replacement cycles, there can be changes in the intensity. So we don't have a guarantee that the peak intensity will happen at the same time as landfall intensity. What if it peaks out here and then it gets a little weaker and then bigger? That can happen as well. But this is going to be a large and dangerous and slow-moving hurricane at landfall, a major hurricane. So we have to, as we usually do, talk about the dangers of water. Storm surge, you got to evacuate when told to do so. The slow motion will produce the inland flood threat. But in this particular case, the winds can be life-threatening. We got to be thinking about sheltering like you would for a tornado for the major hurricane force winds. And again, slow motion. This is Sunday afternoon. This is Monday afternoon. This is Tuesday afternoon. That is not moving along really quickly. So when the winds and storm surge and rainfall start, and it's going to last a long time. So here's the general idea of when winds of tropical storm force are likely to arrive. It is, in the Sunday morning hours. So that's why here we are on a Friday evening. Those warnings tend to come out 36 hours before the first arrival of winds of tropical storm force. But if it gets a little bigger, moves a little faster, some of those winds could start arriving late Saturday. So I would be thinking to get ready tonight and tomorrow, and then by the time the sun goes down tomorrow, you want to be evacuated with your supplies in a place that's not vulnerable to storm surge or inland flooding, and that is a structure that is safe from hurricane and major hurricane force winds. by tomorrow night, because when you wake up Sunday morning, things could be going downhill way too quickly. The models are in remarkably good agreement on the track, but that doesn't mean we can pinpoint landfall. There still is a cone, right? And you can still have landfall of the center in just about any part of Louisiana. And you got to remember that for the places like the coast of Mississippi and the coast of Alabama, this almost certainly puts you on the right-hand side, the strong side, the onshore flow side. That's why the hurricane and storm surge warnings and tropical storm warnings go east of where the center is going to come ashore. So that's why the coast of Mississippi is under a storm surge warning, a very distinct possibility. There's the main GFS run. All the GFS ensembles very clustered together as well. Now let's take a close look. The interaction with Cuba here is not going to have much of an impact on the landfall intensity on the northern Gulf Coast. It just has a little while longer interacting with western Cuba, but then once it gets over the water here, then it will have that nearly couple of days to strengthen pretty rapidly. And the high pressure is still entrenched here along the east coast. Steering currents are very well defined, and look at all that fuel in the Gulf of Mexico, Alex. You know, we don't every day see the Hurricane Center explicitly forecast going from Cat 1 to Cat 4, explicitly forecast rapid intensification, and we're not kidding here. This is going to be a major hurricane, a big, slow-moving one at that.
Certainly it gives you pause and means it's time to think about what you need to do, maybe where you need to go. And New Orleans most certainly in the cone. The Crescent City, all too familiar with what a hurricane can do. Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is live in New Orleans. A lot of factors in play for that city. But Mike, I know authorities there and residents are really getting ready at this point.
They are. In fact, we've already got some mandatory evacuations. First off, in New Orleans, inside the levees, it's voluntary, but outside the levees, and we're talking about an area between Lake Bourne and Lake Pontchartrain, there is a mandatory evacuation. Fortunately, not a lot of folks live there. But when you get south of town, outside of the levee system, we do have mandatory evacuations, including Grand Isle. We were there last year for a week system, and one side of town went underwater. So this is not a place to be. That means boats, campers, RVs, everybody out. That kicked in this morning at 10:30, so they're getting out of there. That's the end of the road down on the Gulf of Mexico. Lafourche Parish, mandatory evacuation as of 5 a.m. Saturday. We've also got a Plaquemines Parish mandatory evacuation. The entire East Bank, that kicked in just a couple of hours ago at 3 p.m. Central. And then on the West Bank from the Phillips 66 refinery to Venice. So those are the evacuations. How about the impacts and the timing? Take a look. Now, it is likely going to go into our west. That means we're going to be on the east side, the wetter side of the storm, so we're expecting certainly a lot of wind and rain. No, we may not get the strongest winds, but we're still looking at wind gusts here over 60 miles an hour, and that will knock out power. I think the biggest concern now is the heavy rainfall. Now, the pumping system here has been very well updated since Katrina, which, by the way, the anniversary is going to be 16 years on Monday. But they have 3 pumps, 2 on the Lakeview area, 1 in East New Orleans, that are out of service, no power. So what they're going to do is divert the water to other pumping stations. And by the way, the pumping stations here can pump almost 1/3 of a million gallons out in 1 second. So they're going to get those up and running. But we also look at the risk of localized flash flooding with anywhere from 5 to 8+ inches of rainfall in the bowl and around southeast Louisiana. So flash flooding, a high risk of that. Power outages, maybe not widespread, but certainly power outages will be a concern. And Dr. Nab, the updated storm surge for Lake Pontchartrain now 4 to 7 feet and 7 to 11 on Lake Bourne, because we're on the east side of the storm, and the push of water up through Lake Bourne into Lake Pontchartrain. This is going to be a really nasty storm, and even though we may not get the 125 or 30 mile an hour wind gust, we've got a lot of other issues here in New Orleans, and the big issue is the fact that a lot of this is under sea level. We're going to get a lot of rain and a lot of surge outside the levees.
Yeah, and if New Orleans catches the strongest part on the right-hand side, you could get major hurricane force winds in New Orleans, even if you don't get the storm surge. Depends on exactly where the center goes and exactly how strong it is when it gets there. But Mike is right about all of these lakes and complex coastline going to be vulnerable to storm surge. Now, another reason this is likely to strengthen very rapidly is it's not just warm waters at the surface. There's deep warm water right along the path. I mean, this is going to be able to tap into some of the most abundant fuel that is available in the Atlantic Basin to power a hurricane. It's just fuel injection. It is really going to go over tremendous amounts of fuel, and the upper level low that had been producing some winds here keeps getting out of the way. The upper level high pressure continues to get better established overhead, and we just have a little bit of land interaction with western Cuba. So again, when the Hurricane Center is explicitly forecasting Cat 4, we always say, we've said this for decades, that you always got a plan for the possibility of a category stronger. So we cannot take Cat 5 off the table here in terms of a peak intensity. You know, again, what ends up being the landfall intensity is very difficult to pinpoint because there could be ups and downs in the intensity along the way. But when you, regardless of exactly what the landfall intensity is, it's going to be strong and large. When you look at what the global models are doing, the global models are not good at giving you a number to take out of it as the intensity. But watch how large and strong the global models have the cyclone in the northern half of the Gulf of Mexico, and maybe even strengthening. That looks like a strengthening cyclone all the way up until landfall. And if it goes through any internal structural changes, all that will do is maybe bring down the intensity a little bit and then make it become horizontally larger. So when it comes to the impacts, this is going to be a large, intense, slow-moving hurricane, and that makes all of the hazards really, really bad. Now let's take a look again. The timing of the arrival of the winds is when you need to be evacuated and sheltered. So we always talk about we want to get people out of the water, evacuated away from storm surge. But in this case, you've also got to be thinking about where you evacuate to has got to incorporate sheltering from really strong winds. And here's the latest update on the wind speed probabilities. Nearly a certainty of getting tropical storm conditions at any one spot on the map here. But look at the chances of sustained winds of hurricane force. They're really, really high. That's why the hurricane warning is in that area. And look how far inland strong winds will go. And again, once it gets to the coastline, it's going to be really strong, so that, even with the slow motion, is still going to bring, Alex, really strong winds pretty far inland from the coastline. So this is not just going to be a coastal wind event. People are going to have to be sheltering like for a tornado all the way until this gets well inland in Louisiana and Mississippi.
Yeah, certainly. Want to go over things you need to know about wind and how you can effectively and efficiently shelter from those winds. Some things that you might not think about, other things that you always do think about, right? When we look at surviving the storm, you want to cover your windows. Use plywood or hurricane shutters. Don't tape the windows. Waste of time. Don't bother doing it. Shelter like you would for a tornado. Do not stay in a mobile home. Get yourself to a storm shelter, or better yet, reach out to maybe a family member, a friend who would be in a safer location, or just have a sturdier structure that you could stay with. You don't want to stay on the upper floors of a high-rise. Yes, a lot of people say, well, that gets me away from the water. However, it puts you in a more susceptible spot when it comes to the wind. And consider leaving any unsafe structure. Mike, if you're thinking about your home and going, I don't know how it's going to do with a wind speed of 110 miles an hour, for example, if you have any doubt, go somewhere else.
I mean, err on the side of caution in one of these instances, right? You're better safe than sorry. Then we know now, with an increasing size of a hurricane, increased intensity of the hurricane, the surge is going to ramp up as a response. Storm surge watches from Sabine Pass over to Pecan Island here, almost all of coastal Louisiana in essence, and then coastal Mississippi as well. And then we have storm surge watches affected. That does include coastal Alabama and up through Mobile Bay as well. So a lot going on for us here when it comes to the water being pushed up on the shores here. So the forecast has ramped up here, especially coastal Louisiana. You can see now the storm surge forecast at max is 10 to 15 here, right where we could have the landfall. At least that's right where the center is forecast to be. On the west side, it goes down some, but still, south of Lafayette here, we're talking 6 to 9 feet, and then some of the marshlands here, and then into coastal Mississippi, 7 to 11 feet, get to around Biloxi and then go eastbound from there. It comes down a little bit, but that's a very surge-prone coastline. We saw it really be inundated during Hurricane Katrina. That's kind of the most obvious path that we have here and the most comparison, I'd say, Dr. Nab, because that's about where Hurricane Katrina came in. But ultimately, this is going to be a serious threat to these coastlines that are very vulnerable.
And, that graphic you're showing there that the Hurricane Center provides the data for, that's giving you a broad brush along the coastline. But it is not just going to be an immediate Gulf front problem. You're going to have storm surge happening around lakes and into bays and around very complex coastline. Look at this. This is in Houma, Louisiana, how far inland from the immediate Gulf waters you could have 3, 6, or 6 to 9 feet of storm surge flooding in that community. So if you're being told to evacuate and you can't see the Gulf of Mexico from where you live, realize the Gulf can come see you. Downtown New Orleans doesn't have inundations shown because of the risk reduction system, but you go outside those protection systems in a place like Slidell, Louisiana. This is not on the Gulf front. This is along the northeastern shores of Lake Pontchartrain. Look how much storm surge could happen in that community and over in Mississippi. You don't have to be where the landfall happens to be where storm surge happens to the east. Got to evacuate if told to go.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
We're on the north shore of the New Orleans area on Lake Pontchartrain, and we're expecting coastal surge from the high waters of Lake Pontchartrain on our shores from Madisonville to Slidell. And those areas are subject to flooding during storms like this. So we ask our citizens to be prepared for that, but we're also concerned about the high winds that a Cat 2 or a Cat 3 hurricane will bring to our area.
And then you have to consider what will a Cat 4 do, which is now the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. Lake Pontchartrain, if you don't know, by the way, sits to the north of New Orleans, and the issues there can be the surge on that lake in particular, all right? So we even have the Gulf surge, we have Lake Pontchartrain, which sits in there with the possibility of surges. So we've got hurricane warnings in effect. These are the areas that are highlighted in purple, so it's going to include a good chunk here of Louisiana. It goes inland past I-10, by the way. Then we have tropical storm warnings highlighted in red that extends over into Mississippi, and then farther west along coastal Louisiana, and again, farther north of I-10, north of Lake Charles even. So a lot of issues going to happen for us here in the next 2 days, all right? So hurricane warnings are in effect, but hurricane watches, tropical storm watches extend all the way up toward Jackson, Mississippi. Now, as far as that surge goes, you heard it there. They're very concerned about surge on Pontchartrain. We have issues with storm surge. There's storm surge warnings here. Coastal Louisiana, very marshy here, very flat, very susceptible to storm surge. Coastal Mississippi also very susceptible to storm surge here. So Pascagoula, Biloxi, Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, all locations where high water is anticipated for you here. Could be double-digit storm surge totals here. So we're talking 10 feet or higher. In the light purple area, storm surge watches that could be in effect. The possibility that we see some storm surge in those locations that could inundate homes and neighborhoods. But there's the cone. Hasn't moved all that much. In fact, it's even narrowed a little bit. But here's the big change with the latest advisory. Now forecast to be at or near landfall, Alex, A Category 4 with 140-mile-per-hour winds. Even our Dr. Nab saying Category 5 is not off the table here.
We've seen it before, and Ida is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday. That's August 29th, a date New Orleans will never forget. That's because it's the anniversary of Katrina, made landfall as a Category 3 16 years ago. And at that time, residents were preparing for Katrina's arrival. Now, the window closing on preparation time for Ida. But Dr. Nab, Mike just mentioned that nothing is off the table when it comes to the strength of this storm. And in recent years and well into the past, there are plenty of examples of storms that have just exploded once they gotten into the Gulf.
Yeah, and so we're going to focus on past examples to try to convince everybody that the current forecast that's out there is well within reason and well within the realm of strong possibility. Now, I know on some level, when it's a Category 1 hurricane, for you to, well, I'll wait to see if that Cat 4 forecast pans out. Well, you don't want to discount the forecast, especially when we know that, especially at this time of year, we've had a long history of storms that were not hurricanes or major hurricanes, in most cases in the Caribbean, but ramped up from tropical storm or Cat 1 to Cat 4 or 5 landfall in the Gulf of Mexico. And it happens more often than you might want to remember. And this is a sampling. I don't think I caught every last one of them, but all of these came through roughly the same area. Yucatan over to western Cuba, roughly the same area that Ida is coming through. And most of these entered the Gulf of Mexico not as Cat 2 or stronger hurricanes. A few did, but most of these came into the Gulf as tropical storms or Cat 1 hurricanes like Ida is going to do. And look at how often it has happened, and it has affected every state on the Gulf Coast, that they've ramped up to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall. And essentially all of these intensified from the time they got to the Gulf of Mexico and to the time that they made landfall. What you don't see on here are the Katrinas and the Ritas and other systems that peaked out in intensity in the middle of the Gulf, then came ashore a little bit weaker, although a little bit larger. These are all examples of intensification from start to finish. And that's why the storm surge warning goes so far inland. Doesn't include metropolitan New Orleans because of the risk reduction system. But this is not just about getting ready for Cat 4 winds. This is about getting ready for what a large, intense major hurricane can do in terms of pushing storm surge that far inland from the coast. So, Mike, Alex, this is a very believable forecast, not just in terms of the wind, but the storm surge as well.
Yeah, 100%. Dr. Nab, thank you so much. We want you to stick around. Our live team coverage of Hurricane Ida continues with Mike Seidel. He is in New Orleans for us tonight. The latest from Mike is coming up here in just a few minutes, so stick around for his live report. More on Ida after this.
Welcome back into Weather Underground on this Friday. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis. We've got a lot to watch moving through the next 36 to 48 hours.
And the thing that probably is going to get a lot of attention is what the forecast has done here with the last advisory, Alex. Now forecast to be a Category 4 with 140-mile-per-hour winds at landfall.
Yes, and I want to get you caught up on what we know right now about Hurricane Ida. Louisiana Governor Edwards declared a state of emergency yesterday. That was approved by President Biden this afternoon. The city of New Orleans is calling for voluntary evacuations across the parish. But for areas outside the levee system, there is a mandatory evacuation in place. That includes Irish Bayou, Venetian Isles, and Lake Catherine. Energy companies are also evacuating their crews from Gulf oil platforms. So a lot that continues to emerge. We're monitoring the news side of the situation, but of course you're here for the forecast side of the situation, and for that we go to our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we've got a lot to watch with this storm, and again, the forecast is for a very strong storm approaching the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and Alex, when I think through what I want people to know the most, one is that you need to focus on what this is forecast to be, not what it is now. It's a Cat 1 now, forecast to be a Cat 4, and we even need to plan for the possibility it's a little stronger than what the Hurricane Center is forecasting. It's going to be a large and slow-moving major hurricane when it comes ashore on the northern Gulf Coast, and you've got to evacuate ASAP. if your local officials tell you to go and you need to evacuate from storm surge primarily, but some of you need to evacuate from structures that aren't strong enough to deal with winds that will be a lot stronger than what we've got right now. It's only going to be over western Cuba for a little while. Then later tonight, it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, and it already has overachieved compared to the forecasts from yesterday. Was not forecast to be a hurricane already before getting to western Cuba. So Ida already has a nasty habit of doing more than what the forecast says. So let's get into that mindset that this could end up being a little worse than you might have originally thought. And the atmospheric and ocean conditions are just, unfortunately, extremely conducive for this to strengthen some more. Surface temperatures in the northern Gulf of Mexico are especially warm, and the surface temperatures aren't the whole story. There's deep, warm water right along the path of the hurricane. It's going to be moving along. There's not going to be any churning up of cold water from below. There just isn't much of that. So the fuel is abundant, and the atmosphere around it is starting, unfortunately, to cooperate even more. That upper level low getting out of the way, upper level high pressure taking hold overhead. So the wind shear is going to be weak. The water is more than warm enough, warmer than average, deep warm water. So this is not a forecast you see every day from the Hurricane Center going from Cat 1 to Cat 4 in a couple of days, but that's what we've got. And we've got to treat this with all the seriousness and action that requires. And also, again, we got to realize this is not going to be a really fast-moving system when it comes ashore. So it's going to be a long duration of wind and water. Now, I want to emphasize this is not just going to be a coastal event. Look at how far inland those hurricane warnings go. A lot of people are going to be experiencing life-threatening winds, and look how far the storm surge warning goes from the immediate Gulf front. This is not just going to be, if you can see the Gulf of Mexico, you've got a problem. The Gulf of Mexico is going to come inland and see a lot of people. Mike, this is going to be a big wind and water event, coastal and inland. We only have a day and a half to get ready.
Yes. No, Dr. Knapp, thank you so much for that. We are expecting to hear from Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards in just a moment. Let's get to the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel. He is in New Orleans for us tonight. Mike, I feel like with this latest forecast, where it's forecast to be a Cat 4 at landfall, just truly like ratcheted up the anxiety in a place like New Orleans.
Well, across the state of Louisiana, if you remember, Mike, last year we had Cat 4 Laura in the Lake Charles. Then we had Delta, which was a 2. And then after the season, they upgraded Zeta, a late October hurricane, to a major Cat 3. So Louisiana had a horrible year last year. Now we're looking at a direct hit from a Cat 4 hurricane Sunday night and Monday morning. Here in New Orleans, we won't take the direct hit as far as winds go. But don't let that fool you, because we're still going to have to deal with a lot of rainfall, the risk of flash flooding, and the surge, as Dr. Knapp mentioned, outside the levee system, 7 to 11 feet over Lake Bourne, and that connects with Pontchartrain, 4 to 7 feet there on the North Lake Shore, and 2 of the pumps there are out. But they're going to try to, move the water to other pumping stations and try to get around that issue. And remember, the pumps can handle 1 inch of rainfall per hour and then a ½ inch of rainfall succeeding hours. We may do better than that. So there's a whole litany of issues just because of the heavy rainfall we're expecting, along with the surge, and wind gusts at least 60 miles an hour is going to knock out at least some power here in the Big Easy. Continuing coverage of a very dangerous Hurricane Ida heading towards the Gulf Coast. Stay with the Weather Channel all weekend.
Dish makes TV.
Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards is at the podium right now speaking about Hurricane Ida. Let's take a listen.
I want to start by acknowledging that today is the 1-year anniversary of Hurricane Laura. And while much progress has been made, there's still a long road of recovery left as it relates to the recovery from Hurricane Laura, particularly in southwest Louisiana. And here we are today faced with another storm setting its sights on Louisiana, this time southeast Louisiana. We have some very significant updates for you. What I can tell you is Hurricane Ida is rapidly intensifying, and the situation is changing, it seems, by the hour. We now believe that there is a strong likelihood that this will be a Category 4 hurricane at landfall. That's how quickly the storm is developing. I can tell you that I had an opportunity a short while ago to speak with the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham, and he indicated that the storm is sort of ahead of schedule, meaning they had projected it would be at a certain strength at a certain time, and is beating those projections. And what this means is the rapid intensification is happening. As was expected, it's just happening to a greater degree, or at least faster than expected. So we have a very serious situation on our hands, and it's important that everyone take advantage of all the opportunities that you have, all the time that you have to adequately prepare yourself and your family, and make sure that you stay calm and that you do those things that are required to put you and your family in the best possible position to successfully weather the storm. Hurricane Ida is presently projected to make landfall somewhere between Terrebonne and St. Mary parishes on Sunday evening. By tomorrow night, tropical storm force winds will begin to move onto the coast of Louisiana. And so the next 24 hours are very, very important. Now is the time to finish your preparations. And I want to encourage everyone to understand that by nightfall tomorrow night, you need to be where you intend to ride out the storm, and you need to be postured as you would want to be as that storm approaches you. Make sure that you're paying attention to your family, to your pets, to elderly loved ones and neighbors. Last night, I was able to send a letter to President Biden requesting a pre-landfall federal emergency declaration. I'm very pleased to announce that he approved it earlier today, and we are very grateful for the fact that he approved it and he did so very quickly. I was able to speak to the President just a few moments ago, and I will tell you, I was able to thank him personally, but this declaration is a key part of us being able to respond to Hurricane Ida and really to prepare in advance of landfall. Yesterday, as you all probably know, I also issued a state of emergency declaration for the state of Louisiana. And so both my declaration and the federal declaration issued by the President are for the entire state of Louisiana. As it happens, yesterday I was in Lake Charles with Administrator Criswell of FEMA at the time that we received the weather briefing, 10 o'clock yesterday morning, which was the first time that we really received notice of a forecasted storm that could be a hurricane when it hit Louisiana, and we were able to start our coordinations and communications at that time. Earlier today, I was with Health and Human Services Secretary Becerra in New Orleans as well, and able to thank him for his disaster medical assistance teams and all of the assets that they had previously sent to Louisiana with respect to the COVID emergency that are going to be much more important now, that they're going to continue to work in their capacity as COVID, but as this storm develops. And then there are additional HHS resources that are being brought to bear right now as it relates to the storm. So I had an opportunity to coordinate with him as well. At this time, I'm going to ask Ben of the National Weather Service to come up and give us all the latest on what is a very serious storm. And then I will come back up and give some additional remarks after that, and we will take questions as well. Ben? Oh, there you are.
All right, we're going to dip away from the governor for a moment because we're going to tell you what the storm's going to do. You are joining us here on the Weather Channel, of course, for just that. Newest advisory came in at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. So, of course, we are looking at a major Category 4 hurricane forecast to make landfall here in Louisiana at the end of the weekend. And you are looking at the preparations, or the aftermath, I suppose, of the preparations. A lot of the water, a lot of the bread sold out across those New Orleans area grocery stores. Let's talk about what you need to do to be prepared. You want to plan for evacuation and sheltering. What are you going to need if you are going to stay put or drive? I know gas lines are already very long. Make sure you buy supplies if you haven't already. That window's really closing and it may be tough to find what you need. Do that insurance checkup. That probably should have already been done, but protect your home. Cover those windows with plywood. Use the shutters. Help a friend. Watch your pets and have a written plan for you and your family to follow. We'll be back.
Peloton plant dads, y'all are crushing it on the lead leaderboard. Show some love. High five a friend across the country or right next door. Let's go, Peloton. Hit the mat for core. No
Good evening from New Orleans. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel as we track Hurricane Ida. It is rapidly strengthening ahead of schedule based on yesterday's forecast and now forecast to come in as a major and very dangerous Category 4 hurricane later on Sunday along the coast of Louisiana. Here in New Orleans, we're going to be on the east side. That's the plan right now. There may be some wobbles in the track, but right now it's supposed to come in near Vermilion Bay, Morgan City, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, those areas closer to the track will get the strongest winds. Here we're expecting wind gusts of at least 60 miles an hour. But the bigger concern is how much rain we're expecting and storm surge. Right up through the mouth of the Mississippi in Lake Borgne, we have a surge warning up to 7 to 11 feet. In Lake Pontchartrain, 4 to 7 feet. That's a big surge. And then you throw in 6 to 8 or more inches of rainfall in an area that's basically a big bowl. We have the levee system, the risk reduction system, but we still can get flash flooding. And if the pumps can't pump out the rainfall rate, then we're in trouble. Remember, the pumps generally, the rule is an inch the first hour and a half an inch succeeding hours, and they can pump 1/3 of a million gallons per second. So it's a very intricate system. However, 3 pumps are down, and they're going to reroute that water to other pumps to help remediate that situation. Otherwise, EMS in the New Orleans Fire Department, they're staging boats and high water rescue vehicles in flood-prone areas around New Orleans, so they'll be ready for whatever comes at them on Sunday with a heavy rainfall and the gusty wind. So that's in place. And neutral ground parking. This is where you can take your vehicle and park it on higher ground starting at noon Saturday in the city. Now, that doesn't mean you can block intersections or crosswalks, but if you can find a spot where it's a little bit higher, you can do that, and that'll take care of the risk of any kind of flash flooding when we get the tremendous amount of rainfall we're expecting, Dr. Knapp. So a lot of issues here. Even though we're not going to be right there at the landfall location and maybe not take the eye, it's going to be west. We're going to be on the east side of the storm, so this is not certainly going to be anything near a walk in the park for New Orleans as we get into Sunday and Sunday night and Monday morning.
Yeah, Mike and I want to make sure people in New Orleans don't discount the wind hazard, though. This could end up producing stronger winds there than Zeta did if the track is closer to the city. It's still possible, even though with the center coming ashore. Let me zoom in on the cone here because this will help illustrate the point. So if the center were to go right down the middle or the left side of the cone, that's one thing. But what if it goes down the middle or a little bit to the right? Even though it might be stronger when it comes ashore, say in that scenario, south of New Orleans, that could still bring a significant hurricane, maybe still a major hurricane, depending on how strong it is when it makes landfall, such that it is within the realm of possibility that New Orleans could experience the eastern eye wall. So that might not happen. I hope for your sake that it doesn't, but that is within the realm of possibility. So let's not let our guard down wind-wise in New Orleans. You're under a hurricane warning, and again, you could depending upon the track and intensity, end up getting at least as strong, maybe even stronger winds than what you got with Zeta. So the stronger it is when it comes ashore, and depending upon where it is, that will determine how far inland the hurricane force winds go, how far inland it remains a major hurricane. Remember, Michael, stayed a hurricane quite a while after making landfall. And there are European ensemble track solutions that are all the way from the Louisiana-Mississippi border all the way to near the Texas-Louisiana border. So there's still uncertainty with regard to the exact track of the center in both the Euro ensembles and in the GFS ensembles. They're clustered a little bit closer to the main track, but all of these, just about all of these main solutions from the GFS would put southeast Louisiana on the stronger side, the onshore flow side. And again, depending on how strong it is when it comes ashore, could bring tropical storm conditions as far north as near the Jackson, Mississippi metro. And with all the trees that could come down, the power outages, you've got to get ready for the winds. Now, taking a look quickly at what it's doing right now, it's between the Isle of Youth and the western main part of Cuba there. But look at how far to the northeast the tentacles of this storm are going. And while Key West is not going to get a tropical storm, you have gusted to 40, even 44 miles an hour. So you're feeling the presence of Ida. Wow, sure could be a lot worse, so you'll take it. But you're getting those squalls on the northeastern side. And that just is another example of how these are not just a point on the map. They're not just a line on a track. This is going to be a large, slow-moving major hurricane with wind and water extending well away from the center, Mike.
Dr. Knapp, thanks for that update. We want you to stick around. Coming up at the top of the hour, our live team coverage continues. We're breaking down where we'll see the biggest storm surge, flooding, rains, even a tornado threat. And stay with the Weather Channel as we track Ida. Don't forget, you can download our app for your TV. We'll be right back.
New customers get our...
Tonight, live coverage as we track Hurricane Ida. And hurricane warnings have just been issued for the Louisiana coast, and the storm gaining strength. And there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. Projected now to be a major hurricane at landfall. State of emergency in effect in Louisiana, with storm surge levels expected to reach more than 12 feet. Coastal residents are now being urged to evacuate.
And Ida is on the fast track to the coast. That means the clock is ticking to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, and your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist coming up right now on Weather Underground.
Hi, everyone. Welcome in. We're with you till 9 o'clock tonight here on Weather Underground as we track Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. 5 p.m. advisory was issued last hour, and with that came hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings for parts of coastal Louisiana. That's where, Mike, we're looking at a major hurricane landfall.
Yeah, this, with the last advisory and the forecast at landfall at 140 miles per hour, I think that perked up a lot of ears and got people's attention, right? Right now, 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's already rapidly intensified in the last day. Northwest moon at 45 miles northwest of the Isle of Youth here. The thing is, it's interacting a little bit with the western tip of Cuba at this point. Once it emerges back into the Gulf of Mexico, I think we're off to the races here. Forecast to rapidly intensify once again. Right now, hurricane warnings here in Cuba, tropical storm warnings in effect. We also have some pretty gusty winds in South Florida at this point. Now, the hurricane hunters are now en route. There's a hurricane low, there's a low invest that's in red, and then we've got a white track here. What that is the high elevation plane here that's going to kind of go all the way around the periphery of it and drop zones in this, and that'll help us get a better idea of what the forecast then will be. All that data will go into the forecast models, and hopefully we can really hone in on the forecast. Although the forecast, I got to admit, has not changed much here in the last couple of days here. It's remained relatively steady here. All the models have been in very good agreement where this thing is going, and it's basically dead center at Louisiana. But here's really the thing that has changed here this evening. The Sunday afternoon, evening, forecasting 140-mile-per-hour winds at landfall. That has gone up significantly from the prior forecast here. Was forecast to be, yesterday at this time, forecast to be 110, a Cat 2, now a Cat 4. Could it potentially go even higher? Well, let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, for some analysis of that. Dr. Knapp, I feel like it's already, maybe in some ways, at least met, if not exceeded, the forecast. I want to get you kind of some inside information from you because you were the director of the Hurricane Center. If you're a hurricane forecaster and you're now forecasting 140, you must be very confident in that because I don't feel like the forecast ever really gets that high.
Yeah, it is not a common occurrence for a Hurricane Center forecaster to forecast going from Cat 1 to Cat 4 in a couple days. That you only do when you have a tremendous amount of confidence. And there are so many reasons, unfortunately, why I can't fault them for doing that. I mean, it is a reasonable forecast. And we'll talk about some hurricane history in a few minutes to show you how often this actually does happen, more often than you might think as systems go through the Gulf of Mexico. But it has already gotten stronger by today than what yesterday's forecast showed. So Ida already has a habit of overachieving intensity-wise. So this is a very reasonable forecast. And it might be kind of in the middle of the possibilities. It could come in a little weaker. It could come in a little stronger. Always have to plan for the possibility of a category stronger. Let's zoom in on New Orleans, too, because we often go straight to the wind and the storm surge, and I want to make sure I don't leave out the rain-induced flooding for Sunday, Sunday night, and Monday. That's just day one. This could end up being, for some of you, one of the worst aspects of what's going to be an intense, large, and relatively slow-moving hurricane. And this is not just going to be a coastal event, folks. This is going to bring a tremendous amount of wind, a tornado threat, and rain-induced flooding way inland here over the southeastern U.S. into Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee and maybe even north from there. So we've got to get ready for flooding from freshwater, in addition to the flooding from saltwater. And I want to talk to the folks who aren't in the cone or are maybe not in the middle of the cone. This is going to be a big, strong hurricane. The effects are going to extend well away from the center, well outside the cone. So let's say, for example, that it comes ashore somewhere along that line or shortly thereafter in the PM hours on Sunday. Maybe it comes ashore as something at least that strong, but it's not going to lose all that much punch. And in a place like New Orleans, if the track were somewhere in here, you could conceivably get the eastern eye wall and maybe even get hurricane or major hurricane conditions for a little bit. That is within the realm of possibility. Something farther to the left could unfortunately bring Lafayette, maybe even Lake Charles, into stronger winds. So we got to get ready for what could be life-threatening wind near the coast and some distance inland as well. Then that slow motion is very concerning, and anything to the right of track is going to have a fairly significant tornado risk, I fear. Look how far inland the hurricane warning goes. You got to be thinking about sheltering from the wind, that like you would for a tornado, in all seriousness, especially since trees could come down. You might not live in that strong of a home. Look how far north the tropical storm watches go, all the way to the Jackson, Mississippi area, for example. And look at how far inland from the immediate Gulf Coast the storm surge warning goes. Not for downtown New Orleans with the risk reduction system, but, Alex, a big, slow-moving major hurricane is going to be a big storm surge producer. Wind and water, coastal and away from the coast.
Absolutely. This is a part of our coast that is especially susceptible to surge. And New Orleans is in the cone, a city all too familiar with what a hurricane can do. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is live in New Orleans, and knowing the city's getting ready. And we're also approaching a somber anniversary for the city, which I think just adds a little extra hesitancy, to say the least.
Yes, indeed. On Monday, it'll be the 16th anniversary. Hard to believe 16 years just like that have passed since Hurricane Katrina hit this area, and we had that surge in Mississippi up to 28 feet. Meanwhile, as we go through this afternoon and this evening, we've had a few showers, but we've got the hurricane warning, we have the storm surge warning, and again, the surge will be outside the levee protection system. But if you get down towards Jefferson Parish and those parishes south and west of here, there are mandatory evacuations right now. Lafourche Parish, also in Plaquemines Parish on the entire east bank and most of the west bank from the refinery down to Venice. Here in New Orleans, we have a voluntary evacuation. The only mandatory evacuation is in an area between Bourne and Pontchartrain, which basically nobody lives out. There's a marina over there, but that's basically unpopulated. The rain is going to be another big issue. 5 to 8 inches of rain. The pumps can handle 1 inch the first hour and theoretically a ½ inch an hour after that, so they'll be working overtime. A much better setup than we had 16 years ago with Katrina, when the failure led to a lot of New Orleans getting flooded out. And then the wind. Right now we're forecasting peak wind gust Sunday, later Sunday Sunday and a Monday morning at least 60 miles an hour. So that's going to knock out some power. And along with that, with the wind and the surge, the flash flood aspect. So right now, you can get your car up on higher ground starting at noon tomorrow, Dr. Nab, and keep it out of harm's way as the water may rise from flash flooding, not from overtopping the levees here in Orleans Parish inside the levee system.
Yeah, so isn't it interesting how much has changed since Katrina with not only the construction of the risk reduction system, but now there are storm surge warnings where there didn't used to be in 2005. So some places are under a storm surge warning, but not a hurricane warning. And vice versa. Depends on exactly where you are. And that's why in New Orleans, keep reminding you, don't sleep on the wind hazard. You're under a hurricane warning. And you could get winds stronger than what happened in Zeta, but you're not in downtown New Orleans under a storm surge warning, mainly because of that risk reduction system. Now, let's take a look at what this is going to do intensity-wise. It only has a little while longer interacting with western Cuba. It's not going to have a big impact on what you ultimately get on the northern Gulf Coast. It's still going to have, unfortunately, plenty of time once the core moves north of western Cuba to tap into the warm waters and the weak wind shear that it'll be experiencing in the Gulf of Mexico. Not a lot of surface obs in here, and we'll get the aircraft data examined here in a little while and see what the next missions are showing. But you've had some squalls going across Key West, but here is the core. You see some overshooting tops. This is the main area of convection that we need to watch closely once it gets out in the Gulf of Mexico to see how quickly it might tighten up and how soon do we get an eye that pops out on the visible imagery, because this could rapidly intensify because of not only the warm waters at the surface. Look at how warm the northern Gulf is at the surface, but the southern Gulf is no picnic either, because you've got deep warm water, and the hurricane is going to be eventually going over extremely deep warm waters. It's just not going to churn up cold water from below. Upper level high pressure is taking hold. Not going to be wind shear to keep the intensity down. So all the factors are there for steady to rapid intensification. You got to take that 140 miles an hour and realize it's not necessarily going to be perfectly accurate. We all hope it's not that strong. It could be a little stronger than that. It could go through some ups and downs along the way. But again, don't focus on the time of landfall. You got to get ready by the time the winds of tropical storm force arrive, which is likely Sunday morning, possibly late Saturday night. So, Alex, that means preparations and sheltering from wind need to be done in your safe place. I would go to bed tomorrow night in that safe place.
Absolutely. Make sure you are ready to go. The window of opportunity to prepare is most certainly closing. I know you're thinking, well, I just heard about this, 2 days ago? It's moving quickly. It's going to make an impact. So now is the time to act. Don't wait. Don't think I'll do it tomorrow, because after tomorrow, there is no more time. Things you need to remember to survive the storm. When it comes to hurricane winds, we'll talk about windows. Cover them, shutters or plywood, what you want to use. Do not tape windows. It's a waste of time and actually can make things more dangerous because you've got larger pieces of glass flying around. Shelter like you would for a tornado. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and do not stay in a mobile home. Don't stay on the upper floors of a high rise either. If you are higher up, yes, you're away from the water, but you're more susceptible to the winds. And Mike, really, if you have any consideration or any uncertainty about the status of your structure, your home, go somewhere that you're sure is safe.
Really, really good advice there, because you don't want to take any chances. Not with this one, that's for sure. We know there's a very vulnerable surge coastline here, unfortunately, because it's very low lying, a lot of marshland in Louisiana, susceptible coastline in Mississippi as well. Storm surge watches in the light purple color here, western Louisiana, all the way over into Alabama, but storm surge warnings, meaning within the next about 36-ish hours now, the storm surge is coming in from coastal Mississippi back toward Pekin Island here. That does include New Orleans and up around Lake Pontchartrain as well. Now, New Orleans, we have the risk reduction system. It's not right in the city, but you can see on Pontchartrain, a surge forecast here is 4 to 7 feet, but the highest surge likely to be right near the landfall location and just east of the center. 10 to 15 feet of surge is forecast at this point into coastal Mississippi. We could be looking at anywhere from 4 to 11 feet of storm surge. I can tell you, if after being in Long Beach, Mississippi, after Hurricane Katrina, that's going to wipe out some things right at the coastline, all right? I know that we've all rebuilt now. We've gone higher with our buildings, but if you take a look at our vulnerable coastline here, that shallow shelf just works against us. In a place like, say, Bay St. Louis or Long Beach, Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula, a lot of this elevation, and you see highlighted in yellow, is below 10 feet, putting about 44,000 people at risk and 22,000 homes at risk, Dr. Nab. So a lot of people, that's just one small coastline. You look at the rest of the coastline, we're just adding to that number here. So being in the surge path is a bad place to be.
Yeah, so knowing the vulnerability of that part of our coastline that you just showed, the shape of the coastline, the low elevations, the shallow Gulf waters that go out a long distance, all those factors make you very vulnerable to storm surge, even in a tropical storm, never mind something that could end up being a very strong major hurricane. And I don't want you to be thinking, well, I need to evacuate by the time of landfall, because you need to get out sooner than that. The center of circulation could be getting very near the coastline on Sunday afternoon, but you can't wait till then, because the winds of tropical storm force and maybe some rising waters are likely to start arriving Sunday morning and might even start arriving late Saturday night. We got to get evacuated into our safe place tonight and tomorrow, and go to bed in that safe place already evacuated, because Sunday morning you don't want to be trying to make a last-minute evacuation. That could be too late. And look at how large the global models are depicting this hurricane to be. This is going to be pushing a tremendous amount of water into that concave-shaped coastline that Mike was showing you. Both models show a strengthening system up until the time of landfall. And even after landfall, you're still going to have high water. So this large, slow-moving system could produce a long duration of storm surge. Now, these values that Mike was showing you that come from the Hurricane Center are just the broad brush of what could happen in those coastal areas. But I want to show you some specific vulnerable spots. Look at Houma, Louisiana, southwest of New Orleans. You're not right on the Gulf front. Look at how much storm surge, several feet in some places, could have happened in that community. Not in the core of New Orleans because of the risk reduction system, but across the lake. Look at the Slidell, Louisiana area. Mike, Alex, I'm really concerned about folks who might think, well, I don't live right on the Gulf or right on the lakefront. I'm not vulnerable. The water can come way inland, blocks or miles, to come flood your area.
And the other water threat, of course, will be the rainfall that could lead to flooding. You're watching in the area now and going, well, it's raining now, and it's actually raining pretty steadily and heavily. This actually not associated with Ida. We've got another disturbance offering up the rain today into tomorrow. Then Ida's bands begin to work in on Sunday. So as we get into the morning hours, you can see some heavy downpours possible into portions of southern Louisiana. During the day tomorrow, more of the same. New Orleans area could get in on some of those heavy downpours. And then we get you into Sunday, and we begin to see some of that rainfall from Ida and in advance of Ida, and eventually with Ida, work into the area. So by the time all is said and done, Sunday through Tuesday, this is just Ida expected rainfall. We could be looking at a half foot or more across the Louisiana cities of Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, even heading over towards Biloxi. I think 5 to 6 inches most certainly in play. We'll be right back.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme,
Go, go, go!
intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Don't you want this job?
Don't miss Working Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
I think the people here are resilient. They know the drill. They know the move when we tell them to, and they've been very astute to that. So we've asked them to seek higher ground. COVID has made very challenging times for all of us. So we ask that they find a safe place and that we'll get through this together.
Kirk Lepine there, president of Plaquemines Parish in Louisiana. Very vulnerable coastline there, a very vulnerable parish. And so getting people out of harm's way is of the utmost urgency at this point. Take a look at where we have the hurricane warnings, in fact, highlighted in purple here. That'll include Port Fourchon and Grand Isle and Houma, Morgan City, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, New Orleans. And it goes past I-10, by the way. And then we also have tropical storm warnings that basically bookend our hurricane warnings. So now they've got the areas with tropical storm watches, hurricane watches highlighted in orange and in yellow. That extends over toward Lake Charles, coastal Mississippi, over to Alabama, and then all the way up to Jackson, Mississippi, up I-55. So really intense stuff is coming our way. There's a look at storm surge warnings in effect, storm surge watches in light purple and this pink color, storm surge warnings in effect. Very vulnerable coastline here where with the current forecast track, it is a near certainty at this point that a Grand Isle, a Morgan City, a Houma, you're going to go underwater if the forecast maintains with a storm surge that could be 10 to 15 feet because of this. What has happened here this afternoon? Now forecast with a increasing size of hurricane, now increasing our intensity to 140 miles per hour. Alex, I'll do the math for you. That's Category 4 at landfall.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that storm expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday, it falls on a date that New Orleans residents will never forget. August 29th, the anniversary of Katrina, which made landfall as a Category 3. That occurred 16 years ago. Now, during that time, residents were preparing for Katrina. Now they're running out of time to prepare for Ida. And Dr. Knabb, we've been talking about storms that so often or in our past have exploded when they got into the Gulf. Some of those in very recent years.
It is unfortunately something that happens more often than you might realize. A rapidly intensifying hurricane that goes from tropical storm or Cat 1 when it enters the Gulf of Mexico to as strong as Cat 4 or 5 at landfall in the Gulf of Mexico. And going from Thursday into Friday, Ida already got stronger than was forecast on Thursday. So it has already that personality of something that's going to overachieve intensity-wise. And the upper level pattern over the last day has gotten more conducive for strengthening. Not going to be much wind shear over the Gulf of Mexico. Sea surface temperatures are very warm, warmer than average in the Gulf, especially the northern Gulf of Mexico. But it's not just about what's going on at the surface. It's the very deep, warm water that Ida will be going over. It just has so much fuel to tap into. So when you look at the intensity forecast and you see Hurricane Center forecasting rapid intensification, can you believe it? Well, historically, we've had lots of rapid intensification in the Gulf of Mexico. It's one of the most common areas of the whole Atlantic Basin to have that happen. And let's look at a little bit of history here. All of these hurricanes made landfall somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico at Cat 4 or 5 intensity after having not been moving through the entire Caribbean as hurricanes, entering the Gulf of Mexico as borderline hurricanes or tropical storms in most cases. And look at how many of these rapidly intensified essentially all the way up to the time of landfall. It's just amazing how common this has been. Now, not all of these particular examples got to Cat 4 and 5, but Michael certainly did. Laura certainly did. Those two examples are the really recent ones that show that when you come into the Gulf of Mexico as a tropical storm or a Cat 1 hurricane, there is unfortunately time to get to Cat 4 or 5 by the time of landfall. And looking over history, we've had that kind of thing happen going into Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi or Alabama, and as Michael shows, even Florida. So we have to believe what the Hurricane Center is forecasting, that it is well within the realm of possibility, based on history, based on the current conditions, to get all the way to something like a Cat 4 or 5 before landfall.
Dr. Knapp, thanks for that. Our live team coverage of Ida continues next. Our Mike Seidel is in New Orleans. Mike.
Hey, Mike, back here in the Big Easy where they're prepping for what could be a major hurricane hit here in the Big Easy. Biggest concern, the rainfall and the surge, and then the wind, too. We'll talk about impacts coming up as our coverage continues around the clock into early next week.
The next 24 hours are very, very important. Now is the time to finish your preparations.
That was Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards discussing the preparations and what's going to happen for his state. Emergency managers, other officials working very hard ahead of Ida. We welcome you back into Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis.
Yeah, they've declared a state of emergency there in Louisiana, rightfully so, with potentially a Category 4 making landfall this weekend. So a lot to dissect between now and then for sure.
All right, I want to get you caught up on what we know about Hurricane Ida. President Biden has approved that request from the state of Louisiana for a federal emergency declaration. The city of New Orleans is calling for voluntary evacuations across the parish and mandatory evacuations for those who live outside the levee system. Energy companies are also evacuating crews from Gulf of Mexico oil platforms. Want to head over to our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we are looking at a very possibly strong hurricane approaching the Gulf Coast sooner rather than later. This is really on a fast track.
It is, and so we don't have all that much time. It's basically tonight and tomorrow. By tomorrow night, you need to be in the coastal regions under the hurricane and storm surge warnings. You need to be in your safe place by tomorrow night when you go to bed, so that when you wake up Sunday morning and conditions are going downhill quickly, that you're in a safe place, evacuated from storm surge and sheltering like you would for a tornado, for hurricane or even major hurricane conditions. It's about to cross western Cuba, so later tonight it'll be into the Gulf of Mexico, and then there just aren't any hindrances that we can see between there and landfall on the northern Gulf Coast, with a little less than 2 days. But it has plenty of time over the warm waters with weak wind shear to become something 140 miles an hour plus or minus in terms of the max winds. That's Cat 4. It could end up being weaker, especially if it goes through any internal structural changes, eyewall replacement cycles. But we're still expecting a major hurricane at landfall, Cat 3, 4, or 5. You got to be prepared for all those possibilities. And you can't plan to be ready by the time landfall at the center occurs. You got to be ready sooner than that, because the winds of tropical storm force will likely start arriving by Sunday morning, possibly even late Saturday night. That's why I say you don't want to wait till Sunday morning to wake up and then finish your preparations. That, in all likelihood, will be too late. And once the winds start, so will the heavy rain. And Sunday night into Monday, just for starters, could be a very dangerous day for flash flooding in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge, and extending northward from there, where the heavy rainfall is along that track going to bring tremendous amounts of moisture way inland, all the way through Tennessee and Kentucky over the next several days, but with very heavy rain down near the coastal area. So that's just the one type of flooding that we could be dealing with. But with this kind of track, with this kind of intensity, and this shape of the coastline, we are very vulnerable to storm surge flooding, even after landfall on the right-hand side of wherever it comes ashore. That's why the hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings are up. And again, the hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings aren't all in the same place. New Orleans, you're under a hurricane warning. Look how far north those tropical storm watches go. But downtown New Orleans, not under a storm surge warning because of the risk reduction system. But look at how far inland from the Gulf front these storm surge warnings go. And it includes the coastline of Mississippi. And the values that we could get out of a storm like this, double digits above normally dry ground possible, Mike.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thanks for that. We know the time is running out to get ready. Let's get to New Orleans tonight as they prepare for Ida. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is there. Mike, when it comes to this flood risk reduction system, let's be honest here, it's never really had a test before. This will certainly test it.
This will test it in the biggest way since Katrina, which we'll see the anniversary 16 years on Sunday. Back to New Orleans, we have a system here the levee system, and what it does, it protects the levee, protects the city, which is a big bowl, from the water coming in, and they pump the water away. And that's what it's going to be doing Sunday and Monday. The water in this situation will be all that rainfall. Now, we're expecting 5 to 8 inches of rain. We could see more, we could see less, depending on if the track wobbles farther west or east. We will see wind, too. Winds could gust upwards of hurricane force later Sunday, Sunday night, and Monday morning. So you get 70 to 75-mile-hour winds as the train comes down the tracks. That is going to knock out power and certainly could cause some minor structural damage. But the risk of flooding and the surge, Pontchartrain, a surge of 4 to 7 feet. Lake Bourne, which is just south and east of Pontchartrain, 7 to 11 feet. So all that water is going to be pushed up through the mouth of the Mississippi because we're going to be on the east side of the hurricane. Ida, forecast to be a Cat 4, continuing coverage, morning, noon, and night all weekend right here.
Before
Long lines, full grocery carts. These shoppers in New Orleans are grabbing food, water, other basics as Ida approaches the Gulf Coast. Now, all around the city, stores are struggling to keep up with the demand. As you can imagine, people are also making a run for gas. Stations have long lines and also making a run for generators. So again, the time to prepare is now. That window of opportunity closing. We're looking at a later Sunday landfall across the Gulf Coast. So again, we'll begin to feel impacts as early as Sunday morning for some of these communities. So the time to prepare is now. If you haven't yet, you've got quite a bit to do. You want to plan for evacuation and sheltering, of course, first. Think about where you are, what kind of structure you're in, and where you would want to go should there be threats in your area, especially water. If you are in one of those storm surge areas, you need to head to a safe spot. Also, if you're in an area or a structure that would be more susceptible to the wind, you may want to think about finding a different place. And if you are going to be heading to those storm shelters put up by local authorities, local municipalities, make sure you've got the mask. COVID protocols still in play. Buy supplies and be prepared for long lines for gas, for groceries. Protect your home and help friends, especially if you maybe have any elderly neighbors or relatives who may need a hand getting ready for the storm. Make sure you offer to do that, and think of your pets as well. Mike?
All right, Alex, thank you for that. And we know that Lake Charles, Louisiana, still recovering after being hit by 2 hurricanes last year. First Laura and then Delta just a week later, back to back, followed up by a brutal winter and floods in the spring. Now, the town bracing for Hurricane Ida. The mayor of Lake Charles, Nick Hunter, joins us now. Mayor, thanks for being with us. I know that what's happening now is not what you want to see. Give us an update. What shape is Lake Charles in right now, and what are you anticipating from Ida? What could that do to your town?
Lake Charles is still a very battered city. You mentioned it, but we have gone through more federally declared natural disasters than any American city in history. So the idea of even being on the edges of a Cat 4 hurricane is serious for this community.
Through what you've experienced during the last year, trying to get the help that you need and looking at the kinds of help that have come from the federal level after past major hurricanes. And I want to give you the chance to make your case for the help that you still need.
Well, I'm going to answer that because you asked it of me. Right now, of course, we're focused on the immediate needs and human safety. So that's the most urgent need right now. But since you asked, I will say that we sit here 365 days post-Hurricane Laura and having gone through 4 federally declared natural disasters, and we do not have supplemental disaster aid. This is the same type of aid that came 10 days after Hurricane Katrina, 34 days after Hurricane Andrew, 98 days after Superstorm Sandy. Those communities needed the help, and they got it. We sit here having gone through 4, more than any other community in American history, and we're languishing. We are pleading with the federal government for additional assistance. The Road Home program, after Hurricane Katrina, spent $9 billion reestablishing people in healthy, sustainable housing. The Restore program, after the 2016 Baton Rouge floods, did the same thing with $650 million. Here in Southwest Louisiana, what do we have? Zero. Absolutely $0 for a program like a Road Home or Restore. It's just a terrible, egregious, embarrassing episode.
I got to imagine that the community feels defeated. They're scared when they look at a forecast like this. What are you hearing? What are you saying to your residents?
Well, I'm telling them that we're all human and that those emotions are very real and justified and widespread. I think to have empathy is important. And I like to tell people I'm a mayor, but I'm also a dad and a husband, and so we feel a lot of those emotions together in this community. And anytime you see something like Hurricane Ida heading your way, it really does engender some PTSD in the community. So that is part of the reason, because we are a very battered community still after what we went through, that we called for a voluntary evacuation just about an hour ago.
Yeah, so Mayor, let's expand upon that. Under a tropical storm warning, given the damage that your town is still trying to recover from, what specific challenges does a tropical storm pose? Because people might not have the same kind of shelter they had before Laura and Delta.
Sure. Well, the biggest concerns we have is always human safety and the protection of human life. There's a lot of people that are living in RVs and mobile homes right now that were in much more stable shelter before Hurricane Laura. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who are living in compromised structures. There's a lot of people who are living in homes with tarps, blue tarps on their roof rather than a traditional roof. People that have storm damage throughout their homes because of the lack of federal resources. So that's a very real scenario. Any tropical storm force winds would be a very difficult and precarious situation to be in.
Lake Charles Mayor Nick Hunter. Mayor, thanks for being with us. We hope you get the help you need. We hope you fare well through Ida as well. We want you to stick around. We're going to have a lot more coverage of Hurricane Ida still to come, including live coverage from New Orleans. We're back after this.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But
Hello, I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We are in New Orleans ahead of Ida, a very dangerous hurricane. It will be. It's forecast to become a major Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds up to 140 miles an hour before it makes landfall later on Sunday. We've got the hurricane warnings up from Intercoastal City over to the mouth of the Pearl River in Mississippi. And that does include here in the city of New Orleans, a city well known for flooding because of the way it's been created in this big bowl. But they do have the levee protection system reducing that risk. And it's, been completely rebuilt and revitalized since Katrina, which the anniversary is coming up on Sunday. Hard to believe it's been 16 years ago. So that's got us hopeful that we're going to be in pretty good shape from that angle. But we're still going to have a lot of rain, and we have those storm surge warnings for water that could be 7 to 11 feet above normally dry ground around the edges of Lake Bourne. And remember, just north and east of Bourne, or north and west of Bourne, is Lake Pontchartrain. And right there, we're going to have a surge forecast of 4 to 7 feet. So a whole litany of issues with the surge, the flash flooding, and then the wind. Right now, we're forecasting wind gusts at least hurricane force, and that could be the low end of the scale if the storm wobbles a little farther to the east. That could happen. We're still about 2 days away from landfall, and there could be some little wobbles, so that makes the difference of where the eastern eye wall goes and doesn't go. But right now, we're thinking at least hurricane force wind gusts. That means power outages. You get closer to the track of the storm, and it gets a lot worse, especially with power and even structural damage at that point if you've got winds gusting over 120, 125 miles an hour. Dr. Nab, I think our first landfalling hurricane in the U.S. this season. We've had these tropical storms landfall, but they haven't been anything like the intensity forecast with Ida.
Yeah, and Mike, as bad as 2020 was for the state of Louisiana and as bad as Zeta was for New Orleans, if, as he mentioned, the track takes the eastern eye wall near or right over New Orleans, you could have a worse wind event in Ida than you did in Zeta, like he mentioned. Power outages, downed trees, and or structural damage are all possibilities in the city of New Orleans, even though you're not under the storm surge warning protected by the post-Katrina risk reduction system. Ida is a Category 1 hurricane, and I know you might be thinking, can it really go from Cat 1 to Cat 4, or maybe even a little stronger than the 140 miles an hour forecast by the Hurricane Center? Yes, it's happened a number of times before in the Gulf of Mexico, especially this time of year. And even though it has just a couple days, maybe a little less over the Gulf, the waters are really warm, the wind shear is going to be really weak, and it has already overachieved even before going over western Cuba. Now, there are plenty of track scenarios that are something other than going right down the middle of the cone. Some of them go pretty close to the Texas border with Louisiana. Some go along the Mississippi border of Louisiana, and many of these bring plenty of impacts outside the cone, far away from where the track of the center is forecast to go by the cone, by the various models. You look at the main GFS run, but even its ensemble members are on the left or the right of that, and a lot of those put Baton Rouge, New Orleans, the Mississippi coast, Mobile, on the right side of the cone. Stronger winds, great risk of storm surge. Even over in the Florida Panhandle, this scenario poses a nasty risk of life-threatening rip currents. And you got to get ready, not by the time of landfall of the center, but by the time that winds of tropical storm force start arriving. That's likely Sunday morning early, and it's even possible it could be late Saturday night. So you got tonight and tomorrow to get ready. I would be going to bed in your safe place, having been evacuated to a safe shelter, because we have to treat this like a tornado. When you're sheltering from hurricane and especially major hurricane force winds, you got to be in a safe place for the wind. And then for the inland folks, this could be not only a wind event, but a tornado event and a flash flood event. Look how far inland from the immediate coastline the hurricane warnings go. Look how far north the storm surge warnings go. Not for downtown New Orleans because of the risk reduction system, but blocks to miles inland from the immediate Gulf front is where life-threatening storm surge has a danger of occurring. So we've got to evacuate by Saturday night in the coastal areas, because that's when the tropical storm conditions could start arriving. You got to be out of these areas. And this is just a broad brush, but Alex, this is a slow-moving, large major hurricane, double-digit storm surge flooding above normally dry ground. That's above the shot I'm standing in. That's way above my head.
Yeah, scary stuff. Hopefully everyone is preparing. And we've got much more in our way of team coverage on Hurricane Ida. It continues next at the top of the hour. We're going to break down who could see some of the biggest in terms of flooding rain.
1, 2, 5.
Tonight, live coverage as we track Hurricane Ida. Hurricane warnings just issued for the Louisiana coast. This storm gaining strength, and there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. It's now projected to be a Category 4 hurricane, and a state of emergency is in effect for Louisiana with storm surge levels that could reach 15 feet. Coastal residents now being urged to evacuate.
Ida on the fast track to the coast, and that means the clock is ticking to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, and your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist coming up now on Weather Underground.
We're glad you're with us here for Weather Underground. We will be with you until 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight as we track Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. Mike, some sobering details coming out of our advisories today. We've already seen strengthening, and we anticipate much more. Category 4 expected at landfall, with the caveat that it could be stronger.
When you hear now that winds could be as high as 140 miles per hour at a landfall, it gets a lot of people's attention, and rightfully so, because this thing it means business. We've already rapidly intensified in the last 24 hours, and it will probably continue to do that as it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. Some interaction with Cuba right now doesn't seem like that's having a big effect on it necessarily, but northwest moving at 15 miles per hour. Pressure's now down to 985 millibars. That will continue to drop as then correspondingly the winds will go up. Hurricane warnings, west end of Cuba here, and tropical storm warnings in and around Cuba, kind of splits Cuba. But we've got planes out there that have been flying around, and now we have the high altitude planes that are flying around the system. Now what they're going to be doing is sampling the atmosphere in and around. What that helps us do then is put that data into the forecast models. That helps the forecast as far as intensity and track. So very valuable things happening right now with the flights currently. But this is really the big concern. By Sunday afternoon, right there where that line is, and we're almost right at landfall, forecast to be a pretty intense hurricane, folks. Category 4, then spreading some heavy rain inland, but this is going to be a very serious threat. And time is running out right now for the people on the Gulf Coast to get ready. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, is with us. Dr. Knabb, I want to ask you one very specific question here, because the mayor of New Orleans has said they do not have time to enact contraflow, so therefore they cannot institute a mandatory evacuation. So what does that mean for the folks of New Orleans with a Cat 4 bearing down on them?
Well, that means that if you are in a structure that's not safe from hurricane or major hurricane force winds, you live in the city of New Orleans, you're under hurricane warning, you need to leave as soon as you can so that you don't risk not being able to get out, especially if the system rapidly intensifies and now people get more and more concerned about the wind risk. Maybe evacuation instructions become a little bit stronger. So it means the sooner you take action and take this forecast seriously and not wait to see if it actually becomes a major hurricane, the better chance you have of getting to a safe place from out of storm surge, out of a structure that can't handle the wind. And that's what a rapid intensification scenario presents as the biggest problem, is that there might be more evacuation instructions coming, and then the time gets really compressed. So if you have any concerns about the safety of where you are, the sooner you get out, the better, because we definitely have a storm surge problem with this, and we are certainly hopeful that the risk reduction system around the city of New Orleans protects the city from storm surge, but a lot of other areas at risk for storm surge. A lot of you are going to be told to evacuate if you haven't yet, and then even in the city of New Orleans and a lot of other places, we've got very strong winds from what could be a Category 4 hurricane, plus or minus, when it comes ashore. And the confidence is pretty high that it comes ashore in Louisiana, but it could be as far west as near the Texas border, as far east as near the Mississippi border. So don't assume that it's going to go right down the middle of the cone. If you're in New Orleans or Baton Rouge, don't think, oh, it's going to go west of us, we're not going to get the core of the hurricane. You could get the eyewall. Maybe it's not at peak intensity, maybe it's not at landfall intensity, but it could be a major hurricane, and the GFS has tracks that are on both sides of the cone. And another thing about the track and the center and the cone and all that is, don't base when you need to be evacuated by and be ready by based on when landfall time of the center is forecast to be. The weather will get really dangerous and life-threatening before the center comes ashore, maybe Sunday in the PM hours. It could be early Sunday morning that the tropical storm force winds likely to arrive. It's even possible that they arrive late Saturday night. So that's why tonight and tomorrow are the prep times. And so when you think about, a little bit more than a day from now, I need to be going to my safe place to stay for the storm. The sooner you get to that safe place, the sooner you have your supplies, the better. If you're in the storm surge warning, danger of life-threatening storm surge, it does not include the city of New Orleans, but outside the protection system, storm surge warning, north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, coastline of Mississippi. Look how far west it goes, over to Vermilion Bay, Grand Isle. Look how far inland from the Gulf Coast that storm surge warning goes. Look how far inland from the immediate Gulf front the hurricane warning goes. And so New Orleans and Baton Rouge, You're under a hurricane warning. That means, Alex, we have the distinct possibility of not only power outages, but trees coming down and maybe even structural damage. This could be life-threatening wind.
Absolutely. And New Orleans is a city with a storied history with hurricanes, all too familiar, unfortunately, with what these storms can do. So the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is in New Orleans as they prepare ahead of Hurricane Ida's arrival. Mike, I've got to imagine residents are also a little nervous and hesitant knowing how strong this is forecast to be.
Well, they've got to be, especially if they lived through Katrina. And we just got the update from another parish, St. Charles Parish. That's just west of here, and we're in Orleans Parish. Mandatory evacuation kicks in tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. They've asked everyone to leave the parish by 5 p.m. tomorrow. So we add that to the list of Plaquemines and also Lafourche Parish. They've also issued mandatory evacuations. Grand Isle, yes. Grand Isle is being evacuated because they are basically a barrier island. They got hit pretty hard by a tropical storm last year. We were down there for Cristobal, and then Zeta at the end of the year got them. So they've lost a part of the levee system, and just about everybody's heading out of town except for some local police officials and I think one person from the fire department. Back here in New Orleans, we are under a hurricane warning. The storm surge warnings for the area lakes, including Lake Bourne, and then up north of town, Lake Pontchartrain, a big old lake there, 4 to 7 feet, 7 to 11 feet on the Lake Bourne storm surge. Perfect timing for the train. And as we get into Sunday night and Monday, that water is going to be pushed up into those lakes as the storm is highly likely the center will go to our west. So we'll get the east side and the heavy rainfall. Remember, we have the risk reduction system, the levees, but it rains inside the levees into the giant bowl, and that water's got to be pumped out. So they'll be doing that certainly through the extent of the storm. And the winds, too. Yes, at this point, with this current track, we're not going to get the strongest winds, but we're still going to get at least hurricane-force wind gusts, and they could be even stronger if the track wobbles a little bit farther to the east with the changes in the next, Dr. Nab, we're still about 48 hours away from landfall, so even a little switch east or west, left and right now, that far away, can make a big difference up here on the Gulf Coast. As you mentioned, tracks all the way from the Texas-Louisiana border to the Mississippi-Alabama border in the ensemble spaghetti.
Yeah, and so, somebody, not just at the immediate coast, somebody in some inland areas in Louisiana, most likely, maybe even Mississippi, could get the eastern eye wall. Even if it's not at peak intensity or landfall intensity, maybe there's a little weakening before it comes over you, but a lot of you could get the eastern eye wall of a major hurricane. And the intensity forecast here is predicated on what the structure is of the system and the intensity of it now, the warm waters that lie ahead, and the weak wind shear that lie ahead. And all of those things are prompting the Hurricane Center to explicitly forecast a Cat 4 from what is a Cat 1 a couple days into the future. That doesn't happen very often. That shows you how confident they are. And they do it because the models are supporting it and because historically it's happened before. We'll go over that in a little bit. And also, even though the global models don't explicitly spit out a number that says it's going to be this strong, look at how large and intense, look at all those isobars, that the global models are depicting this to be. And they're pretty close together, the Euro and the GFS. They agree on a very deep system. The global models don't forecast this strong and low of a pressure of a system very often. And watch how the Euro, in the last few hours before landfall, it's still deepening. It's still strengthening. So that just shows you, if the global models can pick out on that sort of thing, then we've got a big intensity, size, and slow forward motion problem. That's why regardless of the intensity, it's going to be a flood-producing system. Stronger hurricanes just have more solid rain. It's going to rain from the front side until the eye passes by, and then you got the whole second half of the storm to go. So a more intense hurricane is going to hold together its convective structure more and going to bring more wind, more of a tornado risk, more rainfall way inland. So the intensity forecast over the Gulf is concerning for people even up into Tennessee and Kentucky, because that means the storm will hold together a lot longer. And also, look at how far inland the tropical storm watches go up as far north as Jackson, Mississippi. And Mike, it's not going to be over Cuba much longer. And later tonight, it gets out into the Gulf of Mexico, and those warm waters and weak wind shear are going to take over.
One thing we haven't seen, Dr. Knapp, is an eye form on this. You think that's going to happen sooner than later, though?
Yeah, probably tomorrow. I don't think we'll see it tonight because of the interaction with the landmass of Cuba. Let me back up to the visible imagery a little bit and kind of show you what's going on. You can see the blow up of thunderstorms there right near the center. Let me go back forward here again. Right near the center, you see a blow up of thunderstorms, but you don't see an eye in the visible imagery. So it's got the land interaction that's very, very temporary right now. And after that land interaction, we're going to see a scary looking hurricane out in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And when it shows itself, that eye pops out, and it's rapidly strengthening as we expect, then I'm sure that will get people's attention. But that's why we're trying to give you the forecast to get your attention before that happens, so you have time. The warm waters, northern Gulf of Mexico, are warmer than average, and they're warm at the surface. They're also very warm to quite a bit of a depth. So this is all going to fuel the storm surge threat. And the fact that it's not only going to be intense, but it's going to be large and relatively slow moving. And you're going to a portion of the coastline that is generally shaped in such a way, with the bays and the shape of the Gulf here, that it can catch the storm surge. And with so many tracks of the center over Louisiana, that brings a lot of storm surge into the coast of Alabama, Mississippi, into Lake Pontchartrain. So, Mike, when we're talking the storm surge, this is storm surge over our heads, above normally dry ground. You would need to not. The only way to survive that kind of storm surge is to not be there when it happens.
Yeah, and this is why we evacuate. Truly, it is. And I know that a lot of places, like at coastal Louisiana, coastal Mississippi, with new building ordinances and what have you after Katrina, those homes are on stilts now. They're built pretty high. I think even like coastal Mississippi is like 17 feet, is the minimum height. So in some regards, maybe that'll help, structures, but you still want to leave in that circumstance.
Oh, yeah, because you do not want to be trapped in a structure on a higher floor and have your community surrounded by floodwaters and there be damage. Help can't come. So you do not want to vertically evacuate from storm surge, Mike. You need to evacuate inland out of the storm surge completely and into a structure that is safe from wind, because we got to shelter like we would for a tornado for a major hurricane.
Yeah, it all makes sense. It really does. But the good advice there, even if you have a building that you think, or maybe even your home is up on stilts and maybe the water's not going to get to your home, you still need to evacuate because of all the things that Dr. Knapp just said. Speaking a little bit more about the surge, I want to show you the predicted wind speeds here. And you're going to see the hurricane come through the Gulf of Mexico. As Dr. Knapp said, an eye is going to form here. It's going to get really intense. Going to stop it right there. Here we are Sunday morning, okay? Well, notice what the winds are doing, where it's going to end up pushing the water. Coastal Alabama, Florida, coastal Mississippi, and then into Louisiana. But what's interesting here is we're going to push the water Lake Borgne into Lake Pontchartrain. That's a really tough forecast. Now we go 5 hours later, really strong push of wind and water right into coastal Mississippi, into Mobile Bay. Still more push into Lake Borgne and Lake Pontchartrain. So the water's going to start to pile up and come higher and higher. Let's go inland now. Here we are now about 24 hours after the original stop that we showed you there. Well, the center's now up here, up around Mississippi and Louisiana state line. But notice this. Look at the push. We're still pushing water into the coastline here. Mississippi, Alabama, Panhandle of Florida. So the water's coming up the whole time. And even now, you're looking at water pushed from south to north on Lake Pontchartrain. Even though this storm is going to be weaker and farther inland, it's the flow of water that's going to be an issue. We've got this really shallow bathymetry as the shallowness of the bottom of the ocean comes up like this, and the water piles up on top, and then the wave action is on top of that. Bay St. Louis to Pascagoula here in coastal Mississippi, 22,000 homes that sit at 10 feet or below. And then Mobile, Gulf Shores, Pensacola, we've got 42,000 homes that sit at 10 feet elevation or below. Storm surge, Dr. Knapp, is a huge concern in these areas.
The reasons you just outlined, Mike, this is not just a storm surge problem for the immediate Gulf front. Let me show you how specific the Hurricane Center is able to get with the areas at risk. This is the broad brush, right along the coast. But if you look at their potential storm surge flooding map, I want to highlight just a couple areas. Houma, Louisiana, southwest of New Orleans, you're not sitting right on the Gulf front, but look at how much storm surge in a reasonable worst case scenario could inundate parts of your community. If you go past New Orleans and go to a place like Slidell, Louisiana, northeast shore of Lake Pontchartrain, that's not on the Gulf front. That could have storm surge flooding. And look at over in the area of Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. That's why storm surge warning and evacuations are there too.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
In Jefferson Parish, we have a unique situation where we're in an area where a lot of us are protected by a levee system, but there are lower lying areas that are really vulnerable outside of our levee protection system, very vulnerable to storm surge. So our areas of Grand Isle and Lafitte, right at the Gulf of Mexico, are under, Grand Isle is under a mandatory evacuation. Today, people are preparing. Obviously, we're expecting high winds as well. So we're expecting electrical outages even in the area within the levee protection system. We're currently going through a fourth surge of COVID, so that is complicated, on top of everything else. Certainly all of our efforts, it is a difficult time for us to be dealing with this storm here in Louisiana.
Well, a difficult time indeed. We consider all the things that they're going through right now in southern Louisiana, but as you mentioned, they have a mandatory evacuation because they are truly just sitting ducks out there right at the edge of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm going to show you where we stand as far as the alerts are concerned. Hurricane warnings are in effect here. That is going to include a place like Grand Isle down here, but Baton Rouge, New Orleans, all the way over toward Intercoastal City here, the areas that are highlighted in red, tropical storm warnings that are in effect, storm surge warnings in effect as well, highlighted here in this hot pink color here. That will include coastal Mississippi, most of coastal Louisiana, even farther inland as well, including north side of Lake Pontchartrain, as the water is going to be pushed in that direction, we believe. There's the forecast track. It hasn't wavered all that much here in the last couple of days, but this has changed quite significantly. Near landfall Sunday at 140 miles per hour, which would make it a Category 4 hurricane. You take a look at what the intensity models are forecasting. A lot of them are somewhere between that Cat 2 and Cat 3. However, the forecast now is for Cat 4, Alex, and as our Dr. Knapp has said, we can't even rule out a Cat 5.
Absolutely. You need to be prepared for the worst. Now, Ida is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday. That's August 29th, a date the city of New Orleans and its residents will never forget. Of course, it is the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. That was 16 years ago. Now, that made landfall as a Category 3. Again, we're looking at the possibility that Ida could be stronger, and the time to prepare is closing on us, that window of opportunity. We look back at history, at other storms that have really exploded once they hit the Gulf, and Dr. Knapp looked back at some of them to show us that Ida could strengthen.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these is over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And this is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
Yeah, bye. Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. Now our live team coverage of Ida continues next with Mike Seidel. He's in New Orleans. Mike.
Hey, Mike, good evening. Back here in the Big Easy, a lot of trepidation with what's on the way. The storm surge, the area lakes, Bourne, and also Pontchartrain with the water coming up, with the wind coming in off the Gulf of Mexico, pushing that water in. Also, plenty of heavy rainfall. We'll update the impacts next.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude. And that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
As Louisiana Governor John Bell Edwards discussing that we're running out of time to prepare for this one. Really, this storm, perfect example of why we say be prepared all year round.
And as Dr. Nebb has said, if you're going to evacuate, the time to go is probably tonight, the very latest tomorrow morning, because what we don't want to do then is find a whole bunch of people on the roads, and you find yourself in a big traffic jam trying to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, then there's extra urgency. People run it. Just leave now. That way, you get the smoothest possible.
Yes. Hey, listen, I've been looking at the traffic cams, Alex, by the way. It looks pretty good. I-10 at this point is wide open. Yeah. The bridge over Pontchartrain, wide open. Nobody on it right now.
And as we talked about, if you have any uncertainty with your structure, your home, your apartment, your condo, whatever, if you're like, I don't know, go somewhere where you feel more confident. We welcome you back into Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson. He's Mike Bettis. Let's get you caught up on what we know. President Biden has approved Louisiana's request for a federal emergency declaration. Plaquemines Parish has ordered a mandatory evacuation from the Highway 23 floodgate in Oakville to Venice. The floodgate will be closed at 7 p.m. tomorrow. New Orleans city officials have lifted the neutral ground parking ban beginning at noon tomorrow. Dr. Nab, our hurricane expert, is here watching the very latest with Ida. Time to prepare closing, and it looks like we are going to be dealing with a very significant storm.
Yes, we are, and it has already overachieved a bit compared to yesterday's forecast of a tropical storm going over western Cuba. We knew it could be near hurricane strength, but it made it, and it has already made a couple of landfalls in Cuba. Yes, 2. It just made the second one. So a little while ago, a few hours ago, it made landfall on the Isle of Youth. That's an island off the southern coast of the main island of Cuba. Now it has made landfall in the Pinar del Rio area, still as a Category 1 hurricane, max winds at 80 miles an hour, pressure at 985. This is kind of estimates because it's hard to get recon data right into the center of the system when it's this close to land. But in any event, it is now centered over western Cuba, but that's not going to last very long. It's moving about 14, 15 miles an hour. And look at that blow up of thunderstorms right over western Cuba. That is the beginning of an inner core that will really start to take shape once it gets out over the Gulf of Mexico later this evening. And we'll start to see the winds pick up in the buoys. Key West gusted to 44 a little while ago on some of those outer bands. But this is the last land interaction it has until landfall on the northern Gulf Coast in a couple days. And the conditions are just, unfortunately, very conducive for it to rapidly strengthen once it clears land here. Upper level high pressure just really starting to dominate overhead. That upper level low that was providing some shear is moving away. The Gulf of Mexico, always warm enough, warmer than average this year, and really warm in the northern half at the surface. And there's deep warm water right when it leaves Cuba later tonight. It is going to just tap into, it's like filling up the gas tank right away, and then it will be on its way. Unfortunately, Mike, you really can believe the Hurricane Center when they're forecasting something to a Cat 4, and we know that's not a perfect forecast necessarily. Could be a little weaker, could be a little stronger.
Those kind of forecasts aren't something they do lightly and not something they do every day. Dr. Nab, thank you. We know that time is running out for people in New Orleans to get ready for Ida. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel joins us live from New Orleans this evening. Mike, I know that usually water is one of our big concerns in New Orleans when it comes to hurricanes. But now knowing that there's a forecast here of a Category 4, wind takes on a bigger danger as well.
Yes, indeed. We've got the wind issue and the water issue. Remember, a lot of New Orleans, about half of it's under or below sea level. So if it rains, they've got to pump that water out. And we're going to get a lot of rainfall. Right now, the initial forecast is 5 to 8 inches. But if we wobble that track to the east, we get more rainfall because somebody's going to get 15, 20 plus inches of rain out of this, even though it's not crawling like Harvey was or like when Florence came into North Carolina a few years ago at about 1 or 2 miles an hour. So we have that issue. Then we have the wind issue, as Mike mentioned, and that's going to push the water up the mouth of the Mississippi into Lake Bourne, into Lake Pontchartrain. Now we have the levee system, which protects up to 23 feet in various spots here around the Big Easy. So we'll see how that works out. Hopefully it works out fine because they've spent a lot of money, billions of dollars, since Katrina hit almost 16 years ago. We've got around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Ida, expected to landfall in about 2 days on the Louisiana coast, so stay with us this weekend.
Here you're looking at some of the long lines for gas. This is Kenner, Louisiana. You can expect to see this across the state into Mississippi, even portions of southern Alabama. Think about what you might need. If you've got a generator that needs gas, fill it up. If your car, is at a quarter tank, want to go fill that up. And the lines are only going to get longer here as we move closer and closer to the expected landfall of Hurricane Ida. Want you to be prepared for this storm. Hopefully, if you live in these hurricane-prone areas, you already are prepared with a lot of what you may need. But if you are getting started or just need a reminder on a few things you should have, first off, plan for evacuation and sheltering. Think about what you're in, your home, your apartment building. Are you confident that it's away from the water? Have you gotten an emergency order to evacuate? If you have, go. If you're uncertain on how the structure is going to handle the wind, go. Maybe find a friend, family member somewhere farther away from the coast, more inland, or head to one of those emergency local shelters. Keep in mind, COVID protocol still in place, so you're going to need the mask. Buy supplies. Food lines are also very long. We've seen a lot of empty shelves at the grocery store, so again, the sooner you do this, the better. Hopefully the insurance checkup is done. Protect your home. You want to board up, cover those windows. Sandbags are being given out at a lot of local communities. Help a friend. If you especially have any elderly relatives, neighbors who may need a helping hand, check in on them and have a written plan in place. Make sure you got all those documents and make preparations and plans for your pets as well. So a lot to think about, I know, but again, hopefully some of this is already done. Your evacuation checklist, you want to pack the essentials, medicine, first aid kits, documents, blankets, pillows. Leave as soon as instructed. And remember, take your pets along. Don't forget their food and medication as well. Mike?
Well, we know that a lot of you have questions, and you can submit those questions to us on Twitter or Facebook. If you use the hashtag Hurricane Questions, we're going to grab your questions. We're going to answer a few of them live here on the show tonight. So let's get right to it and answer a few of those right now. And our Dr. Rick Knapp is going to join us for some answers as well. So how bad for Monroe, Louisiana? Dr. Knapp, what do you think about Monroe?
Well, Monroe, of course, up in northeastern Louisiana, well inland, but that doesn't mean you don't have a wind and water problem, because this is going to be a large, relatively slow-moving and strong hurricane when it comes ashore, and you could get some very heavy flooding rains up in northeastern Louisiana. Now, if the models are disagreeing, then that means that it's not guaranteed that you will get the heaviest rainfall that could happen over in Mississippi. But also, this is going to be so strong when it comes inland, you could get really strong wind gusts, and it's wet this year, so trees could come down, power could go out. So I would just say in Monroe, Louisiana, stay off the roads during the storm and shelter like you would for a tornado in case trees come down.
Great advice. Richie Richards wants to know, how much danger is there in New Orleans after the years of improvements that have been made after Hurricane Katrina?
Yeah, there are still dangers. Now, there aren't the same level of dangers from storm surge that there used to be because of that risk reduction system around New Orleans. But this is not going to behave exactly like Katrina. This could be stronger wind-wise, and it could be moving a little more slowly than did Katrina. So this poses, for New Orleans and a lot of other places, a very significant rain-induced flood risk. That's the Euro, that's the GFS. They're both painting a pretty grim picture for how much rain could fall in southeastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. So you've got the flood risk for Sunday into Monday, and that could go up depending upon the track. Also, now, there's the city of New Orleans protected by that risk reduction system. If this was back in 05, you'd be under a storm surge warning. Of course, we didn't have storm surge warnings back then. But this also has a very significant risk of being a big-time wind event for New Orleans, maybe more so than was Katrina. So depending upon what hazard you talk about, this could be better for New Orleans than Katrina on surge, but maybe worse on rain and wind.
Oh, speaking of Katrina, Dr. Knapp, Rod wants to ask, how similar is the projected storm track and intensity of Ida to Katrina? The 29th is going to be the 16th anniversary of Katrina's landfall, and a lot of people have mentioned that, but how similar are they?
Well, the likelihood is that the center of circulation comes in a little bit farther west, or maybe a lot farther west than did Katrina. The Katrina path that goes up through the Louisiana-Mississippi border is kind of on the right-hand side of the cone here, and that's a possibility, but there are also a lot of possibilities west of there. So that puts New Orleans, for example, more likely to be on the right-hand side of Ida, and that would increase the wind and the rainfall risks, but still keep the storm surge risk. So one thing that happened in Katrina was a huge storm surge on the coast of Mississippi. And once again, this is going to be large enough that the coast of Mississippi and Alabama that got bad storm surge in Katrina, they could get really bad storm surge in this event as well. So while New Orleans might not have as much of a surge risk because of the risk reduction system, Mississippi coastline, storm surge warning, if you're told to evacuate, you better go.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Knapp, thanks for answering some of these. By the way, we appreciate all of your questions. We are getting them in. Use the hashtag Hurricane Questions. If you've got one, we're going to be answering them throughout the evening and, of course, throughout the weekend. Our team coverage of Hurricane Ida continues next after this.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Liberty Mutual, customized car insurance so you only pay for what you need. How much money can Liberty Mutual save you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2,808 dollars.
Yep, everything hurts.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq.
Good evening. Welcome back to the city of New Orleans. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're tracking Hurricane Ida, which is forecast to rapidly intensify as it comes across the Gulf of Mexico tonight into Saturday and Sunday, and now forecast to come in as a Category 4 hurricane in about 48 hours. But I just saw this from the emergency management folks in New Orleans. Storm surge warning is up. We've talked about that. Lake Pontchartrain, 4 to 7 feet. Lake Bourne, 7 to 11 feet. And they're saying outside the levee system and portions of the West Bank, where modeling now indicates that some levee overtopping may occur. So keep that in mind. The levees were designed post-Katrina with resilience measures and overtopping in mind. So they're expecting that there may be some overtopping of the levee on the West Bank. And there are evacuations now. Tomorrow, St. Charles Parish by 5 already underway. Lafourche and Plaquemines Parish and the town of Grand Isle, about 1,500 people, all the way down at the end of the road. That is not the place to be when you have an oncoming major hurricane. Back here in New Orleans, we've got EMS and fire department staging water rescue, high water rescue vehicles and boats in flood-prone areas because we're going to have a lot of rainfall and a lot of wind. But the rainfall could cause flash flooding in some areas. And, you know, the only way to get the water out of this area is to pump it out. So the pumps can work, but only can handle so much water. The pumps do take out, I saw this today, I was amazed at how much water they pump out, 1/3 of a million gallons per second. So that's a lot of water they can handle, but 3 pumps are down, and they're going to try to divert that water to other pumps to make up for those 3 pumps. Winds here now, forecast to gust at least to hurricane force, but they may gust higher depending on the wobble on the track. And if it does wobble farther east, that means we get more rainfall here in New Orleans, which means more issues with localized flooding inside the levee system, and then more pumping and the whole, it's a feedback process. So we're going to watch this, future model runs, Dr. Nab, but the stage is set right now for a very dangerous hurricane, even if we don't get the strongest, absolute strongest winds right here. We've got all these other issues, and even winds of 75, 80, 90 miles an hour will cause structural damage and knock out quite a bit of power here in the Big Easy.
Yeah, trees could come down, and it could end up, even if you don't get the eastern eye wall, you could end up getting as strong a winds maybe as happened in Zeta last year, for example. So New Orleans is one of the many places at risk for damaging and maybe even life-threatening winds, depending on what kind of structure you're in. And we do have the intermediate public advisory now. Remember, we got 35 minutes ago, we got an update from the Hurricane Center because it made landfall in the Pinar del Rio area in western Cuba. Now it's inland over that portion of Cuba, that narrow portion of Cuba. Max winds still at 80 miles an hour, and it doesn't have very long. Moving northwest at 15 miles an hour before it comes out northwest of Cuba. So the intermediate public advisory still shows a Cat 1 hurricane, max winds at 80 miles an hour. It is on the cusp of tapping into that very warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. And I want to show this again because Mike Seidel showed it a little bit ago in New Orleans and in Baton Rouge. The max wind potential is 110 miles an hour plus, at least in gusts. That is the kind of wind threat that we are dealing with. And look how far inland the threat of at least 50-mile-an-hour gusts goes. This is going to be not just a coastal wind event, but an inland wind event. The stronger and bigger the hurricane is when it makes landfall, the bigger of a wind impact we have farther inland to deal with. And that's why the hurricane warnings go as far inland as they do, and why the tropical storm watches go as far inland as they do, up to Jackson, Mississippi. So, you know, with trees coming down, power outages, you've got to get ready for what could be a very impactful, if not life-threatening, wind hazard. And we're going to get a full update on the track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 Central. Again, 140 miles an hour explicitly forecast, the Cat 4 before making landfall. Could be a little stronger than that, could be a little weaker than that, could be ups and downs if there's eye wall replacement cycles. But we got a plan for a major hurricane, and this is going to be arriving, the center is, maybe in the PM hours on Sunday, maybe around this time Sunday, but the winds of tropical storm force will get there before that on the coast early Sunday morning, maybe as early as late Saturday night, tomorrow night. So tonight and tomorrow, that's the time frame to evacuate by. If you're told by local officials in that storm surge warning area, no, downtown New Orleans not under a storm surge warning. But right outside that protection system, you've got storm surge warnings that go all the way to the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, Alex.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thanks so much. We got another hour of Weather Underground headed your way. In fact, our live team coverage continues well into the evening tonight. We're going to break down not just where the greatest storm surge will be, but also where we could see the heaviest rain, even a tornado threat as Ida heads towards the Gulf Coast this weekend.
Fall together with Lowe's. Labor Day values now in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
Curiosity pushes you forward. It's what inspired Mayomi to create an unrivaled wine using the best from California to push flavor in new directions for a taste like no other. Mayomi, flavor forward.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Hey. Plus the players of my squad. Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Then I realized...
Tonight, we bring you live coverage as we track Hurricane Ida. Hurricane warnings have been issued for coastal Louisiana and Mississippi. The storm gaining strength, and there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. It's projected to be a Category 4 hurricane. State of emergency for Louisiana. Storm surge levels expected to reach as much as 15 feet, and coastal residents are being urged to evacuate.
By nightfall tomorrow night, you need to be where you intend to ride out the storm.
Time is running out to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist coming up next on our live coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Thanks for being with us for our special live coverage of Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. We've got hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings in effect for coastal Louisiana. A lot of concern, a lot of nervous people, rightfully so, looking at this potentially very powerful storm. Dr. Nab, we've got the new advisory, and again, still anticipating this to be an exceptionally strong storm.
Yeah, this is now centered over western Cuba. So on this intermediate public advisory, you don't get a full track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center. That'll come in less than 3 hours by 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 Central. But what we do get is an update on the location and the intensity and the pressure. Max winds estimated at 80 miles an hour. And it's centered over western Cuba, about 90 miles southwest of Havana, but it's moving northwest at 15. And this is a very narrow part of Cuba, so it's not going to be over land for very long. Taking a closer look as the sun goes down, it made one landfall on the Isle of Youth there earlier today, and then less than an hour ago made a landfall there in the Pinar del Rio area of western Cuba. And you can see right before we lose the visible imagery, that blow up of thunderstorms right there. So even over land, it is tapping into the warm waters of the Northwest Caribbean and the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. So once it clears this north coast of Cuba, it is going to tap into the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. And I want to emphasize a point the governor just made, is you can't wait until landfall to be done getting ready. You got to get ready before the winds of tropical storm force arrive. So now that it's about to leave Cuba, it's really time to start focusing on when is it going to get here. And the answer for your preparation purposes is not when is landfall going to be. That might be a couple days away in the PM hours on Sunday. When are the tropical storm force winds going to start arriving? And that could be early Sunday morning in the most likely scenario, and even possible that those winds get here by tomorrow night. So Mike, we've got tonight, and we've got the daylight hours tomorrow. Then we've got to get to our safe place on the coast by tomorrow night.
Well, as you mentioned that, I mean, obviously time is going to run short here for a lot of people along the Gulf Coast here. You know, what should they be doing tonight? And if they were going to evacuate, when's the last moment you would tell them they've got time to do that?
Well, the timing of evacuations, first and foremost, you need to follow what your local officials are saying. So in some cases, local officials are saying, we need you to evacuate by a certain time tomorrow. And you want to do what they say, because they know when they need to have everybody out for all kinds of purposes, not just the meteorology involved. But in some cases, especially with voluntary evacuations, the mayor of New Orleans, for example, has been saying, get out as soon as you can, because the more people that wait and then decide at the last minute to go, the harder it's going to be to get out. Because one thing I fear with a rapid intensification scenario is that people might decide to wait a little bit to see if the intensification happens like the forecast says, and then once it hits Cat 2, then once it hits Cat 3, oh, now we want to get out. But if everybody waits that long, then it could be too late. So that's one of the big problems with a rapid intensification scenario. And now let's go through some of the details of the latest advisory from 5 p.m. because this has the full gamut of products. Again, the forecast intensity closest to landfall is Cat 4, 140 miles an hour. Could be a little weaker than that. Could be a little stronger than that. Could go through some ups and downs on the way to landfall. But we got to plan for a major hurricane of any category. All of the categories are within the realm of possibility here. Track-wise, there are model solutions on the left side of the cone, the right side of the cone. Any part of Louisiana could get the center circulation going over you. GFS, as well as the Euro Ensemble, showing tracks on the left side or the right side. So don't take a track down the middle of the cone and say that's what's going to happen and try to infer that your risk is less than somebody else who's also under a hurricane warning. Everybody in this hurricane warning is at risk for getting nearly the strongest winds that Ida would have to bring, and it goes farther inland than you would normally see in a weaker hurricane scenario. Tropical storm watches all the way up into the Jackson, Mississippi area. But again, the timing is the key thing to think about. You got to be done getting ready and in your safe spot before the winds of tropical storm force arrive, which could be as early as a late tomorrow night. And then after landfall, then we've got the big inland flood threat. The stronger it comes in, the bigger it is, and the slower moving it is, and all those things are working against us. Big time heavy rainfall from southeast Louisiana, coastal Mississippi, and Alabama, all the way up into places like Tennessee. Alex, the flood problem is going to start in New Orleans starting on Sunday.
All right, Dr. Nab, thank you so much. Want to get out to one of the communities, of course, bracing for Hurricane Ida. It's New Orleans, a city that has a storied history with these kinds of storms. Mike, we're hearing about those voluntary and mandatory evacuations at this point. A lot of store shelves are bare, so it seems like residents are rightfully taking note.
And they should, because this is a very dangerous hurricane. And don't pay attention to the line down the middle of the cone, because as Dr. Nab, we always say, you know, impacts can occur away from the cone. For instance, here's our updated wind gust graphic. And look at those wind gusts, even a hurricane force outside of the cone into Mississippi. And that's where they will likely have the highest surge. Coastal Mississippi, where they had the highest surge from Katrina of up to 28 feet. So just because you're not in the cone doesn't mean you're not going to have significant impacts. Here in New Orleans, we're in the cone. We've got the hurricane warning, storm surge warnings for the lakes, Bourne and Pontchartrain. And down in the Gulf of Mexico at 7 to 11 feet, that water gets pushed up through the wetlands and bayous up into these parishes south and west of here. So we've got mandatory evacuations. These parishes are outside the levee system, Lafourche, Plaquemines, and St. Charles. St. Charles, under a mandatory evacuation, they want everybody out by 5 tomorrow. Here in the Big Easy, the sun goes down. We had a few showers today. There'll be a few showers tomorrow. The crux of the problem, the brunt of the weather, will occur Sunday afternoon into Monday morning, based on the current forecast. And again, we'll be updating the exact track, whether it wobbles east or west, Alex. We're still going to have a lot of impact here in New Orleans between power outages, flash flooding, and those surge issues that, as I mentioned earlier, some of the levee setup on the West Bank could overtop, and that was kind of built into the system.
All right, Mike Seidel, thanks so much. We're going to be back out to Mike soon. And, of course, we'll have a whole team of meteorologists out this weekend. Want to answer another hurricane question, though. Leslie writes in asking, in reference to millibars, what does that actually tell us about the storm? Dr. Nab, this is an important one.
It is. You know, millibars are the unit we use in the science of meteorology for the atmospheric pressure. And basically, the way to think of pressure is the weight of all of the air in the atmosphere that's above your head. So when you're down at sea level, the pressure is going to be greater. When you go up in altitude, the pressure goes down. That's why you go up on a tall mountain and the pressure is lower. Denver has a lower pressure. People feel lightheaded, that sort of thing. But inside a hurricane, we measure the pressure because it is it's a low pressure system. And the surface pressure is an indication of the pressure difference between the inside of the hurricane and the outside. Right now, Ida has a minimum pressure at the surface of 985 millibars, and around 987 is typical for the hurricane tropical storm threshold. The lower that pressure gets, the more you have a difference between the pressure on the inside and the high pressure on the outside. And what these models are showing here with these isobars, that's lines of equal pressure in millibars, that you're going to have a big difference between the low pressure on the inside and a high pressure on the outside. That pressure difference is what creates the winds. Those winds are what create the damage and push the ocean around for storm surge. So that is why we're so concerned. And you know, you don't measure a Cat 4 hurricane by the pressure, but the pressure will be going way down to create that pressure difference to create such a strong wind. And the pressure difference in a hurricane is usually concentrated very close to the center. And with a low pressure that's going to be really bottoming out, those winds are going to go up, and the pressure could be continuing to go down as the winds go up all the way up to the time of landfall. Some of the global models are showing in the low 900s for a pressure near the time of landfall. And so even though we don't forecast the pressure, we know that the lower the pressure goes, the stronger the winds get. And this warm water in the Gulf of Mexico at the surface and to some depth is going to cause there to be a lot of upward motion, a lot of thunderstorm activity. That's going to warm the middle part of the atmosphere, and that causes the atmosphere to expand, and that lowers the pressure at the surface. Then you get more air flowing in, and the winds get stronger and stronger. It's just a big engine that feeds upon itself. Here is the forecast of the intensity from the Hurricane Center of 140 miles an hour. That's Cat 4. The wind scale is a wind scale. This could be ending up something stronger than that, could be weaker than that, but it is also likely to weaken after it comes ashore. But here's the other problem with a really deep low pressure system of a major hurricane is as it weakens, it doesn't just fall apart. You'll have a very deep low pressure system coming inland that will get larger and it'll be slower moving. So the stronger it is when it makes landfall, the stronger it lasts as it goes farther inland. So, Mike, we've got a high confidence intensity forecast here because of all of the factors involved here, and that brings a lot of wind and water problems, not just to the coast, but inland as well.
It's a tough forecast for a lot of people because of what this thing could do and its intensity. Dr. Knapp, thanks for that. I want to show people the modeled satellite and track. We're going to lay both of these down together, and I think it's going to give you a pretty good indication of what could happen here over the next, say, 2 days or so. So here we are this evening, follow the cone. And this, again, is a modeled forecast, and that comes in right at the center of the cone in essence, and the push of water is going to be generally in this direction, right? On the eastern side of it is where we're going to see the highest amounts of surge. The eastern side, probably where we're going to see, especially with the forward motion, the highest winds. There's a look at the forecasted wind speeds, a tight-up view here, and you can see what we're doing now is we're pushing water into Lake Bourne, then into Lake Pontchartrain. We're pushing into coastal Mississippi. We're pushing into coastal Alabama. We're pushing into the panhandle of Florida here. This is Sunday very early in the morning. Then we make a landfall. But we're still pushing a lot of water, especially now into, say, coastal Mississippi. And now we're getting a lot of air that's pushing over the bayous here in Louisiana and still getting wind that's pushing that water now into Lake Bourne and Lake Pontchartrain with storm surge warnings in effect there. All right, so the system now comes in and weakens some, center sitting over the Mississippi and Louisiana state lines. But notice the trajectory of the wind. Long fetch here from the Gulf of Mexico. Even though the system may be weaker, it's still pushing water into coastal Mississippi. It's still pushing water into Mobile Bay. It's still pushing water into Pensacola Beach. And it's now got some pretty intense water that's pushing into coastal Louisiana from the west-southwest. So we'll still be dealing with this roughly 24 hours after landfall off some surge coming in. And these coastlines are so vulnerable because of the shallow shelf that's here. So the water piles up, and then the wave action on top of that ends up doing the damage. Coastal Mississippi, a lot of these areas that are highlighted in yellow, all the areas highlighted in yellow, where the elevation is 10 feet or less. Forecast could be about that for flooding. Population about 44,000 people. Let's go over towards, say, coastal Alabama here. 50,000 people at an elevation of 10 feet or lower. But notice this, way up beyond Mobile Bay, it's still very, very flat. 42,000 homes between, say, Mobile and Pensacola, where we have a very low elevation here. So lots of concerns here, and a lot of people that need to get out of harm's way. But we're going to bring Dr. Knapp back in here and ask another question here. Braden wants to know, what are the chances if Ida becomes a Category 5 hurricane? Dr. Knapp, your thoughts on that?
Well, they're not really high, but they're certainly not zero, because when you're forecasting explicitly a Cat 4, 140 miles an hour, you don't even have to go up about 20 miles an hour to get to Category 5. And so it is within the realm of possibility. Cat 5 hurricanes are rare. Landfalling Cat 5 hurricanes are even more rare, but it is possible in this particular case. And the other thing to keep in mind is it's happened. And it has happened in similar situations where it wasn't a big hurricane in the Caribbean Sea. It was a tropical storm or a borderline hurricane coming into the Gulf of Mexico. Michael and Camille were landfalling Cat 5s on the northern Gulf Coast. Camille was a hurricane only in the extreme northwestern Caribbean. Same with Michael. They were tropical storms just a few days before landfall. So, we've seen it happen before, that things can get that intense that quickly, but you don't need a Cat 5 to produce life-threatening wind and storm surge, because we don't know what the landfall intensity is going to be. This could go up. It could peak at Cat 5 and come back down. It could ramp up all the way to its peak intensity at landfall. The main thing we can say is that we are expecting a major hurricane, 3, 4, or 5 at landfall. I think 5 is the least likely, but you don't need it to be that strong for it to be just about as dangerous, because it's going to be a large system and it's very capable as a Cat 3, 4, or 5. As Katrina and Rita showed, Cat 3s are completely capable of causing wind damage and causing life-threatening storm surge. Because of the size of this system, it's going to be pushing a life-threatening storm surge well to the east of where it comes ashore. So don't tune out on this storm surge warning if it doesn't get as intense as it scares you. The storm surge warning means life-threatening storm surge, and double-digit storm surge values, that's flooding above normally dry ground. This takes into account all the possibilities on intensity. So focus on the hazards that are facing you where you live.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Whoa, hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
Right now, it's a really bad scenario for Southeast Louisiana, being that we're going to be on the east side of this storm. We're going through all of our preparations as we speak. We're making sure that the people inside of our levee system here in St. Bernard Parish are prepared as they can be for this storm of this magnitude. We worry about this storm, and we've been watching your coverage of what's going to happen when this thing gets into the Gulf.
Yeah. Getting people out of harm's way, so important when you've got potentially a major hurricane, aiming right at you, just bearing down right on you here. And for a lot of folks, considering the date, this weekend will be the 16th anniversary of Katrina. This one brings back a lot of those memories, right? You take a look where the hurricane warnings are in effect right now, highlighted in purple. That's a good chunk of coastal Louisiana, but even inland as well. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, beyond I-10. And then we've got hurricane watches on the bookends of that in the red areas here. Storm surge warnings in effect here over through coastal Mississippi, through various surge-prone areas here in coastal Louisiana, over toward Pekin Island here. And then north side of Pontchartrain even, we have storm surge warnings in effect here. There's the look at the forecast cone. And the thing that changed today that's most noticeable is the intensity. Now, near or at landfall, projected to be a Category 4 hurricane at 140 miles per hour. And then after that, maybe slowing down a little bit, but then curving back across the Tennessee Valley, maybe potentially bringing some heavy rain up to I-40 as well. But the intensity has gotten a lot of people's attention, right? And even if you look at what the Hurricane Center's forecast is, they're 140 miles per hour. And you look at some of the intensity models, most of them are clustered at less than 140 miles per hour, mostly in the Cat 2 to Cat 3 range here, Alex. So in a lot of instances here, they're exceeding, the official forecast is exceeding what some of the models are predicting here. But as Dr. Knapp has alluded to, there's very little holding it back. So the human forecasters are ratcheting this up.
Right, yeah, and they're shooting high. You're going to be dealing with a strong storm. And, to add to this, Ida is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday, which is the exact date 16 years ago that Hurricane Katrina made landfall. August 29th, 2005, a Category 3 storm when it made landfall. Now, 16 years ago, residents were preparing for that storm. Now we head into the weekend with everyone getting ready for Ida. Mike talking about the high forecast that we've got for this, a Category 4 expected. Dr. Knapp, there are systems in the past, though, that have gotten into the Gulf and rapidly intensified, exceeding the forecast. And we can look back at history for examples.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that the hurricane specialists at the Hurricane Center know the history really well, and they know what conditions have created, you know, Cat 4 hurricanes in the past. And over years of experience, you kind of know it when you see it, in addition to what the models are telling you and what all your data are showing you. One thing that's crystal clear is that the atmosphere is getting very conducive for rapid strengthening, with upper level high pressure sitting right overhead and the land interaction with Cuba about to end later tonight. Very warm sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico, warmer than average, and deep warm water along the path of Ida. That is fuel injection, not just gas, for the hurricane to strengthen. It's going to tap into that extremely warm water in just a few short hours, and is going into an area that historically there's been a lot of rapid intensification. It's one of the most common areas in the Atlantic Basin to get rapid intensification, including the Southwest Gulf, Northwestern Caribbean. The Gulf of Mexico, it's happened many times before. So the purpose of looking back at history is to convince you that the current forecast that the Hurricane Center has issued is quite believable. Getting to 140 miles an hour is well within the realm of possibility. In fact, the latest models that are just coming in are trending even a little bit stronger than the batch that Mike Bettis showed you a little bit ago. Now, looking back at history, I looked back at a number of, in the last 50 years, a number of storms and Cat 1s for the most part that came into the Gulf of Mexico in about the same area that Ida is coming in. And all of these in the last 50 years, and there's probably others that I missed, rapidly intensified all the way up to the time of landfall to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall. And it's happened in every state on the Gulf Coast. Most recently with Laura last year, Michael 3 years ago. But Camille comes to mind, making it to Cat 5 at landfall. So this is really good motivation for us to not dismiss the Hurricane Center forecast and not wait until it verifies. Don't wait until it gets to Cat 2 or 3 or 4 to go, okay, I guess they meant it. Then you're going to have a lot less time to take the action that you need, because in rapid intensification scenarios like this, the closer it gets and the stronger it gets, the more urgently people are going to want to evacuate. Maybe new evacuation instructions come out. Mike and Alex, what I would say is believe the forecast based on what history teaches us and what the Hurricane Center forecasters know, and get out and get prepared as soon as you can, well before landfall of the center by tomorrow night.
It'll serve you well. It may even save your life. Dr. Nab, thank you. Our live team coverage continues. Mike Seidel is in New Orleans. Mike.
Hey, Mike, as the sun goes down here on a Friday evening, the city getting ready for a impact from a devastating, soon-to-be devastating hurricane. No doubt about that, a Category 4. We'll talk about what's going to happen here Sunday and Monday coming up next.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude. And that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
That's right. Expected Category 4 Hurricane Ida making landfall later this weekend into parts of the Gulf Coast. That was Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards. We thank you so much for staying with us tonight. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis. We, of course, have our hurricane expert, Dr. Nab, with us as well.
Yeah, I think one thing the governor said there was really important is take advantage of every minute that you have, because you have no time to waste in this situation.
Yeah, we've seen people at the stores, obviously, getting everything they need. Gas lines have been long, so that's only going to continue this weekend. I want to get you caught up on what we know right now in regards to Hurricane Ida. President Biden has approved Louisiana's request for a federal emergency declaration. New Orleans city officials, they've lifted the neutral ground parking ban beginning noon tomorrow. And tomorrow's Saints-Cardinals preseason NFL game has been canceled at the request of Governor John Bel Edwards. Want to send it over now to Dr. Nab. Dr. Nab, we have been watching this one here, really forming not too long ago, now expecting a Category 4 in about 48 hours.
Yeah, and the conditions will go downhill in less than 48 hours. So, like the governor said, you take advantage of every moment you have, and don't gauge how much time you have left based on when the center of the hurricane is going to come ashore. That might be, nearly 48 hours from now, maybe a little less. But the winds of tropical storm force will be arriving before that, and you've got to be done by then. And this is centered over western Cuba, but it is about to come out over the Gulf of Mexico, and then, unfortunately, it's game on. The water temperatures are super warm. The wind shear is really weak. The Hurricane Center is highly confident of a strengthening, perhaps rapidly strengthening, very dangerous hurricane, forecasting explicitly up to Category 4. That doesn't happen every day. For them to forecast from Cat 1 to Cat 4, always got to plan for something a little stronger. We don't know exactly where it will peak in terms of the wind speed, or where it will be when it hits the peak, or what the landfall intensity will be, but we got to plan for a major hurricane, at least Category 3 at landfall, probably a little stronger than Category 3 based on the Hurricane Center's forecast, and you got to be ready at the coast by Sunday morning. That's the likely time when winds of tropical storm force are going to arrive, and because it is quite possible that those winds get there late Saturday night, you got to really be getting ready by tomorrow night and get to your safe place, evacuated in a safe place from the wind by tomorrow night in those coastal areas, because we got a max wind gust potential of 110 miles an hour plus for places including Baton Rouge and New Orleans. And look how far inland the gust potential of at least 58 miles an hour goes, all the way through most of Louisiana, all the way up into central Mississippi. This is going to be an inland wind event. Storm surge is not just going to be an immediate coastal event. Look how far inland that storm surge goes. And Mike, we got life-threatening double-digit storm surge flooding values. You got to evacuate according to local officials' instructions. Get out as soon as you can, definitely by Saturday night on the coast.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. We want to take people to New Orleans right now. As time is getting shorter and shorter for us to prepare for Ida or evacuate. Mike Seidel is there. And Mike, we made such improvements in the flood reduction system there, the levee system and the gate system, the pumps and all that multi-billion-dollar investment, right, to improve things after Katrina. But it's really never had a big test. This may be that big test.
We think it will be. It's really going to put this system to the test, because last year there were some close calls. They did have Zeta, but this is going to be stronger than that. We think that's going to be the case. So we'll see how it works. And they've already said there may be some overtopping of the levees on the West Bank, but that's kind of built into the system after they re-engineered everything and spent billions of dollars since Katrina, which, by the way, the 16th anniversary is this Sunday, August 29th. So back here, we're worried about a lot of things. Well, the wind, Dr. Knapp talked about, that wind's going to push the water up the Mississippi into Lake Pontchartrain. Storm surge warnings there, and down on the Gulf, 7 to 11 feet. So you've got all these parishes outside of the levee system as you head down towards Venice, down through Plaquemines, Lafourche parishes, where there are mandatory evacuations. And again, this is because once you get down there all the way to the Gulf, there's really little, if any, elevation change. So if you bring in 7, 8, 9, 10 feet of water, it's going to come all the way up into these parishes. So that's a huge concern. And locally, inside this bowl of New Orleans, we're going to have inches of rainfall, 5 to 8, maybe more, depending on the exact track of the storm. And they're going to have to deal with the pumping, and we'll see how the levee system holds. Keep our fingers crossed. We've got you covered all weekend around the clock. Hurricane Ida forecast to come in as a 4. Next advisory at 11 o'clock Eastern tonight.
Is mealtime a struggle?
Well, welcome back in to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida. You're looking at Harrison County, Mississippi, as we've seen heavy rain across the area today. Even tomorrow, more rain coming to these areas. Then we get the rain from Hurricane Ida. By the way, today and into tomorrow, could see several inches of rain. Gulfport Biloxi International Airport recorded 4.8 inches by this afternoon. So the grounds are saturated. We've got more rain coming tomorrow. And then, as I mentioned, Hurricane Ida's rain begins to enter from the south as we get into our Sunday. So rain, and then a lot more rain headed your way. When we look at the Ida rain total forecast, so this is not including today's rain, tomorrow's rain showers, but just the storm. Sunday through Tuesday could be looking at rainfall totals of 8 to 12 inches, where you see the red shading. Orange would indicate the potential for 5 to 8 inches. So plenty of spots where a half a foot or more of rain could be headed your way. We We look at Mobile, 4 to 5 inches there. I think Gulfport, Biloxi, looking at 5 to 6 inches of rain. And again, we've got saturated grounds because we've seen rain today. We've got more scattered showers and storms in the forecast tomorrow. Look at the future radar for a place like Mobile. Pretty quiet overnight, but early tomorrow morning we begin to see some showers moving in from the south, and that'll continue tomorrow afternoon. Could get some heavy downpours where we do get the rain. And then heading into the day Sunday, we'll begin to see that rain from Ida move up from the Gulf of Mexico. Rainfall totals into the Lake Charles, Lafayette area. I think Lafayette could be looking at a ½ foot, but over towards Lake Charles, lesser totals, probably in that 1 to 3 inch range, with even lesser amounts over into extreme eastern Texas. Future radar for these areas, again, rain showers possible overnight and into the day tomorrow. Could get some heavier downpours where we get some of those scattered thunderstorms. So most certainly could be picking up a quick inch or two in some of these areas. By the time we get into Sunday, again, Ida's rain then begin to enter the area, and we'll be watching for, at times, heavy rain showers. When we are talking about the flash flooding potential tomorrow into early Sunday, we're going to be looking at areas like New Orleans, like Biloxi, like Pensacola. And keep in mind, this is not Ida. Ida coming in on Sunday. So still a flash flood potential tomorrow. Then we really up the ante for flash flooding, Mike, as we begin to see Ida's rain work into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi by Sunday and into early Monday.
All right, Alex, thanks for that. We know a lot of you have questions about Hurricane Ida. You're sending us your questions on Twitter and Facebook, and we're going to do our best to answer as many of those questions as we can. So how about this one? Summer Fox is Ida way ahead of what the models predicted strength-wise? Dr. Knapp here, what do you think?
Compared to what the forecasts were yesterday, when we had tropical storm warnings up for western Cuba, this has gotten stronger than expected, bringing a hurricane to western Cuba. So it has already intensified rapidly and more quickly than expected. And now it is about to leave western Cuba, and the atmospheric conditions are only going to get more conducive than they were in the last 24 hours. The warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico that are deep, deep warm waters. So that is why when you look at the intensity forecast, you have to account for the possibility that that one might be a little bit low. It might end up being a little bit high. It could peak out somewhere else. Don't know the landfall intensity, but we got to plan for something that's a little stronger, and we got to also plan for being ready before the tropical storm conditions arrive, not being ready by the time of landfall of the center. That would be too late.
Well, with Henri, Molly asks, there was concern about large-scale power outages. Is that going to be a concern here with Ida?
Oh, my goodness, yes, because the stronger a system is when it makes landfall, the farther inland it's going to bring damaging wind and take out the power. This is the max gust potential from the forecast offices of the Weather Service. Look at this huge area. Any spot in there could get gusts 110 miles an hour or stronger. That's what a major hurricane can do. And look how far inland the gusts go. That could take down trees, take out the power. So, Mike and Alex, I hope people are planning to shelter like you would for a tornado, especially in the forested areas that are in this part of the country, because we got to not be in the water, evacuate from surge, don't drive your car on any water-covered road, all that stuff. Stay out of the water. And then you got to shelter from the wind. So mobile home's a bad idea. Lowest level, most interior room during the hurricane.
All right, Dr. Knapp, we've got another question here. What about the impact for central Alabama?
Well, wind is a potential problem. That's one. Let's go back to that same graphic I was just showing. Central Alabama is on the current track is not as much of a wind problem as, say, Mississippi. But that doesn't mean you couldn't have, especially after this moves inland and starts to hang a right. If you imagine the storm going in this direction, heavy rainfall that could cause flooding could happen in places like central Alabama. And then when you've got a track of a hurricane and then tropical storm going inland like this, that puts Alabama squarely in an area, Mike and Alex, that could have tornadoes. I mean, I remember one statistic about Katrina that some people forget is that it produced the largest tornado outbreak for the month of August in the state of Georgia's history. So we could expect a lot of tornadoes. Alabama is one of those places at risk.
Most certainly. You know, Dr. Nab, we so often, and I think rightfully so, we're really concerned about the rainfall. Are there areas that you're especially concerned about surge, given how vulnerable this area is?
Yeah, the shape of the coastline down here, where we could have a combination of storm surge flooding and freshwater flooding, because if you imagine the storm surge coming into here, these areas that are in a storm surge warning, and then you get a ton of rain, that water's trying to drain back into the Gulf. It's not going to be able to. So yes, New Orleans, you have that hurricane risk reduction system that makes you less vulnerable to storm surge than you were before Katrina. You're still just as vulnerable to rain-induced flooding.
Welcome to Allstate.
Welcome back to New Orleans. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. It's going to be a really tough weekend. Get your preparations done ASAP, certainly tomorrow, because Sunday and Monday are the days that the state of Louisiana and even Mississippi, even Alabama will have the impacts from Hurricane Ida. Now forecast to come in as a Category 4. We'll see how that works out, but the thing is we don't have any wind shear in its path really between just off the coast of Cuba this evening and the Gulf Coast. There's no dry air wrapping in, and the oceanic heat content, the water temps, are running in the upper 80s. So there's plenty of energy there. So there's no reason for it not to continue to strengthen from a Category 1 where it is right now all the way to a Category 4. We'll have the next complete advisory with an updated track forecast and intensity forecast coming up just before 11 o'clock here on the Weather Channel, so please stick around for that. And we're on the air around the clock all weekend, at least through Monday evening, with Ida taking aim for Louisiana. Remember, they had 3 landfalls last year. 2 were major hurricanes. So we've got our first U.S. landfalling hurricane here in New Orleans. They're getting ready. They've already issued mandatory evacuations for several parishes, St. Charles, Plaquemines, also Lafourche Parish, all mandatory evacuations. The town of Grand Isle down at the end of the road on the Gulf, where you don't want to be. Surge forecast there of 7 to 11 feet. And remember, it's very low lying, so that water is going to come all the way up across southeast Louisiana. That's why those parishes outside of the levee protection system have mandatory evacuation. So, Dr. Nab, a lot is going to take place on Sunday and Monday in Louisiana, Mississippi. You mentioned the threat of tornadoes even as far east as Alabama, maybe the Florida Panhandle. But the only thing we can hope for now, maybe by the grace of God, that this thing doesn't strengthen as much, or it strengthens then weakens before landfall.
Yeah, and, you know, hate to be a downer about this, but even if it weakens before landfall, then like Katrina, it could expand in horizontal size. It's hard to win in a situation like this when you've got such a significant threat from wind and water. And Ida is about to leave the west end of Cuba, and you can already see the thunderstorms just absolutely blossoming over the center. So it is really poised to take advantage of that warm water over the Gulf of Mexico. Look at that, you know, convective ball right over the center of circulation, and upper level high pressure just dominating overhead. So wind shear is weakening, and it's got deep warm water to go over right along its track. So all the indications are there for a strengthening, perhaps a rapidly strengthening hurricane, and likely a major hurricane at landfall on Sunday. Probably slowing down after it comes ashore. That's not good. And be a relatively large system as well. So we got to plan for something that might even be a little stronger than the intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center. And even though the landfall of the center is going to be in the PM hours on Sunday, you can't wait until then to be ready. You got to be ready by Sunday morning at the very least, when the tropical storm conditions are likely to start arriving. And if it expands a little bit and speeds up a little bit, it could be late Saturday night when those winds start arriving. So we've got to be ready by tomorrow night. Wherever it is you go to bed tomorrow night in these coastal areas, that's got to be your safe spot. You got to be evacuated, got to be in a place that's not vulnerable to storm surge or really vulnerable to rain-induced flooding or river flooding, and be in a structure that is safe from hurricane, even major hurricane force winds. You're going to need to shelter like you would for a tornado. Storm surge warning is not just along the Gulf front. Look at how many blocks and miles inland from the Gulf of Mexico that the storm surge warning goes, even the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, the Mississippi coastline. If evacuation orders have been given to you by local officials, go as soon as you can, because the longer you wait, and the longer you wait to see if it gets as strong as they're forecasting, the longer you wait to see if a voluntary evacuation goes to a mandatory evacuation, the less time you're going to have to get out. These storm surge values are saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. So when you're going 7 to 11 feet, that's taller than pretty much all of us, right? You can't survive that if you're there. You got to get out, and don't even try to survive storm surge. Even if you do, and you're in a higher structure, you're in an isolated location that's flooded and help can't come. The other big water problem is going to be a large, slow-moving, intense hurricane is going to dump a tremendous amount of rainfall. So if you're in New Orleans, you got to realize that this is likely to take a track that's west of Katrina. And that means heavier rain than Katrina brought, probably moving more slowly than Katrina, and probably stronger winds for New Orleans than Katrina if it comes just to your west, but still having tremendous life-threatening storm surge for the Mississippi coast, along with all the heavier rainfall. So I know New Orleans is protected by that risk reduction system, so that lessens the storm surge threat than pre-Katrina, but you could have more rain, and that system does not prevent rain-induced flooding. And that could be one of the most significant aspects of this. But look at how far inland damaging, maybe even life-threatening wind gusts could extend, Mike. This is going to bring every hazard we can deal with, including the tornado risk after it makes landfall.
Yes, it will. Dr. M, thank you so much for the specifics tonight. Really appreciate your help. And still to come, our live team coverage of Ida continues, breaking down where we'll see the highest storm surge, flooding rains, tornado threats, and wind. Stay with the Weather Channel as we track Ida. Don't forget, you can watch us on your smart TV, Fire TV, Roku, and your Google TV.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble.
Ida, forecast to be a major hurricane, is headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast as we head through the next 48 hours. And really, time is running out to prepare for what will probably be, most likely, a destructive storm. Nearly 5 million people are under tropical alert. Concerned about, that's New Orleans. We have evacuation orders in parts of the city. It's voluntary inside the levee system, but mandatory outside of it. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or less to prepare. And tropical alerts out for nearly 5 million people right now. New Orleans is included. You're looking at a live picture there of New Orleans. Doesn't look like a lot of the people are too concerned right now, but I would say conditions there will start going downhill maybe as early as late tomorrow. All right, well, we're live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, 12 Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane. There you can see the warnings that are up along the immediate coast. Folks, I'm meteorologist Jeff Morrow alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go to Carl now for the very latest. Carl.
Well, you know, this is one of those cases where you have this sort of an awful feeling at the pit of your stomach because you know that this is going to be a really atmospheric conditions, a tremendous amount of warmth in the Gulf of Mexico, and so it is on its way to becoming a monster storm, and it's going to be moving in on Sunday. You want to have everything done, whether that's evacuating or just preparing. You want to have that done by Saturday night because conditions will start to go downhill overnight and certainly so into Sunday morning. So right now it is a Category 1 hurricane. It made landfall in western Cuba a little after 7 o'clock tonight. And the forecast from the Hurricane Center is a remarkable one. This is just not something that we see very often. Shows you that there is a lot of confidence in the intensity forecast, and B, a storm that is just a really unusual storm. It's going to be in a situation where it's going to have this potential to rapidly intensify. And so the Hurricane Center calling for a 140 mile per hour hurricane to be closing in on the coast. That forecast position is at 2 p.m. on Sunday, so closing in during the day on Sunday. And depending on exactly where it moves in, that's going to have everything to do with exactly when it moves in. But you're talking about a devastating storm in terms of wind impacts, in terms of surge impact. I mean, look at these surge values. I mean, this level of surge right there, that is not survivable. You can't survive something like that. I mean, even if you were on the second level of a building, I mean, would you want to be in that situation with water all around you and wind raging? Please, please listen to local officials. If they tell you to move, you've got to get out of there. We're talking about a tremendous potential for surge, 7 to 11 feet, the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then pressing up against that hurricane risk reduction system. That was the really elaborate series of walls and levees that were put in place after Katrina. This is going to be the first really big test for that system as this storm comes in. Let's talk about the current structure of the system. Huge blow up of thunderstorms about that center of circulation. And you notice also how the clouds are fanning out in all directions. So we were looking at an optimal upper level environment. There's very light wind aloft, and that will continue to be the case. We often talk about shear interfering with the storm. This storm is not going to have shear bothering it. And the hurricane hunters on their way into the storm, and they're going to be getting a really good look at what's going on with the character of the storm. So that'll give us an even better sense of what's going to be happening going forward. Now, take a look at this. Max wind gust potential here. Here you see this enormous area of 110 plus miles per hour. So that's from New Orleans on westward into Laplace there, and then Baton Rouge and Lafayette, Houma and Morgan City, New Iberia. In all of these areas, we could be talking about significant wind damage to the level of a tornado, where you would need to be, sheltered in place in the lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. Really significant wind damage potential with this storm. And here's a model forecast. Now, it may not happen exactly like this, but it's meant to give you an idea of how this could happen. And you see the core starting to approach on Sunday morning. You notice also the water being driven into the coast there. And by the way, we're going to be looking at high tides in the early part of the afternoon and the early part of the morning. And then here you see the storm coming in. And again, where it comes in is going to have a lot to do with who exactly gets the worst of it and the timing of it. But it could come in perhaps just west of New Orleans, so sort of taking direct aim on Houma as well as into Lafayette there, and then coming up into southern Mississippi as we go beyond that. But another big part of this is that the storm is really going to slow down as it is coming onshore, and that is going to prolong the impact. It's going to make it last that much longer. So here you see 8 o'clock in the morning, tropical storm force winds coming in, and then by 8 p.m. They move just a little farther to the north. That's that slowing of the forward speed. And that is really going to add to the rainfall potential. Here you see the storm moving in Sunday morning, perhaps. And then as we go through the entire day on Sunday and then even into early Monday, it has only moved up across that stretch of 55 from near New Orleans up into southern parts of Mississippi. So that is going to mean huge potential for very heavy rainfall. And that's an area where there could be some pressure that is put on New Orleans. Even as that elaborate system of levees and walls is keeping the water out, there's going to be a lot of water that's falling inside that system that they've got to pump out. So an enormous area of 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. And this, by the way, is a model blended product, so it tends to be a little bit dampened. And so it could actually be even more than this in some areas. Look at that. Now you're talking about 6, 7, 8, 9 inches of rain near Houma there. huge area of heavy rain into Baton Rouge and up into southern Mississippi. So we are absolutely going to be looking at a huge flood threat because of the slow forward speed of this storm. And there you see the rain total forecast reaching well up into Mississippi, the Mississippi Valley there, and perhaps all the way up into Tennessee as well. So, Jeff, multiple hazards from this storm. It really is, one of the most serious storms that we've seen in a long time. And, I hope that people take this seriously when they're told to evacuate, because I think the tendency is for a lot of people to go, well, let's wait and see if it actually does end up being as strong as they're forecasting.
Yeah, and let's talk about that a little bit, Carl, here. Right now, you're looking at an 80-mile-an-hour, maximum sustained wind hurricane. And people say, oh, that's a Category 1. That's not a big deal. But let's talk a little bit about what is known as rapid intensification. And it really looks like the conditions are coming together for that to happen.
It really does, and for a number of reasons. And rapid intensification is when we see it increase by 30 knots within a 24-hour period of time. So one of the things that we talk about is wind shear, and I'm going to go back to the satellite picture here. And so here again, you notice how the high clouds are really fanning out in all directions. Rather than seeing the thunderstorms being blown off to one side, the winds are light right now, and that is optimal for a strengthening tropical cyclone. So let's talk about where we go from here in terms of wind shear. This is a forecast product showing you where the wind shear is. So, that right there, that's really strong wind. If you have that driving down into the center of a tropical cyclone where you've got a good chance that it's not going to get all that strong, or it's going to weaken considerably. But watch what happens here in this model. And as we go forward, you don't really see that. You do see a little bit around it, and that is actually relative to what's going on with the storm itself. That is the in, up, and out model. That's the warm and humid air coming into the system, rising up through thunderstorms, and then coming out in the outflow, and the outflow has a clockwise pattern like that. So, apart from what the storm itself is generating, there's not going to be any wind shear. That's not going to hold the storm back. Let's talk about water temperatures. This is really, really important. The requisite temperature for a tropical cyclone's maintenance and development is 80 degrees. These water temperatures will be in the middle to upper 80s to near 90 degrees, and it's not just the surface, it's also the depth of that warmth. So here you see there's very great depth to the warmth, and that's important because when a hurricane is really strong, it churns up the water, and as it's churning up the water, if there's just a thin layer of very warm water, it can bring up cooler water from below. That's called upwelling. But if you've got a great depth to that warmth, and in some cases here, you've got water temperatures that are well into the 80s, going down 30 meters. That is a huge depth. And so even as the storm is churning up the water, it's only bringing up more warm water. It's only continuing to get more fuel to keep all those thunderstorms going. So, that's another big, big part of this. So when we look at the intensity guidance here, there are quite a few models that bring it up to major hurricane, and a number of them that also bring it up to Category 4. So, we are talking about just huge potential here for a really, really intense storm. And of course, that magnifies everything. That makes not just the wind worse, but the surge worse. And, you could argue that the rainfall rates could be heavier as well with that more intact core as it comes onshore.
Yeah, any way you cut it, this really, really has the potential to be a very, very bad storm. All right, let's take a little bit of a closer look at how the city of New Orleans is bracing for Ida's impact. And the city's Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, Colin Arnold, joins us live with the steps that residents are taking to get ready for the hurricane. And do you think folks are taking this seriously right now, Colin?
Well, thanks for having me this evening. Yeah, it's been a long day, and certainly I do think that. We've been out today and see a lot of people getting prepared, getting a lot of supplies. Shelves are getting cleared out. We did a sandbag opportunity today for those that wanted to avail themselves of sandbags within the city. That went really successfully, a lot of long lines. We've also been preparing as a city, city government-wise, as far as our public safety assets, our emergency health care, our infrastructure. Everybody's been working today to try and do those last-minute preparations to prepare for what we believe will be a very heavy wind and rain event.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of folks there in New Orleans, the ones that are still there, remember Katrina 16 years ago. What is the main message you want to get across to people living, particularly in the vulnerable areas?
Well, certainly outside of our levee protection, which, we've been dealing with our governor, both with the National Weather Service and the Army Corps of Engineers. They have a lot of faith in our hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system, our levee system. That is a safe place to be in at this point. Even with our storm surge models, it's looking good for New Orleans. But those outside of levee protection, we have issued a mandatory evacuation order. That's our Venetian Isles, Irish Bayou, Lake Catherine area to the east of the city, 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. Certainly not safe to be there, and time to leave now. They will be closing those floodgates tomorrow afternoon.
All right, what is the city's biggest issue, do you think, to really tackle ahead of Ida, which is coming very, very quickly here?
I think infrastructure-wise, obviously, we've had some issue with our drainage pumping system that's been going on for a few years now. There has been improvements that have been made, but there's work still to do on that. I do know that we have a system that is working today with, the great majority of our drainage pumps are operational and ready to work this weekend, which is good. But, our issue will always be our relationship with water, our geography. And, if we get into the situation where we're having 7 to 8 inches of rain per hour, there's really heavy rainfall for an extended period of time, there is no system that can keep up with that. And that would be a concern that I have is, just expectations about what the system can handle and what it can pump out in a reasonable amount of time. We start in our flood fight with trying to keep the streets dry. But at some point when that rain gets too much, there will be street flooding. And then it's a matter of trying to catch up. And so, our public, we believe, understands that, but we always try and reinforce that. And then obviously our other with the wind will be extended power outages after, and what we have to do to deal with particularly our medical needs population in the city whom we're reaching out to right now. We're assessing, we're working with our state and federal partners to set up areas for them to shelter if necessary through the storm tomorrow night. And then, obviously we'll be doing some other things that we had to use during Zeta to do oxygen tank exchanges, power equipment exchanges, battery exchanges, things like that. It worked really well. And we look forward to, if we have to bring that to bear, we'll do that as well. And that's really for that medical needs population that we really need to look out for.
All right. Well, we want to thank you very much, Colin Arnold, Director of the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, for joining us tonight. Carl?
So let's talk a little bit about the surge threat, Jeff, because it is huge and it's going to be very, very high across parts of southeast Louisiana that are outside that really elaborate series of levees there in New Orleans. In fact, when you look at the storm surge warning, you notice it does not include a lot of New Orleans proper. And again, that's because there's this really robust series of walls and levees that have been put in place. And that was after Katrina. It's a $15 billion system. But again, this is going to be the first big test of that system. So this is a product from the National Hurricane Center, and this is the reasonable worst case scenario. How bad could it get if we have the optimal conditions with winds driving in the surge right at high tide? And when you look at Homa here, you see some levels of surge in the 6 to 9 foot range, and that is life-threatening. I mean, over 3 feet is a life-threatening level of surge, but when you're getting to 6 to 9 feet, you just do not want to be anywhere near this town with that level of surge coming in. It's very, very serious. But again, when we look at New Orleans, we notice a lack of flooding here in that storm surge modeling, and that is because the assumption here is that system is going to work very well in New Orleans. We're going to have much more on this dangerous storm coming up in a moment.
When you order carry-out, choose...
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. This situation is as serious as it gets, folks. We're talking about a storm that could very well be a Category 4. We can't even rule out something a bit stronger than that. Some of the modeling has actually indicated that it could be even stronger than that. Right now, it is a Category 1 storm at 80 miles per hour, very well formed on satellite, made landfall at a little after 7 in Cuba, and already we saw some degradation of the cloud there, and already a big burst of thunderstorms, and there's just nothing that's going to hold this thing back. We talk about limiting factors all the time. There really aren't any in this case, and so as the storm moves up through the Gulf for the next couple of days, we expect that it will rapidly intensify. It could be a major hurricane by this time tomorrow, and then on its way to perhaps becoming a 140-mile-per-hour Category 4 storm as it is approaching on Sunday. And so, Jeff, you're just talking about a really huge impact here in so many ways, wind and surge and incredibly heavy rain on top of that.
Yeah, definitely what folks in Louisiana do not want to hear,
yes,
particularly after what they've dealt with in the last year or so.
Right.
And folks aren't taking any chances. From what we understand, gas lines are long, and they were long today across the Gulf Coast. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, came across this scene today in the New Orleans area. The best advice, if you live along the Louisiana coast, well, you either hunker down or you get out now before it's too late. I think you have about 24 hours to rush everything to completion. Well, Ida is to make landfall on a day that sends shivers down the backs of those living in coastal Louisiana and really all along the Gulf Coast there. It's the anniversary of one of the most destructive hurricanes that we've ever seen in the U.S.
You know, we're looking at a Sunday landfall. That is the anniversary of Katrina. We have canceled our memorial services there this weekend, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families. And you know, we know this is a tough time for them. The 167 people who died during Katrina, and you know, we want that to be a message to our citizens now to make sure that they prepared for this event, and so that we can move forward sooner after this storm.
Now, Katrina was just one of the hurricanes that really exploded in the Gulf. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, talks about others that turned into powerful hurricanes just before making landfall along the Gulf Coast.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And this is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen and strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
All right. Well, this may be another one of those systems that rapidly intensifies, perhaps right before making landfall. Let's hope not, but that is a possibility. All right. Now, this is one of our computer models, so you can see where the possible center is coming in here over toward Vermilion Bay. That may or may not be the case. It could actually make landfall anywhere along this whole area here, so don't concentrate on that. But the general idea is there's going to be a lot of rain wherever this comes in, and since we think it's going to get larger in size, then that means the rain area will expand as well. So all along here, we're talking about not only the wind, not only the surge, which will be large, particularly to the east of wherever the center comes in, but also the tremendously heavy rain here. Check out how much we're thinking about, and this may actually even be underdone, upwards of 9 to maybe even 12 inches of rain. We'll touch on this more coming up. Stay with us.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude. And that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
That's right. We're probably within a 48-hour time period now of landfall. Hurricane Ida is gradually moving closer to a U.S. landfall. That was the governor there of Louisiana warning people that time is really running out to prepare for this hurricane. It's expected to be a major hurricane by the time it makes landfall. It's growing stronger by the minute as it moves off of Cuba now and gets back out over the Gulf. At 30 past the hour, let's get the very latest now. And the new information on Ida coming in, storm specialist Carl Parker joins us now. And before we get the latest, I think we can put up a picture here of downtown New Orleans here down, not on Bourbon Street, but more down toward the Riverwalk. But doesn't look like people are really taking things too seriously right now.
Yeah, you know, New Orleans is just such a wonderful city. And, you know, I'm always happy to go there, and I know that people enjoy being there. But you do not get the sense that people understand the gravity of what's going to occur here. Now, you know, a lot of the modeling suggests that the core of this storm is going to come in to the west of New Orleans and more towards Houma and Lafayette, but that's not guaranteed.
No, not at all.
I mean, you know, it could very well be that the storm is a little more to the north or to the east relative to the track there. And if that were to be the case, I mean, we'd be talking about really significant wind potential, and that would be, you know, as you mentioned, inside of 48 hours. I mean, that would be going downhill during the day on Saturday. That gives you, you know, almost no time. And for another thing, you know, if suddenly, you know, it is a 120-mile-per-hour storm tomorrow, and everybody starts freaking out, and they all want to get out, well, the highways are going to be jammed at that point.
Which is what happened during Katrina.
Yeah, so I wouldn't want to be a part of that.
No.
You know, unless people just figure they're going to ride it out. The one good thing is that they do have that really elaborate system of levees there. So there's less concern, you know, especially relative to Katrina in terms of that, you know, huge flood potential. Although there, too, you know, we can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt that that system is not going to be breached, because we talked about the fact that if the storm were to come in at a certain angle, if the core of the storm were to come, say, right over Plaquemines Parish and drive that maximum wind into that little section there going into Lake Pontchartrain,
all bets are off.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what can that, you know, they say that that system is built to withstand a 1 in 100-year storm, but this is this, by the way, is I-10, and traffic is moving right along there. I'm sure there are some people who are getting out now.
And if you want to get out now, I mean, if you take a look at that, hey, doesn't look like we have a traffic backup, but I can almost guarantee you, Carl, that by this time tomorrow, that road may look a lot different, particularly if this storm gets as big as we think it's going to.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, again, there is some worry about, you know, what exactly we're going to be looking at in New Orleans. Now, I want to show you a wind forecast here, because this is, you know, one interpretation of how this could happen. And you see these, you know, very strong sort of core winds coming into the south of New Orleans and driving into Plaquemines Parish and then towards Homa and those areas. But, you know, again, that's, you know, if it were to happen like this, we'd still be seeing a lot of surge. You've still got a forecast for 7 to 11 feet of surge there in southeast Louisiana and parts of southern Mississippi. But, you know, just move that storm up by not very far, you know, 30, 40 miles, and you have that core coming in right there, man, that would put an awful lot of pressure on that levee system. And also you'd be looking at a terrific amount of rain, so water inside of the levees that needs to be pumped out. So there could still be serious flooding as a result of that. So, you know, I would not want to mess with this storm personally. Right now it's a Category 1 storm. It's really well formed, even though it made landfall within the last few hours here. Now coming off of land, and it's got time out of the open water and really nothing to hold it back. There's not going to be any wind shear to speak of. There's not going to be any tremendous dry air intrusion. There's not going to be any patches of cooler water. The water temperatures are sky high, and there's a great depth to that warmth. So all the way around, this thing has every bit of potential to get incredibly strong. It is forecast, and this, by the way, is not something that you see very often, to be a 140 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane as it is approaching. And, you know, that implies, because there's always some uncertainty about intensity, that it could be a little weaker, but it could also be a little stronger than that. And so we might be flirting with, you know, Category 5. And again, if it were to be more to the right side of this, I'd be really worried about New Orleans. We've got more coming up in a minute.
And welcome back. Here's the very latest we have on Hurricane Ida, which is just about, Carl and I think, about to reemerge from western Cuba out over the Gulf, and that is not good news. 80 mile an hour maximum sustained winds. It's only going to go up from here, folks, I think. Category 1, but we're thinking this could get a whole heck of a lot stronger. Hurricane hunters, by the way, are in there right now checking it out, so we should be getting some new information. This is the cone of uncertainty usually, but actually we're fairly confident that this is going to make impact in Louisiana here, and if it gets very wide, it may actually impact some neighboring states as well. But the most direct impact, probably late Sunday into Sunday night here, would be in southern Louisiana. And look at that wind at 140 miles an hour. Then you can see how it moves and kind of makes a button hook here off to the right. And the main threat there would be some locally heavy rain. I think we have a tower cam shot here. We can show you this are the Pontchartrain Causeway here going across Lake Pontchartrain. And of course, as we head through the next 48 hours, they'll probably close this. But you can see a pretty steady stream of folks. I think this camera is facing north, I think. And so those would be folks heading northbound over toward Mandeville and the Hammond area, and maybe evacuating or getting out of harm's way, which I think would be a very good idea.
Looks like as many people coming into New Orleans as leaving.
I didn't want to mention that, but yeah, it looks like the headlights are coming in as well. You got about, well, maybe less than 2 days now, Carl, and the storm surge is really what we want to talk about now, because it could, particularly if this hurricane moves a little bit farther east with its landfall, could really impact around places like Lake Pontchartrain.
Absolutely, and we were just looking at a shot of I-10 right there, and you know, things are moving right along now on I-10, and you may want to think very seriously about taking advantage of that fact, because you know what you do not want to do. I mean, I know I certainly wouldn't want to do it, is get caught in a big traffic jam. You know, one where everybody suddenly realizes, oh my gosh, it got a lot stronger, a lot more quickly.
And we got to get out of here.
And we've got it. We don't want to mess around. And then suddenly everybody's on the roads, and then you're stuck on the roads, and the wind starts coming in. I mean, you know, the wind could actually start picking up, you know, late tomorrow.
Yes.
And then, you know, going through the overnight, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is a really, really big deal, this storm. You know, we do not want you to take it anything but incredibly seriously. levee, and this is all along the Gulf Coast. And look at the area of storm surge warning that is in effect here. So that is from the Mississippi Gulf Coast, all across the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then through, most of southeast Louisiana. But there are some areas, and well inland, by the way, this is a lot of this is wetlands in here, and so a lot of that is built to take on water. But then, you've got some areas where, of course, there's a lot of population, including New Orleans, where they have this really, really elaborate system of levees. I mean, just a really fantastic system that was put in place after Katrina. So that is probably going to protect them. However, there are areas that are outside of that network. And one of them that really stands out here is Homa, and that is a map showing the reasonable worst case scenario. So how bad could it get if the storm comes right in optimally to produce the maximum level of water rise? And you're talking about as much as 6 to 9 feet, maybe 9 feet plus of surge there in Homa. That is a huge amount of surge. So please, please listen to your local officials. Well, what protects New Orleans from storm surge, again, are the network of levees. And so let's go in depth on how they work with storm water rise and what could cause them to fail. Here's meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Like the roads and bridges you use every day, levees are just another piece of the infrastructure often taken for granted. Until there's a problem. Levees are surprisingly common in the U.S. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 1 out of 5 counties have levees. About 100,000 miles of levees wind their way across the nation. But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for just 14,400 miles, or about 15%. The remaining 85,000 or so miles fall under many different local, state, and federal jurisdictions. At their simplest, a levee is just a pile of dirt or wall of concrete meant to hold back the water.
There are 4 primary reasons why levees fail. They include seepage, stability, erosion, and height.
Water can seep through the levee, weakening the structure from within. When a section of levee slides away, that's called a stability failure. So-called toe erosion can steepen the levee slope until the now unstable structure collapses. Finally, the levee just isn't high enough. Water flows over the top, causing the levee to fail from the top down. But most well-maintained levees don't fail. And today, hundreds of communities depend on levees for their livelihoods and even their lives.
All right, Jackie, thank you. And again, there's this really elaborate $15 billion system that was put in after Katrina, and that is made to protect New Orleans. Also, a series of very, very strong pumps that can pump out a lot of water from within those walls there around New Orleans. And so when you look at this reasonable worst case scenario map from the National Hurricane Center, this is a really sophisticated model, and what it's meant to show here is how bad it could get if everything happened optimally, if you maximized the intensity of the storm and the timing of it with high tide, all of that, how bad could it get? You notice there where you see these colors, yellow, orange, storm surge flooding, you don't see any around New Orleans. So the assumption there is that that system, that $15 billion system, is going to work there in New Orleans. But off to the north, in Slidell, we do start to see areas of storm surge flooding of 3 to 6 feet, especially in the south side of town, and then into Mississippi Shoreline Park, also potentially seeing significant storm surge flooding. Much more coming up.
heavy to very heavy rains now rocking Savlamar, pounding Savlamar. Savlamar could be flooded here in Jamaica.
Well, video from Jamaica, as at that time it was only either a depression or a tropical storm to move through the Western Caribbean. Several inches of rain came down across the island, leading to some flooding, as you can see here. Don't know if that was in Kingston or perhaps up on some of the resorts up on the north coast. Well, meanwhile, in parts of western Cuba, rain and wind from Ida slammed the Isle of Youth. Ida made landfall there earlier as it pushed now into the Gulf of Mexico. Looks like it's just about ready to come off the west coast of Cuba and out into the Gulf and eventually head toward the U.S. All right, well, let's get you caught up on some of the latest information that we're getting in. Mandatory and voluntary evacuations are in effect as the state of Louisiana declares a federal state of emergency. As the state grapples with hospitals at capacity due to COVID-19, officials are asking people not to visit emergency rooms unless you have a life-threatening situation. And several schools in the area will be closed. Already they're closing them for Monday. Probably a good precautionary thing there, Carl, because the way things are looking right now, and we don't want to scare people, but we want to definitely kind of convey a sense of urgency here. This could be a very, very big hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely it could. It's very, very hard to see what's going to hold it back. And when you've got an explicit forecast from the Hurricane Center calling for a 140-mile-per-hour storm, I mean, that's a big deal. You just don't see that every day. And let's talk a little bit about history here across the Gulf of Mexico in the storms that we have seen in the past that have been rapid intensifiers. Rapid intensification is when a storm increases by 30 knots within a 24-hour period. And here you see there have been many, many storms that have done that, getting up to Category 4 or 5 across the Gulf of Mexico. It's one of those areas where the water tends to be very, very warm and conditions can be optimal for that level of strengthening. Of course, we saw Michael, which was one of the strongest hurricanes at landfall in U.S. history, and then Camille, which is really the storm of record there in terms of the tremendous surge impact in Mississippi. You had Laura, of course, last year, and we are so hoping that this next one is not going to have the same level of impact in Lake Charles. It does appear that it's going to be coming in farther to the east, but certainly there's going to be some weather there, even if that is the case. And then, of course, you had Harvey, which slammed into Texas and then slowly worked its way up the coast. So, we're talking about a storm that could be historic here. It could be one of these storms that, you remember that name. You remember Ida in 2021. This is a look at the current intensity modeling here, and you see quite a few of these models getting well up into major hurricane range there. There's one here that takes it up to Category 5. That's not the only model that does that. It just happens to be the only one that we're showing on this graph, but there are many models that do that. There are some models that make it even stronger than that. So, there is some potential that it could even get stronger than that. Here you see right now a Category 1 storm, 80-mile-per-hour storm. It made landfall at about 7:30 tonight on the western tip of Cuba. Very well-formed storm. And again, nothing holding it back from now until the time it comes into the coast. The water temperatures are incredibly warm, much warmer than they need to be, and there's a depth to that warmth as well. So even as the ocean gets churned up, it's just going to be nothing but warm water coming up from below. You've got really light winds aloft. Wind shear is not going to affect the system. There's no major area of dry air that's going to get involved in the system. So that's why we're thinking that it's got every potential to become incredibly powerful as it moves in, and that is going to be during the day on Sunday, and exactly when depends on exactly where it moves in. So this is the storm surge potential map from the National Hurricane Center. It's not that every location is going to get this level of surge, but particularly the areas that are to the right. If you think about that center of that radius of maximum winds, the areas that are on the east and north side of that, that's where we're going to really be maximizing that storm surge. I mean, 10 to 15 feet of surge, that is absolutely absolutely a life-threatening level of surge, as is 7 to 11 feet. So if local officials tell you you've got to get out, please do take that very seriously and do get out. Hurricane warnings up, and look at this, maximum wind gust potential. Look at that enormous area of 110 plus miles per hour. And so that does include New Orleans. So even if the system comes in a little to the west, it could very well be into these very powerful winds, particularly if we're talking about a Category 4 storm. And also remember, these areas of southern Louisiana, that's a lot of marsh there, a lot of wetland. And so it's not like a typical situation where the storm hits the coast and then suddenly it's half over land and it's beginning to really lose its intensity. No, because you've got a lot of warm water that's in that marshland that's called the Brown Ocean. And so even as the storm is coming on shore, it is still going to be gathering fuel from those wetlands and could still be incredibly intense. And so in New Orleans, there's going to be significant potential for wind damage depending on exactly where the storm goes. Certainly so in Lafayette, in Houma, and in Baton Rouge as well. We're going to talk more about all of this coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Ida is forecast to be a major hurricane in the next 48 hours, and it's headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast tonight. And time, it's starting to run out to prepare for what will be, we think, a destructive storm. Nearly 5 million people under tropical alerts tonight. And one of the places we're most concerned about is right here in New Orleans. You're looking live there at downtown, down toward the Riverwalk there. We have evacuation orders issued for parts of the city. It's voluntary outside of the levee system, but mandatory, it's voluntary inside the levee system, mandatory outside the levee system. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or so to prepare. And tropical alerts are out for nearly 5 million people across not only the Louisiana Gulf Coast, but also getting over into parts of Mississippi as well, and even Alabama. Gulfport and Mobile under alerts as well. We are live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, 12 Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane headed for the U.S. I'm meteorologist Jeff Marr alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go to him right now, Carl, for the very latest on a system that isn't all that strong right now, but boy, we think things are going to change and in a big hurry.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing standing in the way of intensification. Usually we talk about the presence of some wind shear or some dry air, or maybe the water temperatures aren't optimal. None of that applies in this case. Not one thing is there to really hold this storm back, and that is why it is expected to get so strong. So right now, Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour storm moving northwest at 15, made landfall in Cuba around 7:30 tonight. There you see the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. And so, this is really something. First of all, it shows you there's a lot of confidence about the intensity of this thing really increasing rapidly intensifying tomorrow as it's out in the Gulf of Mexico. And then perhaps getting up to 140 miles per hour as it is closing in, and that's going to be on Sunday, depending on exactly where it comes in. If it's a little more to the east, then it's going to be earlier. If it's a little more to the west, it's going to take longer for it to come in just because the path will be longer. But you're going to see potential for huge, life-threatening storm surge. Please, folks, if local officials tell you you've got to evacuate, please do so. This is going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in this part of Louisiana in a very, very long time. They've got this elaborate levee system that they put in place after Katrina, and that system is going to be put to the test with this storm. It's expected to hold up well in all but the most incredible of storms, but if this storm were to be a Category 4 or, God forbid, a Category 5 storm, and if it were to be a little more to the right and bring that maximum surge up into these areas feeding into Lake Pontchartrain, that's going to put a lot of pressure on that system. So, don't assume anything at this point. And again, please listen to local officials. Let's talk about wind. So this is what it looks like right now. Maximum wind gust potential, 110 plus miles per hour in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, in Lafayette, in New Iberia, in Houma. and farther down to the south in Plaquemines Parish. And so, of course, that's a level of wind that's going to cause widespread power outages. It's going to cause structural damage as well. So even if you're okay in New Orleans with respect to the storm surge threat because of that elaborate levee system, you could be looking at really significant wind damage there in New Orleans. So, you know, it's going to be very, very bad. I would think very carefully about whether or not you want to ride this out, and think very carefully about whether or not you want to be stuck in traffic. If tomorrow suddenly that storm is a 120 mile per hour storm and then everybody freaks out and they start trying to get out of town and I-10 is just, you know, bumper to bumper. You don't want to be in the middle of that either. A lot of different possibilities at this point. This is one of our model forecasts here. And so this model showing the core of the storm coming towards Plaquemines Parish and coming towards Homa, really serious storm surge developing with that increasing onshore flow there. But again, is it going to happen exactly like that? Or is it possible that it's a little more to the northeast as it's coming in? It's possible that it's a little more to the west. And again, that would mean that it would come in later on Sunday. But, you know, we still don't have that completely nailed down at this point. And then it's also going to begin to turn more towards the north. So that's important, too. You notice here that the vector of travel is coming in from the east-southeast, and then that begins to change as the storm really slows down. So, you know, here we're going through Sunday afternoon. Winds are getting much, much stronger in New Orleans at that time if it happens like this. And then that goes on for a very long period of time because the storm slows down. So that eye wall is just pounding New Orleans and Homa and Lafayette, surrounding areas, Baton Rouge eventually, for much of the day on Sunday, again, if it happens just like that. So I just want you to be aware of what is out there, the potential for, you know, how bad this could be. Those tropical storm force winds coming in probably 8 o'clock in the morning or so. And another thing I want to mention is this huge flash flood potential, absolutely enormous flash flood potential because the storm is going to be moving so slowly. Jeff?
Let's touch a little bit about rapid intensification. We kind of throw that term out there, and it pretty much is what it sounds like. In other words, it's a storm that gets real strong, real fast. And we've seen that with a lot of recent hurricanes, particularly as they seem to get near the Gulf Coast. A lot of folks have asked me, why is that happening? It looks like it may happen with this one.
Yeah, you know, well, there's a lot of potential for rapid intensification when you've got really warm ocean waters. There's definitely a relationship there. There's been more and more research on that. We absolutely have that in this case. So, you know, we talk about limiting factors, and we're just not seeing those limiting factors with this storm. First of all, here you see the most recent satellite imagery. There was a huge burst of thunderstorms, but I want you to notice also the cloud pattern here. I want you to notice how it's kind of fanning out in a lot of directions, you know, kind of like this. And what that's telling us is that we're not seeing really strong winds that are coming across the cyclone right now. That's important because when you have wind shear, when you've got strong winds coming in, that disrupts the whole process, this big heat engine that these storms become. When the winds are light, that is optimal for a storm to strengthen. So that's part of it. Now, here's a wind shear forecast. And so, you know, this, for example, that's very strong wind that's coming down through the Bahamas and into Hispaniola. Were that to be over top of the cyclone, we'd be talking about a different story, but that's not going to be the case. And in fact, the only wind that you really see here is related to the storm itself. It's about that outflow. We talked about the high cloud fanning out. Well, that does so in a clockwise fashion. So these strong winds that you're seeing there, they're related to the storm. So in the vicinity of the storm itself, no wind shear. I mean, you're just not seeing any wind shear, so you can forget about that part of it. Then let's talk about water temperatures. 80 is what is requisite for the maintenance and development of tropical cyclones. Here we've got temperatures in the middle and then the upper 80s, but it's not just how warm it is, it's also the depth of the warmth as well, and there's great depth to this warmth. The water temperatures that are warm enough to support a hurricane have a depth of 30 meters in some cases. I mean, even more than that in some areas. And so that means that even as the storm is getting very strong and churning up the water, it's not churning up cooler water from below, it's churning up just a limitless supply of warm water and fuel for the storm. And so with all of those things being in place, that's why so much of this intensity guidance is very high indeed. Here you see one of the models taking it up to Category 4. There are other models that do that. There are some models that are even scarier than that. And so this is absolutely a case where we could, Jeff, be looking at really maximizing that wind potential as the storm comes in. Certainly could be, just a terrific amount of wind damage with the storm where that core comes in.
All right. And as far as surge is concerned, our hurricane expert for many years ago, John Hope, once told me, you can beware of the wind, but fear the water.
Yeah.
The water is probably what will take most people's lives in a hurricane.
Yes.
And this surge could be monumental.
It could be monumental, absolutely. And again, I'll show you that storm surge potential map here. I mean, these are values that are just off the charts here. You're talking about 10 to 15 feet of surge there in southern Louisiana, 7 to 11 feet. Getting up towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast, 4 to 7 around Lake Pontchartrain. It's not going to happen like this in all these areas, but it is going to happen, just to the east, particularly of that eye wall, where that comes in, where we maximize that onshore push, and where that coincides with the high tide. Values like that could be realized, and so places like Houma could be very seriously inundated by this storm surge flooding. Parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast could also be very seriously inundated here. So again, really, really important to listen to your local officials. And if they issue an evacuation, do not make the assumption that you've been through something before and so you know how it's going to go. This could be a whole different ballgame when this comes in. Jeff, over to you.
Let's take a little bit of a closer look at how the city of New Orleans is bracing for Ida's impact. And the city's Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, Colin Arnold, joins us live with the steps that residents are taking to get ready for the hurricane. And do you think folks are taking this seriously right now, Colin?
Well, thanks for having me this evening. Yeah, it's been a long day, and certainly I do think that, we've been out today and see a lot of people getting prepared, getting a lot of supplies. Shelves are getting cleared out. We did a sandbag opportunity today for those that wanted to avail themselves of sandbags within the city. That went really successfully, a lot of long lines. We've also been preparing as a city, city government-wise, as far as our public safety assets, our emergency health care, our infrastructure. Everybody's been working today to try and do those last-minute preparations to prepare for what we believe will be a very heavy wind and rain event.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of folks there in New Orleans, the ones that are still there, remember Katrina 16 years ago. What is the main message you want to get across to people living, particularly in the vulnerable areas?
Well, certainly outside of our levee protection, which, we've been dealing with our governor, both with the National Weather Service and the Army Corps of Engineers. They have a lot of faith in our hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system, our levee system. That is a safe place to be in at this point, even with our storm surge models. It's looking good for New Orleans. But those outside of levee protection, we have issued a mandatory evacuation order. That's our Venetian Isles, Irish Bayou, Lake Catherine area to the east of the city, 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. Certainly not safe to be there, and time to leave now. They will be closing those floodgates tomorrow afternoon.
All right, what is the city's biggest issue, do you think, to really tackle ahead of Ida, which is coming very, very quickly here?
I think infrastructure-wise, obviously, we've had some issue with our drainage pumping system that's been going on for a few years now. There has been improvements that have been made, but there's work still to do on that. I do know that we have a system that is working today with, the great majority of our drainage pumps are operational and ready to work this weekend, which is good. But, our issue will always be our relationship with water, our geography. And, if we get into the situation where we're having 7 to 8 inches of rain per hour, there's really heavy rainfall for an extended period of time, there is no system that can keep up with that. And that would be a concern that I have is, just expectations about what the system can handle and what it can pump out in a reasonable amount of time. We start in our flood fight with trying to keep the streets dry. But at some point when that rain gets too much, there will be street flooding, and then it's a matter of trying to catch up. And so, our public, we believe, understands that, but we always try and reinforce that. And then obviously our other with the wind will be extended power outages after, and what we have to do to deal with particularly our medical needs population in the city, whom we're reaching out to right now. We're assessing, we're working with our state and federal partners to set up areas for them to shelter if necessary over through the storm tomorrow night. And then, obviously we'll be doing some other things that we had to use during Zeta to do oxygen tank exchanges, power equipment exchanges, battery exchanges, things like that. It worked really well. And we look forward to, if we have to bring that to bear, we'll do that as well. And that's really for that medical needs population that we really need to look out for.
All right, let's talk a little bit now about the rain, when it comes in, and what it may do across other areas of the South, not only here in Louisiana, but a little bit farther north. This entire region is much wetter than normal because of recent rains, including a couple of tropical systems. And of course, when you look over the last 7 days, what really jumps out at you is that huge kind of dot or bullseye there just west of Nashville. That was over toward the Waverly area where they got 17 inches of rain and just horrendous flash flooding and a loss of life of 20 different people. But a lot of the rest of the Southeast has had a lot of rain as well. So what we're trying to get across here is the ground's kind of saturated here over much of the South. And when you add in a tropical system like this hurricane, and we think it will slow down a bit once it makes landfall and then starts to make a right-hand turn, many areas here from Jackson, Mississippi, all the way up to Birmingham and Nashville could get a very, very big soaking here from this system. Maybe a little bit less as you head down toward Atlanta and Montgomery and Charlotte, but nonetheless, tropical rain is tropical rain, and on saturated ground, that could really be problematic here. We could be talking about some flooding issues. So the two different models that we primarily look at here, this is the European model, shows the main thrust of the rain up through Mississippi, up into Tennessee and western areas of Alabama, and then the American model, what we call the GFS, a little bit farther to the east, but generally the same area, coming up out of Louisiana, of course, where the heaviest rain will be, and then moving up across Mississippi, western Alabama, and into Tennessee. So another big soaking across many areas of the South. We'll give you the latest on Ida.
USAA is made for the safe pilot.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
Well, the state capital, Baton Rouge, looks like the traffic moving steadily here, but that's pretty typical actually on I-10 there in Baton Rouge. So I don't know whether we can attribute this to people evacuating or moving out, but that's something they may want to consider, Carl, as we head on through the next 24 hours.
Well, if I were in this part of Louisiana, I would be thinking very seriously about, whether or not I was under, a voluntary evacuation order. I just don't know that I'd want to be anywhere near the storm. For one thing, the power is probably going to be out, and it might be out for a long time. And you know what the weather's like down there in the Gulf Coast, and, do you want to be in that for a week or a couple of weeks.
Right, with power out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And by the way, you're looking at the causeway here, the twin causeways across Lake Pontchartrain. And as Carl mentioned earlier, there are some cars going away from us, but there's probably just as many with those bright headlights coming toward us. So it's not all evacuation here right now, Carl.
Absolutely not. And, another thing we've been noticing is, and this, by the way, is I-10. And so, one of the things that I'm worried about is whether or not this is going to be full as we go into tomorrow, because the storm could very well be a really, really different storm by this time tomorrow. In fact, it is forecast to be a major hurricane by this time tomorrow. And so is that the point at which people will start to get really concerned and think about getting out of there? I don't know, but I definitely would not want to be caught in traffic there. I would want to take advantage of the fact that there is not much traffic on the roads right now. Here's the latest on the storm from the Hurricane Center. It's a Category 1 storm, 80-mile-per-hour wind. There you see the tropical storm force winds coming in most likely on Sunday morning. So you really have to have everything done by Saturday. If you're going to do some preps, you need to have that done by Saturday. Here's the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. And so it is forecast to become a Category 4 hurricane closing in on the coast in Louisiana, and that's going to be during the day on Sunday. So, definitely one of the worst storms that we've seen in a while there coming into the Louisiana coast.
Yeah, and we said that last year with the hurricanes then, but this one has the potential to, unfortunately, be even worse. Well, Ida to make landfall on a day that sends shivers down the backs of those living in coastal Louisiana. Why? Well, it's the anniversary of one of the most destructive hurricanes that we've ever seen in the U.S.
We're looking at a Sunday landfall. That is the anniversary of Katrina. We have canceled our memorial services there this weekend, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families. And we know this is a tough time for them. The 167 people who died during Katrina, and we want that to be a message to our citizens now to make sure that they prepared for this event, and so that we can move forward sooner after this storm.
Katrina, just one of the hurricanes that exploded out into the Gulf. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, talks about others that turned into powerful hurricanes just before making landfall along the Gulf Coast.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And This is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen and strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
And the Weather Channel will have live coverage. 10 different meteorologists are fanned out, starting at 5 a.m.
As someone who resembles...
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude. And that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
Hurricane Ida is moving ever closer to the U.S. for a landfall. That was the governor of Louisiana warning people that time, believe it or not, is already starting to run out to prepare for this hurricane. It's expected to be a major hurricane, Category 3 or higher. Right now it's forecast to be a Category 4 at landfall, growing stronger by the minute as it enters the Gulf. 30 minutes past the hour now. Let's get the very latest on information. We'll be getting a new update, by the way, at the top of the hour for Hurricane Ida. But right now we have an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. And as I think we can show you a shot here of Bourbon Street in New Orleans, and a lot of revelry going on there. We've been watching it for a while. I hate to say this, but it doesn't look like these folks, at least, are taking it very seriously. But yeah, they don't have a lot of time here, Carl.
They don't have a ton of time. I mean, what we're expecting is that, by tomorrow night, it's going to start getting windier. And, then it's going to get worse and worse overnight tomorrow night. By Sunday morning, it's really going to be bad. But, one of the big forecast questions is, will it, in fact, right now the center line of the forecast track from the Hurricane Center takes the core of the storm just southwest and west of New Orleans and more towards Houma and towards Lafayette. But that doesn't mean that that is set in stone, by no means. And in fact, when you look at a lot of the model track guidance, you still see there's a wide range there. I'll show you that in a moment. So, I certainly would be concerned. I mean, if you're talking about a Category 4 storm coming in, that's going to cause really significant wind damage, to say nothing of all the other impacts.
I would say this, get your revelry in tonight, because you're not going to be able to do this tomorrow. Time will definitely be clicking away. So I guess if they're going to party, you party on Bourbon Street tonight. It wouldn't be surprising, really, that some of the establishments may actually close over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and the other thing that we were looking at was looking at I-10. And we saw that the traffic was moving right along on I-10. So now would be a good time to get going if you wanted to. My worry is that, tomorrow, if we do see this period of rapid intensification, let's say the storm overachieves and, gets up to 130, miles per hour tomorrow, then suddenly everybody's like, whoa, and they all decide to leave at the same time. And then you've got a traffic jam there on I-10. And
can we show that?
Concern.
Can we show that shot of I-10 that we had a little bit earlier there near New Orleans? Because it is wide open. There it is.
Yeah.
And again, if you want to evacuate now, or move to maybe a little bit safer area, now would be the time to do it, because as Carl mentioned, you don't want to get caught in a huge traffic jam with a potentially Category 4 hurricane bearing down on you.
And didn't you say that you were in New Orleans prior to Hurricane Katrina?
I was.
And you talked to some of the people there, and they did not seem particularly concerned. And of course, that ended up being one of the worst disasters in American history.
Well, they kept asking me when I was down there along the Riverwalk, it was about 24 hours before Katrina came in.
Wow.
They said, well, is it really going to be that bad? We hear that it's bad, but it's not going to be that bad, is it? And I kept telling them, yes, you need to leave. You need to leave now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, by that time, the backup had started on the interstates, and a lot of those folks had a very hard time getting out if they did get out.
Yeah, that is really, that's one of the things I would fear the most if I wanted to suddenly go and then get trapped. Exactly. Wouldn't be able to get out as easily as you thought you would have. So let's take a look at the latest on the storm. It is a Category 1 storm. We do, by the way, as Jeff mentioned, have a full forecast advisory coming up from from the Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. And so we'll see if there are any substantial changes to the forecast there. This is a very well-formed storm. It made landfall at about 7:30. We're seeing a little bit of a waning of the convection now, but the upper level pattern looks very favorable. It's going to continue to be favorable. The water temperatures are very warm. You've also got, no dry air intrusions looming or anything like that. So it is forecast by tomorrow at this time to be a major hurricane or very close to it. It's certainly going to be getting right up there. And, then as the storm comes in, there's a closer look. Forecast to be a Category 4 storm. Now, keep in mind that there's always some, wiggle in intensity forecasting. Intensity forecasting is tricky. It could be a little bit weaker, could be a little bit stronger. And if it gets any stronger than that, it's going to be unbelievably strong. I mean, this is already at the high end of what we experience here in terms of wind and surge impacts, and it's also going to be a very slow-moving storm as it is coming in. This has potential to be a huge problem in Louisiana.
Ricky Bobby,
today the road is, if at all, but that will change as this system moves out into the Gulf. And of course, as we've been saying, it's going to move rather rapidly across the Gulf, but intensify as it does so. And by Sunday afternoon, look at that wind speed. That is the forecast from the Hurricane Center. From an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane right now over Cuba to a 140-mile-an-hour Category 4 hurricane plowing into southern Louisiana as we head through late Sunday and on into Sunday evening. And one city we'll be watching very closely is going to be New Orleans. We've been talking about that. You're under a hurricane warning, but also a threat for a very large storm surge. This is the Pontchartrain Causeway, the camera bouncing a little bit and some wind right now, not associated anything with the hurricane. But Carl and I have been noticing that you see just as many cars going northbound there, we think, with the taillights, as you see coming towards you, which would be coming toward New Orleans with the headlights. So not a lot of folks, I don't think, evacuating, Carl, at this point, but that probably should get underway sooner rather than later.
Yeah, well, certainly there are a number of mandatory evacuations, and we hope that everybody takes those really seriously. There are a lot of voluntary evacuations as well, and it's very hard to impress upon people what the potential for intensity is. I mean, I think a lot of times people don't think it until it happens. If it's suddenly a Category 3 and it's moving in, they'll go, oh my gosh, now I got to do something. But, right now it's just a Category 1, and so you have to put a lot of faith in the modeling. But, for the Hurricane Center to go out there and put a 140-mile-per-hour storm in their forecast, I mean, that's showing a lot of confidence in the intensity forecast here. And so we do think that this could be an historic storm there in Louisiana.
And I want to put a little bit of a cap on this. Not everybody can evacuate. Just like in Katrina, there are people that don't have the ability to evacuate. And I remember at that time, they were even trying to put people on buses to get them out, and people ended up going into the Superdome, and that was a huge, big mess. But if you have the opportunity and you have the means to evacuate or to move maybe to, and not everybody has a place to go either, but if you do, maybe now you can see I-10 here pretty clear. So maybe now would be the time to at least think about it. And definitely early during the day tomorrow would probably be an optimum time, because as Carl mentioned, later in the day, you may get caught in a very, very big traffic jam.
Yeah, and if you don't have the means to evacuate, the city is, going to be providing shelters and that kind of thing. So, absolutely take full advantage of that, because, if the storm were to come right across New Orleans, that northeastern eye wall got into New Orleans, we'd be talking about, a devastating storm there in New Orleans, of the likes that we have not seen in a really, really long time.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yes.
All right.
We do have the new update right now, 11 p.m. advisory on the storm, and it is now still a Category 1 at 80 miles per hour. Not a surprise, given what we saw with the hurricane hunters. We were following their data, and you see the forecast there essentially is unchanged, calling for the storm to be a Category 4 storm as it's approaching, and then maybe weakening slightly as it's beginning to move onshore. So again, that's the 11 p.m. advisory, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the new forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. And so here you see, again, they're forecasting for the storm to get up to 120 miles per hour. and that's going to be by tomorrow evening, and then by Sunday morning, getting up to 140 miles per hour, and then as it begins to move in, weakening only very slightly, perhaps back to a category 3. A little bit of a narrowing of this cone here, and also another thing I want you to notice is that these are 12-hour increments. So you see a very long increment right there. That's 12 hours. And then here's another 12 right there. And then here's another 12 right there. So this thing is going to be taking a long, long time to move in. It's going to be a prolonged period of very strong winds and very heavy rain and storm surge over several high tide cycles. Now, we talked a little bit about the modeling here. Here is the GFS model, the main or operational GFS model in red, and then the ensemble members when they rerun the model many times to account for possible errors getting into that operational model. And you see that, you know, almost all of the members show a landfall in Louisiana, but there's still a lot of spread there, you know, ranging from southwest Louisiana to eastern Louisiana, and a couple of members even going into Mississippi. So, you know, again, we don't have that completely nailed down at this point. The most likely scenario is that it comes in, say, somewhere near Houma there in south of New Orleans and kind of curves around to the southwest of New Orleans and begins to work north, but it's not guaranteed. It is still possible that it comes right over New Orleans. It's also possible that it's farther west and moves more towards the western part of the state. Still an array of things could happen at this point. Now, here's one model depiction of the storm coming in. You know, this is the most dangerous part of the storm right there. That is the eye wall. That's where those exceptionally strong winds will be coming in. So, you know, this is Sunday morning as this model shows it, and we've got a high tide very early in the morning, you know, in the wee hours of the morning on Sunday, and then again in the early afternoon, and we'll be looking at that onshore flow continuing, you know, and then that core of the storm comes up, you know, perhaps just west of New Orleans, but again, that part is not set in stone at this point. That could still change. So you just need to think about, you know, what you would want to do if you had a Category 4 storm coming right to your location. Where would you want to be? Very important thing to think about between tonight and tomorrow.
New customers get up.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
And about 10 minutes before the top of the hour, brand new advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center. And let's go to our storm specialist, our hurricane specialist, Carl Parker. And Carl, right now it looks like as the hurricane has crossed over western Cuba, it's pretty much held serve. It really hasn't changed, but that should change rather rapidly now.
Yeah, you know, as we've said for a while now, there's nothing that's really going to hold the storm back going forward. We often talk about limiting factors, whether it is wind shear or dry air or something with the water temperatures. None of that is going to be in place as this storm moves out into the Gulf of Mexico. So it's going to have every opportunity to rapidly intensify. We expect that that is going to happen between tonight and tomorrow. Right now, an 80-mile-per-hour storm. By tomorrow night, it is expected to be a 120-mile-per-hour storm, so more than meeting the definition of a rapidly intensifying storm. And then it's likely to get even stronger as it continues to close in on the coast, and that is going to be on Sunday. Very well-formed storm right now, and you can see the new position there. It's right in there. So it has just come off of Cuba, made landfall at about 7:30 tonight. Notice how the higher cloud is kind of spreading out in all directions. So that's indicative of a light wind environment aloft, and that is optimal for a tropical cyclone to strengthen, and that's a big part of why it's expected to get so strong so quickly. Here you see the forecast for tomorrow evening, taking it to 120 miles per hour, so becoming a major hurricane, and then 140 miles per hour. That is the forecast for Sunday morning as it is closing in, and then perhaps some slight weakening as it begins to slow down and slowly curve more to the north and eventually towards the northeast. So, these increments here, these are 12-hour increments. And so, initially you've got a very long one. It's moving right along. And then you have a much shorter one here between Sunday morning and Sunday evening. And then you have an even shorter one between Sunday evening and Monday morning. So the implication there is that the thing just starts to move in, and then it's just really slowly coming in. And this, by the way, is something that we've seen more of in recent years. And the problem with that is that it maximizes everything. It means the wind impacts are going to last that much longer. It means that we're going to get storm surge through several high tide cycles. It means that we're going to be looking at a huge area of very heavy rain. And the storm surge potential is going to be off the charts. I mean, you do not want to be anywhere near the coast with these values being what they are. If you are asked to evacuate, please take this very seriously. I mean, that is just an incredible level of surge there, 10 to 15 feet, 7 to 11 up into the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And, depending on exactly where the storm comes in, it's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the levee system in and around New Orleans. The thinking is that it's probably going to be strong enough to hold. This is the really elaborate system that was put in place in New Orleans after Katrina. The thinking is that it will probably hold, but depending on exactly how strong the storm is and where exactly it moves in, it could put a lot of pressure on that system. And there's going to be heavy rain falling inside of the levees as well. Hurricane warnings up, including New Orleans. There you see the wind, max wind potential, 110 plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. New Orleans into Baton Rouge, into Lafayette, into Homa, New Iberia, farther westward as well. So, you're talking about a level of wind that is easily enough to cause widespread power outages. So that should be another part of your calculus, whether or not you decide to stick around or not. Do you want to be in a situation where the power's out for a very, very long time? But then on top of that, you've got this potential for, serious structural damage. And in fact, where you get into the eye of wall, that's where the very strongest of winds are. I mean, the winds could easily be at a level that causes really significant damage in terms of, just structural damage alone. So, here you see the forecast wind speeds, very large area of strong winds, and so impacts will extend well outside of the center, and we're going to be looking at that, very strong onshore push there and the storm surge along with that. But again, it's that core where the maximum wind damage potential is going to be. That could come right up through New Orleans or get really, really close to New Orleans. And again, probably more directly, at least how it looks right now, more directly over Homa and over Lafayette and then over Baton Rouge. And then it continues up into Mississippi beyond that. Tropical storm force winds most likely coming in on Sunday morning there in southeast Louisiana. But then another huge part of this is going to be this heavy rain potential. That's the, deep tropical moisture, that area of red right there. And so it moves up and it moves up and it moves up. And then it just starts to sit right along the northern Gulf Coast. And that slow forward speed is going to be a really big part of what drives the rainfall threat. This is a massive, massive area of heavy rain. That is 5 to 8 inches of rain there showing up in the orange coloring, even more than that in the red coloring. And again, a lot of that rain will be falling in New Orleans inside the levees. So even if the levees are holding and keeping the storm surge out, we're going to be looking at a lot of water inside those walls, and they'll be trying to pump that out. And not all the pumps are working optimally at this point. So, that is also going to be a big worry there in New Orleans. And then as we look at the rainfall forecast farther north, a huge area of heavy rain up through much of Mississippi and the deep south. So this is going to have impact well inland. We're going to talk much more about the storm coming up in a few minutes.
Home Advisor.
Ida is forecast to be a major hurricane, and it is headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast as we head through the next 36 hours. Time is running out to prepare for what will be a destructive hurricane. Nearly 5 million people under tropical alerts tonight. And one of the places we're most concerned about is New Orleans. You're looking at Bourbon Street live right now. There are evacuation orders issued for parts of the city. There are mandatory evacuations for areas outside the levee system, voluntary inside the system. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or less, really, to prepare. And again, tropical alerts out for nearly 5 million people right now, New Orleans included, and most of the Louisiana coast as well. But also parts of Mississippi and Alabama, Gulfport, and even Mobile are under alerts tonight. We are live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane headed right for the Louisiana coast. I'm meteorologist Jeff Morrow alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go to Carl right now for the very latest. And we have a new advisory, Carl, from the Hurricane Center. But again, as Ida crossed over western Cuba, we didn't expect it to intensify now. But now that it's back over the water, well, all bets are off.
Yes, exactly. And a lot of concern about just how strong this storm is going to get. And it's forecast now to become a Category 4 hurricane as it is approaching, and that is going to be on Sunday. So now is the time to start thinking about what you might need to do to get ready for the storm, whether it's getting out of town or preparing your home, whatever the case may be. Now is the time to think about that. Conditions are going to start to go downhill by tomorrow night. So really tomorrow night is it. That's going to be your last shot at getting things together, because by Sunday morning it's going to be getting a whole lot worse there in southeast Louisiana and also potentially in southern parts of Mississippi. So here's a look at the latest on the storm. It's a Category 1 hurricane, 80-mile-per-hour winds. The hurricane hunters have been going back and forth and looking at the winds and the storm and not finding a whole lot of change in terms of the intensity. But the storm now offshore, coming off of Cuba, and there's really nothing that's going to hold it back at this point. We talk a lot about limiting factors, whether or not there's going to be some shear or some dry air or what's going on with the ocean temperatures. None of that is going to be unfavorable, and that will allow the storm to go through this period of rapid intensification. So it's expected to get up to 120 miles per hour, and that's going to be by tomorrow at this time. So it becomes a major hurricane in the space of 24 hours. 80 right now, getting up to 120 tomorrow, and you see an increase of 30 knots in 24 hours. That is the definition of rapid intensification. And then it continues to strengthen further up to 140 miles per hour, because again, there really isn't anything holding it back. Now, there may yet be some changes in this. Sometimes there are internal dynamics in hurricanes that can change the way that they intensify or wax and wane in terms of intensification. And that part is really, really difficult to forecast. But at least in terms of the environment, we know that the environment is really optimal for rapid strengthening and for there to be a really intense storm right up until the point of landfall. So one of the huge worries with the storm is going to be the level of storm surge that we see. And you're talking about a life-threatening level of storm surge. It's not going to happen like this at every one of these locations, but rather where conditions are at their worst. And that's going to be, where that core of the storm is coming in, and just ahead of that and to the north and east of that, that's where you're going to maximize that onshore push. And that's where we could be talking about, a water level It's up to the second story of some homes. So even if you had a home that was way up on stilts, you might not be safe with that level of surge coming through. So keep that in mind. Please, please listen to local officials, because this storm is the real deal. It very much does have the potential to become one of these historic storms. Look at the wind potential right now, the maximum wind gust potential. And you see from New Orleans on westward into Baton Rouge, into Lafayette, into Homa, into New Iberia. In all of these areas, we'll be talking about a level of wind that, first of all, is going to cause widespread power outages, most likely, but second of all, is also going to cause a lot of really significant structural damage. And so it's going to be one of those things where if you get into that eye wall in particular, you're going to be needing to be, completely sheltered and in your safe place for several hours. And that's another, big part of this situation. This storm is really going to slow down, so it's going to last for a long, long time. So here you see a model depiction of the wind field. May not happen exactly like this, but it's meant to give you an idea of how it's happening. So here we go into Sunday morning. We're starting to see a very strong onshore push, water level rise there in Mississippi and Louisiana, especially in that concave area of coastline there. There's a really elaborate system of levees and walls in place in New Orleans that is expected to hold. But, if the core of the storm were to come in just south of New Orleans, that would put a lot of pressure on that system. So, here we go through Sunday, and then at this point, the storm is really, really starting to slow down. And so you've got this core of incredibly strong wind coming up, but it's just going on and on and on and on, lasting for hours. Onshore push of water over several high tide cycles, just many, many hours of really intense wind, and then also, huge amount of rainfall on top of that. There we go, 4 o'clock in the morning. So, that's 24 hours later. Remember the position as it was coming in on Sunday morning? And here you're 20 hours later, and it's only gotten that far. So this is what we mean by the long duration of this event. It's going to make everything last that much longer, and it's going to make it that much more difficult because of that. So please keep that in mind. Those tropical storm force winds likely coming in on Sunday morning. And as I mentioned, because the storm is going to be moving so slowly, we expect to see a very large area of likely flash flooding in southeast Louisiana. And, here's another model depiction of this slowing storm here. It's moving in, moving in, moving in. And then it just starts to crawl up through southeast Louisiana, and that slow motion maximizes the amount of rainfall that we get. So you've got this enormous area of 5 to 6 to 7 inches of rain. And, again, we talked about the levee system in New Orleans, expected to do well in a situation like this. However, if you get, 5 to 6 to 7 inches of rain inside of those levees, there's going to be street flooding in New Orleans inside of the walls. And apparently now, Jeff, we're hearing that, at least one of those pumps is not functioning optimally. At least one.
It might be as many as 2.
Yes. So, that is also a huge issue.
Of course.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit more about the rapid intensification and what that means. Basically, you're looking at an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane right now. Okay, and some folks may look at that. When I look at the folks on Bourbon Street here, I'm thinking they're probably thinking, it's not that big a deal. But it's going to become a big deal, and it's going to become a big deal very, very quickly. Talk about that.
Yeah, and this is something we've been thinking about for a while now. And, I guess there is a disconnect there because, people might not always think, and there have been some cases where a storm was forecast to be something and it turned out to not be that.
Right.
And so people are more inclined to believe it when it's actually happening. Part of the problem in this case, though, is it's going to happen so fast. That's the whole point of rapid intensification.
Right.
Is basically between today and tomorrow, we're going to be looking at an entirely different storm, and then everybody's going to freak out at that point. And are they still going to be there and wanting to get out? And will the highways be jammed up at that time as people are trying to get out? I would not want to be in a traffic jam trying to leave with a monster storm. And I think that's something that you and I both have experience with. I know you have a lot more experience being in the field, but I know that when you're out there and you're waiting for a storm to come in and you know that there is this potential that it could get really, really strong, That's kind of scary.
It is scary.
Because you just don't know exactly where that's going to end up. Yeah, a lot of the modeling is showing that it's going to be somewhere between Cat 3 and Cat 4, but are the models fully capturing what's going to happen here? And intensity forecasting is notoriously difficult.
Yes.
So could it be even stronger than that?
Let's hope not.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these are questions that I would be asking myself.
Yeah, you don't want to take the chance.
Right. You know, I wouldn't want to assume anything. Let's take a look at the wind shear here, and you know, this is a big part of this. Wind shear is something that certainly, you know, can limit a storm's potential. Here in the blue coloring, you're seeing some very strong winds coming down into the Caribbean there. Notice what happens with the wind as the storm is moving up. You can follow the model tracks there. There's no wind. I mean, what you're looking at here is related to the outflow associated with the storm. And so right over the storm, no strong wind at all. So that is not going to be a limiting factor. How about water? Well, the water temperatures are going to be well above what is necessary to keep a tropical storm, tropical cyclone going. 80 degrees is what is requisite. We're talking about temperatures that will be pushing 90, and it's not just how warm the water is, it's the depth of the warmth as well. In some places, this depth of warm water is going to be down 30, maybe 40 meters in some areas. And so when you've got that level of depth of warmth, even as the storm is churning up the water, where it might sometimes bring some cooler water up from below, and that can have an impact on the intensity. As it's churning up the water, there's nothing but warm water coming up from below. So it's this limitless supply of fuel for the storm, and that also is a big part of what allows a storm to get really, really intense. In a lot of the cases where we've seen incredibly intense storms in history, it's been because there's been a depth to that warmth as well. So this is the intensity guidance here. There is a range in the guidance, which is interesting, but there are several models that are on the high end here, getting up to Category 3 to Category 4. I'll tell you, there are some other models that are not explicitly intensity models that are even more aggressive than this. And so, you know, Jeff, you know, as we've been saying here, I would not want to take a chance with this. I would not want to put my chips in the, well, maybe it won't turn out to be so bad. That's not what this looks like.
Yeah, that's a dangerous gamble right there.
Yeah.
All right, let's briefly talk about the surge, because again, the surge, and when we talk about surge, some people might not understand what that means. It's basically the water of the ocean, or in this case, the Gulf of Mexico, getting pushed by the winds of the hurricane and pushing them on shore. There was a dramatic, of course, case of that over there at in Florida a couple of years ago. I forget the name of the town that basically got wiped out over there in the Florida Panhandle by the storm surge. And of course, Katrina had a huge storm surge in Biloxi and Gulfport. What are we expecting with this storm?
You might be thinking about Mexico Beach with Michael.
Yes.
Yes. And yes, you know, storm surge is a function of the intensity of the storm and also a function of the size of the storm. You've got both of those things. In this case, it's going to be a larger area of strong winds, and it's going to be a very intense storm. So storm surge warning in effect all across southeast Louisiana. And by the way, well inland, this is all wetland in here. So that storm surge could penetrate many, many miles inland. In fact, I think we can put let's take a look here, you know, from the, look at that. Look at that storm surge warning. I mean, that's extending, you know, 50 to 60 to 70 miles inland, you know, because you've got wetlands there. Where you notice there is not a storm surge warning is in New Orleans proper, and that's because of this really elaborate series of levees and walls that have been put in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. It's a $15 billion system. It's expected that it will hold up to all but the most severe of cases. And right now, it looks like the storm is going to be a Category 4. It looks like the storm is going to come in maybe just southwest of New Orleans. But does that mean it is not, absolutely not going to come in across New Orleans or as an even stronger storm? No, it doesn't mean that. We don't know that at this point. So just keep that in mind, something to keep in mind. In areas outside of that levee system, like Homa, this is the reasonable worst case scenario for storm surge flooding. Homa could be just devastated by storm surge as this system comes in. Jeff.
All right, you were just talking about New Orleans. Well, let's go to New Orleans, where meteorologist Mike Seidel has a breakdown of the dangerous rainfall that also could cause some big problems to the Crescent City.
Here in New Orleans, they're getting ready for what will likely be the biggest threat from a tropical system since Katrina hit 16 years ago on Sunday. Hurricane warnings are up. We have storm surge warnings for the area lakes, Lake Borgne, Lake Pontchartrain, and that's because of the wind. We're going to be on the east side of Ida as it comes in later on Sunday night. That's going to push the water up the Mississippi into Lake Borgne and into Lake Pontchartrain. Right now, we're expecting a surge on Borgne of 7 to 11 feet and 4 to 7 feet in Pontchartrain. That's above normally dry ground. Then you throw in the fact that half of the city is below sea level. It's like a big bowl. So they've got to pump the water out. They've got that levee protection system to lower the risk, and that's going to be turned on. But we're expecting a lot of rainfall, and the pumping system can only handle about an inch the first hour and a half an inch succeeding hours. So that's going to put this pumping system, levee system, to a test come Sunday and Monday. We're looking at least 5 to 8 inches of rain. So we got the wind issue pushing the water up. We've got the rainfall issue. Then we just have the wind issue from a structural and wind damage perspective. Right now, we're expecting wind gusts at least hurricane force. They could be higher if the track of Ida wobbles to the east. We still have a couple of days for that track to shift a little east or west. That's going to knock out power. We could have some structural damage, too. So a whole litany of significant issues from a major hurricane forecast to come in as a Cat 4 to our west later on Sunday and Sunday night. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, on the river in New Orleans.
All right, thanks, Mike. And he's right. There's a whole plethora of things that we have to be concerned about here. And he mentioned the rainfall, and not only for southern Louisiana, but all across the South. We've had a lot of rain recently, and so the ground really is saturated in many areas, particularly down in Louisiana and also all the way up into Tennessee, where we had just unbelievable amounts of rain just west of Nashville. All right, so the hurricane by Monday slowly moving north, as Carl was mentioning. As it moves north, it's going to continue to put down this locally heavy rain, again, these tropical rains. And again, on saturated ground, that could cause some big problems across parts of the deep south. So that's one other issue, not only along the coast, but inland, that we'll have to watch with Ida.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our coverage of a very dangerous hurricane that is now coming up from the south. It made landfall earlier today in Cuba. We're talking about Ida, which is a Category 1 hurricane right now, on its way to becoming a Category 4 storm by Sunday morning. There you see the latest from the Hurricane Center. We got an advisory at 11 p.m. No real big changes in that advisory. Still looking at the same basic forecast ideas here, in the path narrowing, showing a landfall in Louisiana most likely. But of course, you don't want to focus on that one point because the storm is a very large system and there's going to be impact well outside of that forecast cone. This is not an impacts cone. It's just showing you where the center is most likely to be and the average forecast error as you go out in time. And so right now, the best guess is that the storm comes in a little to the west and southwest of New Orleans, but then begins to turn to the north and really slows down. So this could be a very high impact event for a lot of reasons. One, because the storm is going to be so strong. The other, because it's going to slow down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. And I want to show you quickly a live picture of New Orleans right now. And, you know, the crowds here, Jeff, you know, we've been sort of amazed by this. Now, you know, New Orleans is a very hurricane savvy place. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, this is not your average storm. This is a storm that is forecast to be a Category 4. And, you know, you couldn't say that it's absolutely not going to get any stronger than that. Intensity forecasting is really tricky. And everything's in place for it to get really strong. So, you know, what's to hold it back? It's hard to say, you know?
Yeah, we as meteorologists see the urgency here, but obviously some of the folks down on Bourbon Street, not at this moment, but hopefully in the next 24 hours, they will maybe see the light, so to speak. All right, well, Ida to make landfall on a day that sends shivers down the backs of those living in coastal Louisiana. Yeah, we're talking about Katrina. Well, on Monday, it's the anniversary of one of the most destructive hurricanes that we've ever seen in the U.S.
You know, we're looking at a Sunday landfall. That is the anniversary of Katrina. We have canceled our memorial services there this weekend, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families. And, you know, we know this is a tough time for them. The 167 people who died during Katrina. And, you know, we want that to be a message to our citizens now to make sure that they prepared for this event and so that we can move forward sooner after this storm.
Well, Katrina, one of the storms that virtually exploded in the Gulf. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, talks about others that turned into powerful hurricanes just before making landfall along the Gulf Coast.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, you know, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these is over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And this is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen and strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
And the Hurricane Center is forecasting a rapidly developing system. And it looks like maybe some of the outer bands by Sunday morning could be encroaching on southern Louisiana and moving up through the New Orleans area. Then here comes the actual center right up just east of Vermilion Bay and maybe up toward the Iberia area, and then continuing to slowly pull inland. with that kind of timing, we're talking about tremendous amounts of rain here. Some of these areas may be over a foot right down toward the Gulf Coast, but many areas anywhere from 6 to 10 inches. That on top of the strong winds and the storm surge, this could be very, very bad. All right, we're looking at the Red Stick, as they call it, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the capital of Louisiana, state capital, and looks like traffic moving pretty well there. I think that's I-10 that we're looking at, and nobody appears to be in a big rush right now to get away from the coast, but I think I-10 may fill up a bit, Carl, as we head on through the next 24 hours. And here we're looking, I believe here, is this is also Baton Rouge? Yeah, I believe that's the I-10 bridge over the Mississippi River we're looking at there. And that looks like it's backing up just a little bit. So there is a lot of traffic moving. Remember, it is about 10:30 local time here. So getting a little bit later. I-10, a well-traveled thoroughfare, obviously, but yeah, let's hope that it doesn't get backed up too much in the next well, 24 hours or so, because you don't have much time after that.
But you know what? Better to be in a little bit of traffic tonight.
Right.
With the weather being, pretty good, distance away in time. I mean, what you absolutely don't want to do is be stuck in traffic, say at this time tomorrow night with the storm closing in. I mean, that to me would be terrifying. You're
looking at the Pontchartrain Causeway here, again, moving to north and southbound. I believe the bright lights are moving southbound toward New Orleans, and then the tail lights moving away. I do know that during Katrina, the causeway was shut down once the winds got to a certain level, and so that way to get out of New Orleans will probably be cut off. My guess would be sometime as we head into the day Sunday.
And there you see a live look at I-10 and traffic moving very nicely along I-10 tonight. We have been, sort of amazed at what we've been seeing in New Orleans. We have a live picture of New Orleans right now for you, and wonderful city, a great place to visit. I have always enjoyed it every time I've been there. But we've been a little surprised at the level of activity there in New Orleans. It's obviously very hard to tell what people are thinking, but there doesn't appear to be that much concern about a possible Category 4 storm coming in very close to New Orleans in the space of, about 36 to 48 hours. It's pretty amazing.
It is pretty amazing right now. And I guess if you're going to party down there on Bourbon Street, which these folks seem to be doing, better do it tonight, because tomorrow I think things will be changing, and the worst of the weather may actually start to come in as we head on into tomorrow night. So maybe just a little over 24 hours from now, we could start to see some of the rain bands moving in.
Yeah, this storm has got a couple of things. It's not only going to be very intense, it's also going to be a larger storm. So the area of strong winds, or the wind field as we call it, is going to be rather large. Let's take a look at some of the particulars on the storm. We got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. And so still now an 80-mile-per-hour storm. It is moving towards the northwest at 15 miles per hour. And as you look at the satellite picture, we're seeing a little bit of a waning of the convection here, maybe a little bit of dry air penetrating on the north side, but that is just going to be a temporary setback. We expect that the storm is going to be really sitting in optimal conditions for the next couple of days. Very low wind shear. We're looking at, no dry air, big dry air intrusions. And also the water temperatures are just off the charts all along the path of the storm here. And that is a big part of what's going to allow it to get so much stronger. So it is forecast to be a 140-mile-per-hour storm. Now, keep in mind that intensity forecasting is very challenging. Sometimes it's about more than just the environment. You can see internal changes in a storm, and you can see some sort of waxing and waning in intensity for that reason. So it's tough to figure out exactly how strong the storm is going to be. But just knowing that it's going to be in that vicinity, just knowing that, I mean, that should be scary enough for you, because, maybe it ends up being a little weaker as it's coming onshore. And in fact, it's forecast to drop back a little bit as it's starting to move onshore. But at the same time, it's also possible that it gets even a little bit stronger than what is forecast, because, again, there's very little that is holding it back. So, I would just be really, really starting to think now about what you might want to do. Let's say we're at this time tomorrow night and you've got this storm approaching and it's a whole different animal. Where would you have wanted to be? What would you have wanted to do? Because by tomorrow night, you're really getting to a point where it's almost too late to do anything for your house. The wind's already going to start to be moving in at that point. Really tremendous surge potential. I mean, it's going to be just off the charts here. Surge being a function of intensity, but also size. The storm has both of those things happening at the same time, so it's going to be a life-threatening level of storm surge. Please, please listen to your local officials. And then this really sizable area of strong winds. So New Orleans, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, Houma, in all these areas, we'll be looking at not just power outages, but significant structural damage as well.
We got a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center at 11 Eastern, 10 Central. As of that time, the wind had not changed. The maximum sustained wind still at 80 miles per hour, Category 1 hurricane. The pressure has come up just a bit, and we expected that because it crossed over western Cuba, it crossed over land, and so it may have weakened just a tad, but we think that that is very temporary. The movement still to the northwest rather rapidly at about 15 miles per hour. So it's going to cross the Gulf in about a day and a half, I think, and then start to approach southern Louisiana definitely as we get probably the latter part of the day on your Sunday. All right, so let's take a look at the Pontchartrain Causeway. I believe that's what we're looking at. There it is. And again, the cars that you see on the right, the tail lights, the red tail lights moving away. I believe those are moving up toward Mandeville on the North Shore. And all the bright, very bright lights coming towards you, the headlights, would be coming down toward New Orleans. So there's a pretty steady stream of cars right now, both moving away and coming in. So it doesn't look like a lot of folks, Carl, are evacuating or moving out right now. There's a lot of traffic out there. But as you mentioned earlier, maybe if there were a time to do it, maybe now or overnight or maybe early during the day tomorrow when there isn't that much traffic on the roads.
Well, certainly that's what I would be thinking about because, as we know, there have been some cases in history where everybody tried to get out all at once and it turned out to be just awful. I mean, Rita is the most obvious example of that. With
I remember that well.
Yeah. And I think that actually led to more implementation of contraflow policies all around the country. But, this is all happening very fast. I mean, this is all, this forecast has just really changed in the space of the last couple of days. And now we're just a couple of days away, not even that, as a matter of fact. By the time we get into this time tomorrow, the wind is going to be picking up along the coast and it's going to start to pile the water up as well. And that is a function of the size of the storm, and it's going to be a larger storm, and also the intensity of the storm. So storm surge warning now in effect in coastal areas of Louisiana and into Mississippi. And I want you to also notice how far inland these storm surge warnings penetrate. So if we go from these barrier islands off to the northwest there, just south of I-10, look at that. That is nearly 90 miles inland. That's amazing when you think about it. So there's a terrific amount of intertidal areas, marshland, that kind of thing, and the water is going to come through those areas. And what's good about all of that intertidal area is that it tends to dampen the wave action and can reduce the impact of the surge, but that is still widespread potential storm surge flooding there. Now in New Orleans, they've got a really elaborate series of levees and flood walls put in place after Katrina. $15 billion system. It is thought that that system will protect New Orleans in all but the very worst of storms. But, this storm is going to be up there. It's going to be a serious one. And so it's going to be a real test for that system. And let's go in depth on how the levees work and what could cause one to fail. Here's meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Like the roads and bridges you use every day, levees are just another piece of the infrastructure often taken for granted. Until there's a problem. Levees are surprisingly common in the U.S. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 1 out of 5 counties have levees. About 100,000 miles of levees wind their way across the nation. But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for just 14,400 miles, or about 15%. The remaining 85,000 or so miles fall under many different local, state, and federal jurisdictions. At their simplest, a levee is just a pile of dirt or wall of concrete meant to hold back the water.
There are 4 primary reasons why levees fail. They include seepage, stability, erosion, and height.
Water can seep through the levee, weakening the structure from within. When a section of levee slides away, that's called a stability failure. So-called toe erosion can steepen the levee slope until the now unstable structure collapses. Finally, the levee just isn't high enough. Water flows over the top, causing the levee to fail from the top down. But most well-maintained levees don't fail. And today, hundreds of communities depend on levees for their livelihoods and even their lives.
So again, there's a really elaborate system of levees and floodwalls in and around New Orleans. It is thought that that is going to do a really good job of protecting them in this case. And in fact, this is a model, really sophisticated model from the National Hurricane Center, which shows us the reasonable worst case scenario. So how bad could things get based on how strong the storm is, how large the storm is, and the way that it's coming in and the nature of the topography on the coastline here. So here you see the reasonable worst case scenario for Houma. If the eye wall were to come in just to the south, the way that it would drive water into Houma would be a really big deal. You see many, many streets, they're covered by 3 to 6 feet and then even over 6 feet of storm surge. That would be a huge storm surge event there. And again, local officials tell you to get out. Please do listen to them. Now, up into New Orleans, you notice the absence of color around New Orleans. And so what this is the model showing you what the system is likely to do, that the system is likely to protect New Orleans. There's going to be pressure that is put on it, most likely, and there's also going to be rain falling inside of those walls, and that too is going to be an issue, and at least one of the pumps is now down. But to the north, outside of the walls there in Slidell, we could be looking at significant flooding there into Mississippi near Bay St. Louis, Shoreline Park, also potentially looking at flooding, and then past Christiane, another area where we could be looking at some serious storm surge flooding if things happen in a certain way. We'll have much more on this very dangerous storm coming up in just a moment.
My dad.
Heavy to very heavy rains now rocking Savlamar, pounding Savlamar. Savlamar could be flooded here in Jamaica.
This might have been when Ida wasn't even Ida yet. It could have been when as it was a tropical depression or maybe a storm. In any event, it did bring a lot of rain to the island of Jamaica. Several inches of rain coming down across the island, leading to some localized flooding. Meanwhile, in parts of western Cuba, rain and wind from Ida slammed the Isle of Youths. Ida made landfall there earlier today as it pushed now across western Cuba and is reemerged into the Gulf. And that means it's headed for the U.S. coast. So let's get you caught up with some of the latest information that we have. And again, you're looking at folks that, well, they're taking it fairly seriously. Louisiana's governor has activated all 5,000 troops in the Louisiana National Guard for emergency deployment as needed. FEMA plans to send nearly 150 medical personnel and dozens of ambulances to the Gulf Coast to help the strained hospital system because of COVID. Meanwhile, the Louisiana Department of Transportation plans to suspend several tolls in the affected areas. And Carl, as we mentioned earlier, looks like a lot of the traffic is moving very, very quickly. I know one of the toll roads is the causeway there, the Pontchartrain Causeway, but sounds like that will be lifted, so it'll be easier for folks to get around if they want to.
Until the wind gets strong enough that
then they'll close it.
And then they'll close it. And there we're looking at a live look at I-10. And you see there's a little more traffic there. Do we know whether this is going out of town, this traffic here?
That's in Baton Rouge.
Okay, so that is, oh, that's a bridge?
I think that's in Baton Rouge.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Baton Rouge, and there we definitely see some traffic there. Certainly seems like more than would be normally the case at this time of night on a Friday. So certainly there are people who are thinking about getting out of harm's way, and we just want to point out a few things. If you are thinking about evacuating, of course, it's good to decide where you want to go and how you'd get there early on before you're even deciding to evacuate. The best option is a friend's home outside of the evacuation zone. If you're in a safe place, you can be a friend's evacuation destination. And of course, you want to think about your pets as well. So a number of things to consider in terms of evacuation destinations. Let's show you this frame very quickly. I read a couple of things here. So, again, the main thing is have a plan and start thinking now about how you would feel if things are different. I mean, it's kind of hard to put yourself in that place sometimes. I know that because, what we're looking at right now is a Category 1 storm, and it's forecast to get a lot stronger. But, certainly people have had the experience where the storm was forecast to be something and it didn't turn out to be that way. Don't count on that in this case because we really don't see anything that's going to impede the intensity of this storm. Now, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be some internal dynamics that change it, and maybe we do see, some slight weakening at the very last. But in terms of the environment, in terms of the lack of wind shear, in terms of the exceptionally warm water, the great depth to that warmth, in terms of the lack of dry air, these are all things that can impede a tropical cyclone's intensity. None of this is there. It's not there. It's not happening. So, for that reason, we think this thing has the potential to be an exceptionally strong storm as it's coming in. A Category 4 storm is what it's forecast to be. There are some models that are not explicitly intensity models that show an even stronger storm than this. So, that's out there. There is this potential because, again, you have none of these limiting factors or, there's not very much to the way that they could limit this storm. So this could be a really, really big deal. And just think now about how you would feel if we're into this time tomorrow night and it's a 130-mile-per-hour storm and closing in, and it's going to be coming into the coast the following morning, because this is all going to happen very, very quickly. The storm surge potential is going to be enormous here, and it's not just a coastal affair because you've got all these intertidal areas, you've got all these wetlands, and so that storm surge warning actually extends well inland across a huge part of southeast Louisiana from Grand Isle into Homa and then over into Morgan City and New Iberia as well. 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. And, if it comes in just right, it's going to put a lot of pressure on that really elaborate system of levees and walls that have been put in place in New Orleans post Hurricane Katrina. Wind could be huge here in southeastern Louisiana. Not just because the storm is very strong, but also because it's really going to slow down. So it's going to be many, many hours. So from New Orleans on westward across I-10, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, to the south and Homa, Morgan City, and all of those areas, we could be talking about a level of wind that could cause structural damage in addition to widespread tree and power line damage. And again, here's the core of the storm starting to come on shore at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then it just takes forever to slowly move in, and it takes forever to continue to move off to the north. That's Sunday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We're starting to really get hit hard there potentially in New Orleans, unless somehow it swings a little wider and a little farther west. And then, a full 12 hours later, going into early Monday morning, we're still getting hammered by that strong wind in New Orleans and Baton Rouge and all these areas. So a long duration event here setting up for the northern Gulf Coast. Much more coming up.
Ida is forecast to be a major hurricane, and it is headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast as we head through tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night. Time is running out to prepare for what will be a destructive hurricane. Nearly 5 million people under tropical alerts tonight. One of the places we're most concerned about is New Orleans. You're looking at a live shot of the revelers down there on Bourbon Street. There are evacuation orders issued for parts of New Orleans, believe it or not. Not looking at that, doesn't look like folks are evacuating. They're voluntary within the levee system. Outside of it, though, mandatory. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or less to prepare. And tropical alerts are out for nearly 5 million people right now, New Orleans included, and most of the Louisiana coast, parts of Mississippi and Alabama, Gulfport, and even Mobile under alerts tonight. We are live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, 12 Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane headed for the U.S., particularly for Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Jeff Marr alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go now to Carl for the very latest. And again, we had that new advisory as of the 11 p.m. Eastern time. Not much change there as it was crossing over western Cuba, Ida was. But now that it has re-entered into the Gulf, we should see what we call rapid intensification.
Yes, and there's so many things that are troubling about the storm. One is the fact that we are going to see this period of rapid intensification where it gets much, much stronger between tonight and tomorrow night. So, people are looking at this going, well, it's a Category 1. Well, could very well be a Category 3 by this time tomorrow night, and closing in on being a Category 4. So the structure, the character of the storm is going to change dramatically. That's one thing. We don't have a whole lot of time here. That's another. It's going to be a large storm. It's going to be a slow-moving storm. It's going to last for a long period of time, and it's going to be one of the strongest storms that we've seen hit the northern Gulf Coast in quite a while. So let's talk a little bit more about the forecast and what we're expecting from the storm. The National Hurricane Center really zeroing in on what they're expecting out of the storm. We are, by the way, in the satellite presentation seeing a little bit of waning of the convection near the core right now, but we expect that to be a temporary setback, so to speak. And so the storm on its way to most likely becoming a major hurricane by this time tomorrow, and then getting up to 140 miles per hour. That is the explicit forecast for early Sunday morning. And then as it starts to come in, we may see some slight weakening, maybe coming back just a little bit as it's starting to tangle with the coastline. And then you notice here, these are 12-hour increments. So, that's an incredibly slow motion, and that's going to amplify everything. That is going to make everything last that much longer. The wind's going to go on and on and on. We're going to be looking at storm surge over several high tide cycles. We're going to be looking at a terrific amount of rain as well. These storm surge values are huge here. You do not want to be anywhere near the coast. Please listen to local officials. And, they've got a really elaborate system of levees, a very sophisticated system that was put in place after Katrina. And the thinking is that that holds in all but the most extreme of cases. But this may be approaching an extreme case. And so this is going to be a real test for that system. And also there's going to be a terrific amount of rain falling inside of the wall. So there certainly could be street flooding. At least one of the pumps is now non-operational. Here's the max wind gust potential. And so this is to the level where you're not going to be talking about just trees and power lines down, but actual structural damage as well, from New Orleans on westward into Baton Rouge, into Morgan City, into Houma, into Lafayette, into all of these areas. Could be a really significant windstorm with a lot of damage right around that core of the storm in particular. And here's one model forecast. Now I want you to take a look at how the storm moves right in, So that's Sunday morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. Maybe that eye wall coming right into Plaquemines Parish and into Grand Isle. And then watch as we go into Sunday afternoon. Now, again, it may not happen exactly like this. It's possible that the storm could be a little further east, could be a little further west. And obviously, if it moves farther east or further west, that could have an impact on exactly when it comes in. But in this scenario, you're getting into that really strong wind and very heavy rain in New Orleans around the middle of the day on Sunday. And then we'll step forward 6 hours, and it takes that long for the storm just to move a tiny little bit more up towards the northwest side of Lake Pontchartrain. So that is a really prolonged period of very strong wind and very heavy rain. And then it continues to just crawl along, moving up 55, going into Monday morning at 11 a.m. So again, all of the impacts are going to be amplified. They're going to be drawn out because of that very slow forward speed. Here you see the rain total forecast. Enormous area of 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 inches of rainfall in that orange shading there. And this is a model blended product, so it kind of smooths things out a little bit. There could certainly be a lot more than that in some isolated areas. And again, that's going to put pressure on New Orleans because of all the water that is falling inside the levee system. Even as they're trying to hold the water out with the levees, there's going to be water getting in, and they're going to, try to pump that out as quickly as they can. And they've got very strong pumps there, but it's certainly going to put a lot of pressure on the system all the way around. And the rain total forecast showing you how it all lifts up and into Mississippi. So that flash flood threat will extend well inland and will go into Monday and Tuesday as well. So a lot of different impacts here. And, just one of the strongest storms that we've seen hit potentially in a long, long time.
Let's talk a little bit more about this rapid intensification. Explain, if you will, what are the ingredients that would come together for rapid intensification? And on the flip side of that, if it were to weaken, what would be some of the things that could weaken it?
Well, I think one of the main things that's really difficult to forecast are changes in the internal dynamics of the storm. And so, for example, when you've got a really intense hurricane, oftentimes you see what's called an eye wall replacement cycle. And usually when that happens, the inner eye wall contracts and then falls apart, and outer eye wall develops and replaces that. And so the storm becomes less intense, and the area of strong winds also begins to expand outward. So that type of thing is very, very difficult to forecast. So that could have an impact on the intensity and the size of the area of strong winds. But when we talk about environmental factors, we look for things that might limit the intensity of the storm. We're not seeing that in this case. I mean, this is a wind shear. So these are very strong winds coming down from the north here. You put that over top of the hurricane, you're talking about a whole different ball game. But watch what happens with this, and we'll follow the model forecast as it moves out to the northwest. Look at what's going on with the wind shear there. You see some off to the northeast. That is actually a function of the outflow of the hurricane. So that's related to the hurricane. But in the vicinity of the hurricane itself, almost no wind. Almost no wind. Okay, that's really, really troubling in terms of the potential intensity of the storm. Another big factor is the warm water, and there's more than enough of that. 80 degrees is what is requisite to keep storms going. We're going to be approaching 90 in some cases, but it's not just the warmth at the surface, it's the depth of that warmth as well. You've got water temperatures in the middle 80s that go down 30 meters in some areas. And so as the storm is getting stronger and stronger and it's churning up the water, a lot of times it would bring up cooler water, and that would serve to limit the intensity. But when you've got such a great depth to that warmth, it can churn up the water, and it's just bringing up nothing but warmer water. And the result is it's got a limitless supply of fuel to feed on. So these are all things that will allow the storm to be very, very strong. Now, there is a range in the intensity guidance, but there are a lot of really solid models that take the storm up to Category 3/Category 4. And so the official forecast is right now at the high end of that intensity guidance. However, at this point, because intensity forecasting is very difficult, you can't say with certainty that it couldn't go any higher than that. I mean, both things could be true. It could be a little weaker than what is forecast right now, but it's also possible that it could be even stronger than what is forecast right now.
Okay, I'm going to kind of call an audible here. I had somebody just tweet me and said, well, you're talking a lot about New Orleans, and of course, because it was affected so much by Katrina and other storms, but they want to know about places like Houma or Morgan City or New Iberia, down a little bit closer to the Gulf Coast, Delacroix, Thibodaux, those areas. What might they expect from a storm like this?
It could be just devastating in those areas. I mean, there again is the wind forecast. And so the areas that Jeff just mentioned, these are areas that are south of I-10 and down in there. I mean, you know, it's hard to see how those areas are going to escape an incredibly powerful storm and a long-lasting one on top of that. Let's take a look at the wind forecast here and show you how this is going to happen. It may not happen exactly like this, but it's meant to give you an idea. And so let's say that it does happen like this. Here we see the eye wall coming in, and that is, you know, going into Sunday afternoon. And so from Grand Isle over into Houma, and then eventually towards Morgan City as well, could very well be that you get right into that eye wall. And so that part of the storm, that core of the storm, that is where the very worst of the wind is. And also you're going to be maximizing the surge potential in that area near the eye wall there as well. So, you know, in those parts of Louisiana, I would not want to be in those areas. For one thing, the surge potential could be enormous in Houma. In fact, I want to show you something called what is called the reasonable worst case scenario. This is a product from the Hurricane Center showing you how bad it could be if things happen, you know, in a particular way. And so looking at the storm surge potential, the reasonable worst case scenario in Houma, I mean, that's bad. That's really bad. That's, you know, widespread areas of 3 to 6 feet of storm surge, and then 6 to 9 feet as well. You know, that's a large area that's being affected. Thibodaux as well, seeing some of that. And then, you know, by the time you get over into Morgan City, it's not as pronounced because of the terrain there. But then we see Franklin, another area where there could be some serious flooding. So, you know, for that reason, I would not want to be along the coast in those areas. I mean, you've got the wind to be concerned about because of that eye wall coming in, but then you've also got this surge potential, which is huge and also extends well inland. It's not just on the coast. I mean, look at this. This is pretty amazing. We did this earlier. So if you go from these barrier islands and you follow this inland, that storm surge warning, that's 85 miles inland, because these are all intertidal areas here. These are all wetlands. And, you know, that's good to an extent because they can absorb a lot of the wave action and the surge here. But those areas that are within that intertidal area, like Houma and like Morgan City, New Iberia, I would not want to be in those spots with a storm like this coming in.
All right, let's go back to New Orleans, though. That's where we've been focusing a lot of our attention, and with good reason. Meteorologist Mike Seidel was there during the day today, and he has a breakdown of all the dangers, particularly rainfall, that Ida could bring to the Crescent City.
Here in New Orleans, they're getting ready for what will likely be the biggest threat from a tropical system since Katrina hit 16 years ago on Sunday. Hurricane warnings are up. We have storm surge warnings for the area lakes, Lake Borgne, Lake Pontchartrain, and that's because of the wind. We're going to be on the east side of Ida as it comes in later on Sunday night. That's going to push the water up the Mississippi into Lake Borgne and into Lake Pontchartrain. Right now, we're expecting a surge on Borgne of 7 to 11 feet and 4 to 7 feet in Pontchartrain. That's above normally dry ground. Then you throw in the fact that half of the city is below sea level. It's like a big bowl. So they've got to pump the water out. They've got that levee protection system to lower the risk, and that's going to be turned on. But we're expecting a lot of rainfall, and the pumping system can only handle about an inch the first hour and a half an inch succeeding hours. So that's going to put this pumping system, levee system, to a test come Sunday and Monday. We're looking at least 5 to 8 inches of rain. So we got the wind issue pushing the water up. We've got the rainfall issue. Then we just have the wind issue from a structural and wind damage perspective. Right now, we're expecting wind gusts at least hurricane force. They could be higher if the track of Ida wobbles to the east. We still have a couple of days for that track to shift a little east or west. That's going to knock out power. We could have some structural damage, too. So a whole litany of significant issues from a major hurricane forecast to come in as a Cat 4 to our west later on Sunday and Sunday night. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, on the river in New Orleans.
All right, Michael, on the Mississippi River there in the Crescent City. Let's talk a little bit about rain farther inland. I know we've been really honing in, and with good reason, on Louisiana. But that rain will spread inland as the hurricane moves inland as well, basically making a track kind of like that I'm drawing on here. Notice this big bullseye, this yellow and orange and even purple, if you will, or pink, that's just west of Nashville. That's with the horrendous flash flood that happened near the town of Waverly that took 20 people's lives. But the main takeaway from this over the past 7 days is how much rain really has fallen across just about all of the southeast. So you throw in a hurricane, particularly one which is going to slow down and have all this tropical moisture with it. And that's just adding insult to injury here. We're talking about a big flash flooding potential, not only in Louisiana, but spreading right up along the Mississippi, southern Mississippi River Valley, through the state of Mississippi, and then into maybe even western parts of Alabama and Tennessee, where they absolutely don't need any more rain, and then gradually spreading up west of the Appalachian Mountains as we head through the day Tuesday and on into Wednesday. So a couple of the models that we look at here, the main ones, show the same general track of all this rain, basically moving its way from Louisiana right on up through Jackson, Mississippi. I mean, even Jackson itself here, when you look at the top here, at the legend, that's over 8 inches of rain. So that kind of rain is going to cause some flooding issues there. And that was the European model. And there's really not much difference, maybe a little bit farther east with the GFS, but still the heaviest rain near the Gulf Coast, but plenty of heavy rain spreading northbound as well. So the effects of Ida are going to be felt well inland, even into the middle of next.
There's an America we build.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
In New Orleans, the message from city leaders is clear.
This is the time to take action.
As Ida approaches the Gulf of Mexico, people across the Gulf Coast are scrambling to get ready.
I just left Sam's to buy some water, and we're going to look at a generator.
The storm expected to strengthen into a major hurricane in the next day or so before making landfall Sunday, which happens to be the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina.
We lost a lot of good people in Katrina, man. That was a hard storm. Hopefully this one isn't nearly as impactful.
Forecasters say there will be life-threatening storm surge along the Louisiana coast, and some areas could get 20 inches of rain. All eyes will be on the levees and pumps which keep New Orleans dry. In Iberia Parish, west of New Orleans, they're expecting the worst.
It's not a question of if it's going to hit you and wipe out everything you got. It's when. You know, it's like gambling in a casino.
While some plan to head to higher ground, others are clearing out catch basins and shopping for supplies, hoping to ride it out.
A lot of water, potted meat, stuff that they don't have to cook, you know, seeing that a lot of people's going to electrical.
4 powerful storms battered Louisiana last year. Now, Ida is on its way. Chris Pallone, NBC News.
All right, and there's a live look at Baton Rouge right now, seeing a fair amount of traffic for this hour of a Friday night, and some of that may be related to people who are looking to get out of harm's way, not a bad idea because we're talking about a storm that has the potential to be an historic storm. It could very well be that Ida is the last that we hear of that name, that it will be retired. And there you see another view of Baton Rouge and a fair amount of traffic there. And again, that may be related to people trying to get to a better place out and ahead of this storm. And so here's the latest on the storm. It is a Category 1 right now, but don't be fooled. This thing is on its way to becoming a monster in the next 24 hours. It is forecast to become a major hurricane by this time tomorrow, and then will continue to strengthen up to 140 miles per hour as it is closing in on the coast. That's going to be early on Sunday. There's nothing holding it back at this point. We're not looking at any strong wind shear. Water temperatures are exceptionally warm. We're not looking at a big dry air intrusion. And so it's going to be most likely an incredibly powerful storm, a larger storm, and it's also going to be slowing down. This is a model depiction of the storm coming in here, moving towards Plaquemines Parish. That's Sunday morning. Here, by the way, there's been a little bit of a shift in some of the midday modeling, a little more towards the north and west. And so just something to keep in mind. I want you to notice what this model does. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to happen this way, but just something to keep in mind. And we can show you a live picture of New Orleans, by the way. And, you know, New Orleans has been, you know, just like it usually is on a Friday night. There's a lot of people out having a good time, and there doesn't seem to be, just from what we can see, a terrific amount of concern about what is on the way here. But you know, if it does happen like this is going to be a really, really big deal. Again, I want to go back to the model and show you what this model is showing. And it's showing the eye wall of the storm coming into New Orleans, and then it's going to be there for a long, long time. So you go from the afternoon deep into the evening, and you're still into that eye wall because it's moving so slowly. So, you know, it may be that it moves more to the west and more towards Houma and towards Lafayette and Morgan City. That's possible, but it's also possible that it's a little more to the east and more directly over New Orleans. And if that happens, that's going to put a lot of pressure on New Orleans in terms of the levee system there, in terms of all the rain that's going to be falling. And then, of course, we're going to be looking at a huge wind threat in the eye wall of this storm. So, you know, this really could be one of the worst storms that we've seen in New Orleans in quite some time. And we want people to know that and not assume that it's going to be moving farther to the west.
Indeed. All right, let's take a look at some of the timing here, shall we? As far as first New Orleans and many other areas here, including Houma and Morgan City, Louisiana. Some of these bands are going to be coming in by Sunday morning. And then notice there's the eye. Now, as Carl just mentioned, some of the models are bringing it in a little bit farther east and moving that eye perhaps up toward New Orleans. This particular model has it about, halfway between Vermilion Bay and the Houma area, and then moving up probably between Lafayette and Baton Rouge. Again, don't concentrate on that, but concentrate on this huge area of rain that is pulling in here. I think we've got it down pretty much to southeast Louisiana or south central Louisiana. So if it does that, because this hurricane's going to be fairly wide, we're talking about rain across this entire region, no matter where it comes in. And again, the heaviest rain and the surge will be right down along the immediate coast. Places like Houma, Louisiana easily could get 8 to 9 inches of rain and then worry about the surge as well. A little bit farther east, over toward Mobile and Biloxi and Gulfport. Remember, areas like Biloxi and Gulfport just devastated by Katrina. It looks like we're going to be looking at some bands coming in as we head through the late morning and on into the early afternoon. Then we get a couple of breaks as these bands move by. Some of the heaviest rain may be just west of here, but again, if this hurricane tends to track a bit farther east, then we may be looking at heavier amounts of rain in southern Mississippi and Alabama as well. Stay tuned. We'll keep you informed.
Ricky, baby.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude. And that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
Good advice there. Hurricane Ida moving ever closer to a U.S. landfall. That was the governor of Louisiana warning people time is starting to run out to prepare for this hurricane. It's expected to be a major hurricane at landfall, and it's going to be growing stronger by the minute as it passes over the Gulf. Let's go live now. We have a live shot here, I believe, of the Baton Rouge vicinity. Do we have that picture? There it is, where there's Biloxi on the right-hand side. There's Baton Rouge. And again, not a lot of traffic. I believe this is along I-10, but a little bit of traffic moving toward the camera there. But I do believe as we head through the next 24 to 36 hours, traffic on the interstates here, whether it be 10, and this is 10 moving up over the big bridge over the Mississippi River here, which is typically backed up. I don't want to make too much of this about people trying to evacuate here, but all these interstates, 10 or 12, there are going to be packed, I believe, as we head a little bit closer, particularly if this hurricane holds its intensity or gets even stronger. It is 30 past the hour now, and I want to go ahead and show you how many people we have out in the field before I turn it over to our storm specialist, Carl Parker here. We have a graphic that shows you just how many people we have out in the field, and there are a bunch here. I believe there are 8 different meteorologists and to one storm, we don't want to call him a storm chaser, storm tracker, okay. And then, of course, our correspondent, Justin Michaels, as well, spread all along here, southern Louisiana and even on over into southern Mississippi as well. By the way, our coverage after Carl and I are done here at the top of the hour, we'll pick up again live at 5 Eastern and 4 Central Time. So let's go over to our storm specialist, Carl, right now. And Carl, again, we're going to have this covered backwards and forwards here as this hurricane comes in. And I hope everybody, all of our correspondents, pick a safe place because it's not out of the realm of possibility. We may have to move them back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, nothing in the modeling is all that encouraging at this point. You know, sometimes you see, well, maybe it looks like it's going to do this or do this. And we're not seeing that. I mean, we're seeing a lot of the intensity guidance indicating that this is going to be an incredibly powerful storm. We're seeing that it's going to have a large area of strong winds, and so there are going to be impacts that are well outside of the center of circulation. We're also seeing that in just some of the most recent modeling, the trend has been to bump some of the tracks a little farther to the north and east, and that's really important. I'm going to show you one of these models in a moment here. So right now, an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm. It is going to be an entirely different animal by this time tomorrow night. It will be a major hurricane by that time, and you should ask yourself now how you're going to feel about a major hurricane closing in where you are. It's really, really important to try to place yourself into your future shoes and think about how you're going to feel about this if this does indeed become everything that we believe it's going to. There doesn't appear to be anything to hold it back from doing that. There's not really any wind shear to speak of. There's no dry air that's lurking. We're not seeing anything about the Gulf temperatures that would hold it back. It's quite the opposite. As a matter of fact, the water temperatures are incredibly warm. So there's all this available fuel for the storm. So it is likely going to be a high-end storm. So here you see the storm surge warnings that are in effect. Some of these warnings penetrating 50, 60, 70 miles inland into those intertidal areas, those wetland areas, but not in New Orleans, where there's a really elaborate system of levees and walls put in place after Katrina. But, you know, this storm could put a lot of pressure on that system. Now, here's a latest run of one of our models here. And what I wanted to show you is that the positioning in this latest run is different as compared to what we saw in the run that was previous. Prior to this, it showed the core of the storm coming in about there, which would imply that the worst of the weather might graze New Orleans, but not directly impact New Orleans. But this latest run, and there's some ensemble support for this, some of the models that are in the family of these models, this latest run brings that eye wall right into New Orleans. And so what that would do is it would maximize the winds there. And if you're talking about a Category 4 coming into New Orleans, that's huge in terms of wind damage potential. But also, you'd be looking at this, and I'm going to go back a couple of frames, you'd be looking at this tremendous flow into that area where the Gulf meets Lake Pontchartrain, and that would put all kinds of pressure on that elaborate systems of levees and flood walls there in New Orleans. And so this could be a really big deal in New Orleans, and you need to keep that in mind. We'll have much more coming up in a few minutes.
All right, you're looking at a live picture here of downtown New Orleans. This is on Bourbon Street, and they just panned the camera here. And actually, where the camera's pointed right now, there are people milling about and meandering here. But if they point the camera down the other end, there are a whole slew of people. So definitely still a lot of folks out there partying on Bourbon Street. But with potentially a Category 4 hurricane approaching in about 36 hours, the scenes here may change. All right, let's take a look at what's going on with our latest information. This is as of the 11 p.m. Eastern Time advisory, 10 p.m. Central. 80-mile-an-hour maximum sustained winds, making it a Category 1 hurricane. The pressure went up a little bit as it crossed over western Cuba. That's to be expected. But now that it's back over the water, the pressure has dropped back down to 989. Whenever that pressure goes down, that number drops. That means that the hurricane is intensifying. The movement northwest at about 15 miles an hour. As Carl's been mentioning, a Category 4 hurricane as we head on into Sunday morning. Check that out at 140 miles an hour, perhaps weakening just a little bit as it comes on in, Carl, but still a very dangerous hurricane. If you remember, Katrina actually at one time a Category 5. Yeah. Weakened to a 3, but the effects were still devastating there across south of Louisiana.
Yeah, well, the wind field was so large with Katrina, and this one's going to have a pretty large wind field too. And so this is a big part of why we think the storm surge threat is going to be enormous across a very large area of the Gulf Coast. Now, this is the forecast from the Hurricane Center. Doesn't mean that all of these areas are going to get this level of surge. It means that where it is maximized, it could reach this potential. And, you know, that is a terrific amount of surge right there. Grand Isle and getting up towards Homa, I would not want to be anywhere near there with this storm coming in and that level of surge occurring. 7 to 11 feet. And of course, that's going to be driving up and towards Lake Pontchartrain and putting a lot of pressure on the levee system in New Orleans, and even more so depending on the trajectory of the storm. And some of the more recent modeling has been indicating that the storm might be closer to New Orleans as opposed to, you know, farther to the west. Of course, that could still change too. We could still see some wiggling back and forth. But notice the storm surge warning penetrating well inland, 50, 60, 70 miles inland here because of all that intertidal area, all the wetlands in Louisiana. But you notice that there is not a warning in New Orleans proper, and that is because of this really elaborate system of levees that are in place in New Orleans. This system was put together in, this was basically after Katrina for $15 billion, and it is a very sophisticated and very strong fortified system that is, you know, likely to protect New Orleans in all but the most extreme cases. But this is going to be a high-end storm here, and so again, it's going to be putting pressure on this system, and also you're going to see a lot of rain falling inside of those walls, and that's going to give the pumps quite a workout, one of which is not operational at this time. And so, you know, when we look at the storm surge potential, this is a model from the Hurricane Center. It's a very sophisticated model, and you know what it's showing here is that there could be really significant surge in Homa. Again, I would not want to be anywhere near this area with that level of surge coming through. So let's go in depth on how levees work and what could cause one to fail. Here's meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Like the roads and bridges you use every day, levees are just another piece of the infrastructure often taken for granted. Until there's a problem. Levees are surprisingly common in the U.S. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 1 out of 5 counties have levees. About 100,000 miles of levees wind their way across the nation. But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for just 14,400 miles, or about 15%. The remaining 85,000 or so miles fall under many different local, state, and federal jurisdictions. At their simplest, a levee is just a pile of dirt or wall of concrete meant to hold back the water.
There are four primary reasons why levees fail. They include seepage, stability, erosion, and height.
Water can seep through the levee, weakening the structure from within. When a section of levee slides away, that's called a stability failure. So-called toe erosion can steepen the levee slope until the now unstable structure collapses. Finally, the levee just isn't high enough. Water flows over the top, causing the levee to fail from the top down. But most well-maintained levees don't fail. And today, hundreds of communities depend on levees for their livelihoods and even their lives.
All right, Jackie, thank you. And as we mentioned, there's a really elaborate series of levees in and around New Orleans. This is part of the $15 billion hurricane risk reduction system. And so the thinking is, in all but the most extreme of storms, this would likely protect most of New Orleans from storm surge. Now, let's take a look at the modeling from the Hurricane Center, and this modeling showing the reasonable worst case scenario. You notice there are some areas of flooding around Slidell, and there's some areas of flooding around Luling here and farther west, but there really isn't much around New Orleans. And so this is the model that is taking into account that there is this really elaborate series of levees there, saying that we'll probably be okay in this case. But not so necessarily in Slidell, where there could be really significant flooding there, 3 to 6 feet in yellow, 6+ in orange. Same story in Shoreline Park, northwest of Bay St. Louis, and also here in Pass Christian. This is the latest modeling showing really significant flooding in Pass Christian if it happens exactly like this. We'll have more coming up here in just a few minutes.
All right, let's get you caught up on some of the latest information that we're getting in. Louisiana's governor has activated all 5,000 troops in the Louisiana National Guard for emergency deployment as needed. FEMA plans to send nearly 150 medical personnel and dozens of ambulances to the Gulf Coast to help the strained hospitals, of course, because of COVID. Meanwhile, the Louisiana Department of Transportation plans to suspend several tolls in some of the affected areas. And I think we have a live picture we can show you here of the Baton Rouge vicinity. There it is. Interstate not looking bad at all at this late hour. But again, we expect things to really pick up as the hurricane approaches. Now, one of the issues with this hurricane, we've been talking about the heavy rain and the very gusty winds, but oftentimes it's the coastal flooding, Carl, that is maybe the most dangerous. And you have some new information that's just come in, and it doesn't look pretty.
Yeah, you know, water is the big killer in hurricanes, as you know, Jeff. And we have a new model run of this storm surge modeling from the National Hurricane Center. And what this model does is it accounts for the intensity of the storm, the size of the storm, the trajectory of the path, and then also the nature of the coastline. And what it shows us is the reasonable worst case scenario. How bad could it get if the very worst of the storm came right over certain areas? Now, according to this this update, Grand Isle, I mean, that is really significant flooding all along that barrier island there. You're seeing 3 to 6 feet in yellow and 6 to 9 feet showing up in orange. Just a lot of storm surge flooding. I mean, you wouldn't want to be anywhere near that. With winds well over 100 miles per hour on top of that, and that level of water coming through, that is really, really bad news. Homa, look at this. This was bad before. It's even more widespread with this latest model update. You're seeing just a huge area of the town there under 3 to 6 feet of storm surge, and then 6 to 9 feet as well. Another spot where I would not want to be with this storm coming in. Then we'll take you off to the north. Interesting here in New Orleans, you notice the lack of any color showing up around New Orleans. And so, as I've been mentioning, through the night tonight, there is a system called the Hurricane Risk Reduction System. It's a really sophisticated series of walls and levees that was put up after Katrina. It cost $15 billion. And the thinking is, in all but the most extreme scenarios, that'll hold up and that'll keep the water out. Of course, there's going to be water coming in anyway because there's going to be so much rain, and there's going to be a lot of surge that will be around this system that will put pressure on the system, especially if the core of the storm is even closer to New Orleans, and some of the new modeling has been indicating that. But then to the north of New Orleans in Slidell, we see significant flooding here, again, depending on the exact eventual location of the storm, and then into Shoreline Park in Mississippi, northwest of Waveland, 6 to 9 feet of storm surge flooding there. And then in Pass Christian, this is really bumped up since the last run of this model, widespread areas of 6 to 9 feet of flooding there, or 3 to 6 rather, and then pockets of 6 to 9. And so, again, this is the reasonable worst case scenario. It may not happen exactly like that, but that's a big deal. You would not want to be in these areas if we saw that level of flooding. So that's one thing I wanted to show you. Another thing I wanted to show you is this latest run of one of our high resolution models. And so there's been a little bit of a trend in some of the modeling, including in the ensemble members of the GFS model, towards a little bit of a bump to the north. And that's important because what a lot of the previous modeling had been doing is bringing the core of the storm just southwest of New Orleans, so towards Grand Isle and towards Homa and Lafayette. And some of this new modeling is a little more north and a little more east. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen like this. Does not mean that necessarily. What it means is that we have to watch and see if there's a trend here, because if we see more of that modeling moving more to the north, well, that could possibly then bring that core of the storm into New Orleans. And of course, that's going to amplify all of the threats in New Orleans, which are already really high, but it's going to make it worse. It's going to increase the wind threat, which, by the way, is going to go on for a long, long period of time because the storm is going to last for such a long time. It would increase the surge threat there. It would put more pressure on the levee system. It would bring us even more heavy rain into New Orleans if it happened exactly like that. It may not. It may not, but we need to watch the trends. And if you're in New Orleans, you need to be aware of this. Do not make the assumption that the storm is going to be coming in to your west, because that's still possible, but it's also possible that it doesn't. And here we have a little bit of evidence that's perhaps indicating that maybe it's a little more northeast and more towards New Orleans. So, what we're talking about here is, again, a prolonged period of strong wind, a very large area of winds gusting over 110 miles per hour. That's going to be enough wind to bring down trees and power lines over a huge area and cause structural damage as well. And because the storm is not going to be moving much, it's going to produce a terrific amount of rain, and the flash flood threat is going to loom large from within New Orleans, inside those levee walls, well up through southeastern Louisiana and well up into southern Mississippi as well. This could be one of the most impactful storms we've seen in a very long time along this section of the Gulf Coast. Make sure you pay attention to the changes in the forecast.
The latest advisory we have from the National Hurricane Center gives us Hurricane Ida at Category 1 strength. That would be 80 miles an hour. Now, the hurricane did just pass over the western parts of Cuba, so it did perhaps weaken just a tad, but not much. and actually the wind speed kept pretty much the same. The pressure came up a bit. But now it's out over the Gulf and heading off toward the northwest at about 15 miles an hour. That pressure has come back down a little bit. So again, we expect from here on out, it looks like Ida will continue to strengthen and continue to generally move off toward the northwest. All right, I'm not getting this to advance here, so I'll advance it over here. That's a little bit better. For some reason, I can't get, there we go. Wanted to show you how strong this hurricane is going to get as it continues to move toward the northwest. Check this out, 140 miles an hour. That is firmly within Category 4 strength here. And then maybe weakening a little bit. Again, this is all very iffy at this point. We're very, very confident of the track coming up here into southeast Louisiana, somewhere between maybe Lafayette and over to around Slidell, but generally around between New Orleans and Baton Rouge looks like the most likely area. The strength of the hurricane, again, still a little bit up in the air, but we are pretty confident it'll continue to progress inland at a slower speed and spread a lot of rain across this area as well. We will keep you updated here on the Weather Channel throughout the whole lifespan of Ida as it continues to come on shore and then move inland with all the wind and the rain and the storm surge. Of course, our live coverage will pick back up at 5 Eastern Time, 4 Central, with live reports from the field.
A monster storm.
It's coming.